This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the
Members, Mr Andrew Muir has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Present this petition with over 1,000 signatories calling on the Minister for Infrastructure to bring forward a comprehensive, detailed strategy to rapidly expand the public electric vehicle charging network in Northern Ireland. In 2010, Northern Ireland's electric vehicle charging network was world-leading, but as more and more people turn to sustainable modes of transport, Northern Ireland has let its electric vehicle charging network fall to now being the worst network of any region in the UK and Ireland. A useful example of the atrocious state of our electric vehicle charging network and why so many people have signed the petition can be found perhaps in the case of a driver who was travelling to Omagh from Belfast, a 3-hour round trip, which would require a charge of his electric vehicle before returning home. As there are at least 6 different charging points in the town, this would not be an issue, or so he thought. Before returning home, the driver went to the local leisure centre to charge up, finding one side of the charger already in use and the other taken up by a non-electric car parked in the space. The driver of the car did move to another space, but in getting ready to charge, it became apparent that the charger on this side was broken. He then drove to the park and ride, located on the other side of the town. The charger there also appeared not to be working. A quick call to ESB confirmed that neither side was working, so he moved to another car park with a double charger. One side of this EV charger had been in use for over an hour and a half, and the free side was again not working. This takes our driver back to the leisure centre, where the other car was still charging and the free EV charge point was out of use. Staff at the centre directed him to another charger, but with the sign on the gates of the car park saying that it can be locked any time after 5:30, this was not worth the risk of getting locked in overnight. Once again, he went back to the leisure centre and waited for the charger to become free, finally making it home 4 hours later than intended. Improvement of chargers themselves, more chargers across Northern Ireland and standardised payment options all need to be considered urgently. The lack of on-street or at-work charge points and the need for interest-free loans to encourage people to go electric must also be considered. I call on the Infrastructure Minister to listen to these hundreds of individuals and take the crucial next steps to move Northern Ireland's electric vehicle charging network forward. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Normally I would invite the member to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in his place and to make arrangements to submit the petition to my office electronically. I do thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Moving on, members, then the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill, and I call Ms Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move that the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill be agreed.
Thank you. And the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call Ms Bailey to open the debate on the bill. Ms Bailey.
Thank you. I suppose, firstly, I want to reassure all members, if possible, that this bill is by no means a rushed response to what we are seeing as the escalation of protests across hospitals, clinics and family planning centres across Northern Ireland. This comes in a response to what I witnessed and what I experienced during my time as a volunteer with the Mary Stopes Clinic in Belfast City Centre. What I learned during that time was that this was not protest, certainly not protest as I understand it. What is happening on our streets is a very deliberate campaign of harassment and intimidation against women. During my time spent there, I was spat at, I was assaulted, I had holy water splashed on me, I was verbally abused. I had one young woman who was so distressed that she ran into 4 lanes of oncoming traffic to try and escape the protesters. I had another young woman alone in the city being filmed and threatened to be uploaded and broadcast on social media. They threatened to report the scenes to the police. And it causes such distress to people. And the unintended consequences of these protests to other building users, to other premises users, staff, clients, and anybody else trying to access, every woman of childbearing age is targeted. Staff don't feel that they can carry out their duties safely. They're also recorded and threatened and intimidated. We're hearing now from Health and Social Care Trust staff that they have now had to employ extra security personnel, that they have had to put reinforced windows in premises, that they've had to use blackouts on glass, that they've had to install CCTV cameras. So I've been working to produce this bill since first being elected back in 2016, and I'm glad to have it debated today in this House. Now, I'm also very well aware that there are many different views in this House on reproductive rights and abortion specifically. But what I ask is that members do not distract themselves with their views on that and focus on what this bill seeks to achieve, and that is simply safe access to healthcare provision for all people and all staff. What it does not seek to do is to remove anyone's right to protest, and nor would I ever support such attempts under any circumstances. This bill has been drafted with a very heavy focus on achieving a balance between competing rights and freedoms. The freedom of thought, conscience and religion under Article 9, and the freedom of assembly and association under Article 11, both of which are provided with limitations. Those limitations are stipulated as no restriction shall be placed on the exercise of these rights other than such as are prescribed by law and are necessary in a democratic society in the interest of national security or public safety, for the prevention of disorder or crime, for the protection of health or morals, or for the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. I feel that this bill achieves that balance. Now, this bill, and I'll go into a brief overview of the sections and hope that members have had time to read this. But in section 1, it simply sets out the overview, and that requires the Department of Health to establish safe access zones, criminalising acts within the zone which prevent or impede access or influence, harass, alarm, distress those accessing the premises. And section 2 stipulates the premises where abortions are carried out and sets the definition of a protected premise. Any premises where terminations are or are proposed to be legally carried out. And section 3 is about premises where information, advice or counselling is provided. And that includes such premises within definition of a protected premise under 3 conditions. The premise is a hospital, Health and Social Care Trust clinic, used to provide medical services under the Health and Personal Social Care NI Order 1972, or approved by Department of Health for the purposes of this section. Premises that provide information, advice or counselling on abortion. And the operator of premises requested it, and the Department of Health determines it to be a protected premises. And only the Department of Health can make that determination if it is reasonable to do so. Section 4 looks at protected persons, and that stipulates anyone attending a protected premises to access treatment, information, advice or counselling, anyone accompanying them, or anyone working in or providing services to the premises. Section 5 looks at the safe access zone, and that extends to the premises, all entrances and exits, and the public area outside and in the immediate vicinity as designated by the Department of Health. And what that's designed to do is to allow protected people to carry out their duties or to access services safely, without fear, without intimidation, and with the assurance of confidentiality. Section 6 goes into the offences, and that makes it an offence within the safe access zone to influence a protected person or prevent and impede their access or cause them harassment, alarm or distress. Stipulates that recording a protected person without their consent for the same purpose is also an offence. It also creates a defence if a person didn't know or had no reasonable way of knowing that the protected person was in a safe access zone. Certainly.
Could the member explain why Clause 6 is at all necessary, given that under the legislation as presently exists, most notably the Protection from Harassment Order of 1997, harassment is already a criminal offence, and under the Public Order of 1987, disorderliness and all that goes with it is already a criminal offence. So where is the necessity to duplicate within this bill?
Thank the member for the intervention. And again, in my experience, the current harassment laws are simply not suffice. Under current harassment laws, we have to have the same person targeting the same person on 2 or more occasions, and for that person then to report to the police. So in my experience, anybody accessing services in particular won't report to the police. They want to maintain their confidentiality, and the police struggle to enforce current harassment laws. Then we also have another circumstance where a member of staff from Informing Choices, which was formerly the Family Planning Association, was assaulted. And that conviction was upheld, but yet that person who assaulted that staff member is still allowed to protest at the doors, and the police feel that they can't take any action. Yeah.
Surely under the harassment order, there is the capacity upon conviction, indeed it doesn't even require conviction, to have a restraining order. So that area is also covered in respect of future activity. So I really struggle to understand why the member is bringing a bill to duplicate the law which already exists.
Thank the member again for his intervention, and go back to under current law, I don't feel that it is able to tackle what is happening. In my own personal experience, on one occasion when I was assaulted, reported to the police, the person was arrested, was investigated, and was, after 6 weeks of having a restraining order and a zone put on them, no further action was deemed to be taken because no sufficient CCTV evidence was able to be collected, and therefore that person was allowed to continue with the behaviours. So listening to the police, in discussion with the police over the years of my experience, the current harassment order is simply not suffice to do and allow people that confidentiality and that safe access to premises. Certainly, yep.
Thank the member for giving way. And further to Mr Allister's intervention, could the member explain why she is not going down the approach of strengthening the current harassment laws and harassment order that is in existence, that you have claimed is below standard in terms of what would be required, rather than going down the approach of a private member's bill?
Thank the member for that. My experience, I feel that this is needed for specific reasons that I hope that I've already set out, and that we're seeing the escalation and the targeted campaign against women on the streets of Northern Ireland. So that's the reason that I have brought this bill, certainly.
Would the member agree with me, and I can state this categorically, having sat on both the Justice Committee and previously and currently on the Policing Board, that the current harassment laws do not suffice, and restraining orders are all well and good to talk about, but if you want to speak to people about why we needed a domestic abuse bill, restraining orders was part of the reason, because they certainly did not protect women and families from domestic abuse of any description. And just to make that point, if you are successful in getting a restraining order, very quickly you will find that person can have you back in court, and there is a cost to that. So I think that it is important that we have laws that actually protect people, not what looks good on paper.
I thank the member for her intervention, and you're absolutely right. So with harassment orders and reporting to the police, this all takes time as well, and when people are trying to access healthcare or counselling or advice in emergency circumstances, it's just simply not plausible that they can go down that avenue. Certainly.
I just don't. I'm much surprised. I just don't understand the distinction the member's making. Any criminal offence, the proof thereof takes time. There has to be a complaint. There has to be an investigation. There has to be a prosecution. Now, whether that prosecution arises under your clause 6 or under the harassment order, it's not going to be any quicker. So there really is nothing in the point that the member's making about we need to get more instant remedy. The law is still the law. It still has to take its course. You can't short-circuit it.
Thank the member for that. And again, I'd go back to if someone is trying to access healthcare and or fearful or intimidated from doing so, they're not reporting to the police. What they're doing is leaving the area and not accessing the healthcare. So this is about creating a safe zone where people can access that healthcare, where they don't have to necessarily report to the police and go through that whole process. It's healthcare, it's accessing services that are provided in a number of places throughout Northern Ireland, and to then expect women who should be able to access this confidentiality, as it's nobody else's business, what healthcare people do need access to be reporting to the police and go through that is completely untenable. So I want to turn to Section 7, and that is the enforcement provisions. The enforcement in this bill for the PSNI to direct or remove a person from a safe access zone if they believe or think that they are about to commit an offence under Section 6(2) of this bill, and can direct them to cease recording under Section 6(3) of this bill, and may use reasonable force to remove them if necessary. It also makes it an offence not to comply or resist removal, and that's punishable on summary conviction by fine not exceeding level 4 on the standard scale. Section 8 sets out the procedure for designating a safe access zone, and that stipulates that the operator of a premises notifies the Department of Health that it wishes to have a safe access zone. The Department of Health then has 8 weeks in which to do so. The Department must consult with the operator, surrounding landowners, occupiers, PSNI, other appropriate people to determine the extent of a safe zone. And the Department can vary it after consultation, remove it if the operator no longer wishes it to be there, and must publish extent of the zone and any variations, revocations as it thinks appropriate. Section 9 is the exercise of functions, and the Department must have regard to safety and dignity of protected persons, their right to private and family life under Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and the right to manifest religious belief, freedom of assembly and expression, and right to protest, as I've already mentioned under Articles 9 and 11. Section 10 is the monitoring. So it calls for the Department to publish annual reports on the effectiveness of the zone and protecting safety and dignity of protected persons. Section 11 is just a brief interpretation. Section 12 is a commencement, and Section 6 and 7 come into operation 3 months after royal assent if this bill is enacted. and everything else on the day after royal assent. And section 13 is simply a short title of the bill. So, members, as I say, I do feel that this bill achieves this balance. And Speaker, if I could add anything else, it would be just again to reiterate that all people, every single citizen, has the right to access healthcare without fear, without intimidation and in confidence. That staff have the right to do their job without abuse or harassment, and that we would not accept this in any other circumstance. We would not accept this outside blood donation centres, and therefore it should not be acceptable in this context. The 2018 report of the inquiry concerning the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland under Article 8 of the Optional Protocol to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women concluded that women and girls in Northern Ireland have experienced grave and systemic violations of their rights as a result of restricted access to abortion. Among the specific articles of the Convention found to be violated were Article 10 and Article 12 for failing to protect women from harassment by anti-abortion protesters when seeking sexual and reproductive healthcare services and information. The inquiry report referred to the impunity of anti-abortion protesters for assaults perpetrated against women seeking abortions. I have consulted and met widely with many bodies during the drafting of this bill, and to date there has been no human rights or equality impacts that have been raised. In fact, the Equality Commission themselves have welcomed the bill in terms of providing further clarity and receiving it as both the opportunity for the bill to have a positive equality impact, which I think is something worth noting. The Northern Ireland office did not move to introduce safe access zones or any measures when they changed abortion laws via Westminster back in October 2019. They said that they would keep an eye on the ongoing situation. I have met with the Secretary of State on this issue, and he welcomes the move to follow through and finish what was not done back then. So I urge this House to please step up and today support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Health Committee, Colm Gildernew.
I welcome the opportunity, to make some initial remarks on behalf of the Health Committee, outlining the Committee's consideration of the bill before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. As the member has outlined, this is a relatively short bill of 13 clauses that requires the Department to establish safe access zones around abortion clinics in order to protect the women who use those clinics and those staff who work in those clinics and indeed in other healthcare services that are delivered in that area. The bill makes it a criminal offence to harass people in a safe access zone around the clinics. During the Committee's consideration of the Severe Fetal Impairment Amendment Abortion Bill, we took evidence from the trusts, and the issue of protests were raised by the chief executives of the trusts, who highlighted their concerns for service users and for staff. I will return to this a bit later. The bill has a number of policy objectives, including to ensure women and others visiting or working in premises are not approached in an unsolicited manner, and prevents activities designed to cause distress or to deter a person from approaching the building. It places obligations on the Department of Health to create safe access zones, to designate the extent of the zone, to consult on the zone and publish an annual report highlighting the effectiveness of the safe access zones, and creates a series of obligations on constables in relation to the monitoring and enforcing of safe access zones. So in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, during our consideration of the SFIA bill, the issue came up during the committee's evidence a number of times. A number of those who submitted evidence highlighted the difficulties for women in accessing healthcare services. At our meeting on the 8th of July, the committee discussed this issue with the chief executives of the trusts. The committee was concerned by the evidence that it heard from the chief executives on the number of reports that have been made to the PSNI and on the use of trust resources to improve security at trust premises. Following the briefing, the committee wrote to the Department of Health, the Department of Justice, PSNI and the trusts to ask what measures were being taken to address the issue. In its correspondence, the committee did recognise the right to lawful and peaceful protest, but highlighted concerns that patients and staff may feel intimidated or harassed. In responding to that letter, the Minister of Health indicated his willingness to work with the Minister for Justice on this cross-cutting issue. The Minister also indicated that the development of a service specification model for the commissioning of abortion services was underway and that this work would take account of the need to provide these services in a way that protects patients and staff from obstruction or intimidation. The Minister of Justice indicated her willingness to bring forward legislative proposals to provide for exclusion zones, but advised that it was not likely to be progressed in this mandate. The trusts provided information on protests and the actions that each trust was taking to mitigate the impact on staff and patients at premises in which non-commissioned early medical abortion services were being provided. And finally, the PSNI reported engagement with trust staff and with those engaged in protests. The committee will, Ceann Comhairle, publish all of its correspondence on this issue alongside its report on the Severe Fetal Impairment Amendment Abortion Bill. In relation to the committee briefing then, the committee was briefed by the member on the principles of the bill at its meeting last Thursday. The member provided the committee with an overview of the need for the bill and the consultation undertaken. The member also provided her personal experiences of being a client escort with the Mary Stopes Centre. Members asked a number of questions during the briefing, including in relation to definitions of harassment and the need for further training for police to deal with these situations. There was a discussion in relation to possible challenges of the legislation and the likelihood of a number of challenges being brought forward in relation to the safe access zones and the possible differences in interpretations by all those involved. The member outlined that there was a legal challenge taken forward in England in relation to safe access zones. Ms Bailey advised the committee that the case was not successful and an appeal was lodged in the Supreme Court, which decided not to allow that challenge and upheld the original decision. Ms Bailey also outlined that there could be some costs following the implementation of this bill. She outlined that comparable costs in Britain were approximately £250,000 per year, which was largely in relation to legal costs contesting challenges. Members raised other issues during the briefing and provided the bill passes second stage. The committee looks forward to engaging with stakeholders and scrutinising the bill in further detail. I'd now like to make a few remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for Health. Firstly, I want to thank Claire and acknowledge the experience that she has firsthand in relation to this difficult issue, an issue that we have all members seen playing out in front of our very own eyes. So I think we need to recognise that there is an issue here and that we therefore have a responsibility to engage and see how that might be moved forward. The right to protest, members, and the right to free speech are rights and values that I endorse. The human right to access healthcare is also a right that I endorse, and I support this right for every patient in every circumstance. The right to go to work safely without fear of intimidation is another right that I endorse and is the entitlement of every worker, and I would hope agreed by members of this House. The protests we have seen at clinics in recent months infringe upon the rights of others, of patients seeking healthcare and workers trying to provide that care in a compassionate way. The protests are not always what anyone would describe as respectful. They are sometimes frightening, they are sometimes intimidatory, targeting vulnerable patients who are simply exercising their human right to access the health care they need and are entitled to. I will, yes. Thank you.
Thank the member for taking the intervention. Would the member agree with me that first and foremost what needs to be recognised by this House, because this is where leadership comes from, that this is a healthcare issue. And if we talk in language that does not recognise that, then we allow for this behaviour. We allow for people to say it's not a healthcare issue. We need to give leadership within this House.
Thank the member for intervention, and I do agree that it is certainly a healthcare issue, and we need to ensure that healthcare can be accessed and provided in a way that's free from intimidation. We have heard, members, that these protests are impacting people who are dealing with really tough situations, involving at times the loss of a much-wanted baby, difficult decisions in difficult circumstances, and indeed even at times those who are struggling to carry a difficult pregnancy to term, despite knowing the result may be the loss of their child at or soon after birth. They are causing stress across trusts too, with services having to be secured and sometimes moved from one site to another, causing additional expense and additional burden on trust staff who are already hard-pressed. It's regrettable to me that we have to find a way to secure a patient's access to a healthcare procedure they might need. So too is the idea that workers are being harassed or intimidated going to their place of work in the course of which they are providing healthcare to all. In often delicate and sensitive times in the lives of some women, they are being confronted by protests that use inflammatory and offensive imagery to traumatise and often re-traumatise and trigger patients. I support this bill, members, and what it aims to do. It proposes to provide safe passage to workers and patients, whilst also recognising the rights of others to free speech and the right to assemble and protest.
Thank you. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst this House is deeply divided on the issue of abortion, we can all stand foursquare behind the need to tackle abuse against those entering health and social care premises. I want to make that very clear from the outset. Neither I nor my party support abuse or harassment. Therefore, the question facing us today is not whether we choose to address this form of wrongdoing, but rather how we choose to address it. With that said, I am concerned that this bill would represent a missed opportunity to crack down on specific and prevalent forms of threatening and abusive behaviour at these sites. Either by design or neglect, Mr. Speaker, the criminal offences outlined in Clause 6, as Mr. Allister alluded to in his intervention, are both vague and open-ended. The general offence would extend to any action deemed likely to directly or indirectly influence someone's decisions. Anything from a conversation to a leaflet under this bill would be deemed criminal. Notwithstanding whether such a definition would be enforceable in practice, this is an incredibly broad scope by any means. I mean, even when we look at this particular bill, some members will deem those that hold a pro-life stance as offensive, and others, like me, can consider a pro-abortion stance as equally offensive. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the then United Kingdom Home Secretary Sajid Javid conducted an in-depth review about protest activities outside abortion clinics. The outcome was clear. He acknowledged that, and I quote, "introducing national buffer zones would not be a proportionate response." Further in the report, the Home Secretary went on to describe the overwhelming type of activity that took place at such protests, and I again quote, "The main activities that were reported to us that take place during protest include praying, displaying banners, handing out leaflets. There were relatively few reports of more aggressive activities." And whilst again I make clear, neither I nor my party nor the vast majority of pro-life advocates have any common cause with those whom engage in either aggressive I will in a moment, either aggressive or violent activities, they should be pursued with the full rigour of the law. On that point, I will give way to the Chair.
Well, and I thank the member for giving way. Would the member acknowledge that while he references very few protests that cause concern, the impact on each and every one of those individuals who's caught up in those very few is substantial and perhaps life-changing?
I thank the member for his intervention, and absolutely I understand and appreciate that anybody in any circumstance, if confronted, whether it be on an issue which is personal to them or personal to somebody else, can be a distressing circumstance. And that's why I fundamentally believe that if we are to address such harassment and we are to address such intimidating actions, we must use the proper legislative means and vehicle to ensure that we can weed out those instances in which the report highlighted were very few, but all being concerning at the same time. I will indeed, Mr. Allister.
Does this bill not, in fact, not do the very opposite? Instead of weeding out the sinister, that which needs to be dealt with, it equates the very basic issue of lobbying and influencing with the more sinister. Because in clause 6.2, it lists influencing is now to be a criminal offence. We're going to criminalise the attempt to influence people, no matter how mildly, meekly, lawfully, orderly that is done. Is that not the real pernicious inroad of this clause?
Thank Mr. Allister for his intervention, and it is precisely for those reasons and the open-ended and vague nature of the bill which causes me and indeed my party concern as to where potentially this could go to, and I will touch on those points further in my contribution. Though I do believe there are more appropriate avenues to pursue, such as the strengthening of harassment laws or other legislation surrounding harassment, to deal appropriately with such matters rather than the pursuit of a private member's bill of this nature. There is a real risk, members, that the clauses which constitute the main fabric of the bill would unfairly restrict freedom of assembly, expression and religious belief as set out in Articles 9, 10 and 11 of the European Convention of Human Rights. It also risks setting a precedent for banning protected speech in other public settings. Whether intended or unintended, this bill will have consequences. I will in a moment. I just want to proceed at this stage, please. Members, everyone has a right to free speech within the law, a right which we should never take for granted, and a right which must always be protected. There are many members in this House who say things I do not agree with, and I'm sure they could say the same about me. In fact, some in which I have allowed to intervene in the debate today. We will have differences of opinion, but we must always protect the legitimate right for you to express that opinion. On that point, I will give way to Mr. Carroll.
I thank the member for giving way. I would accept there is no ultimate freedom of speech, and with every element of freedom of speech comes rights and responsibility. You can't just go out and offend certain organisations, minority groups in our society. And we also recognise that with this bill, there's only a limit on the right to give out certain material in a certain area. Offensive images that me and many others people find in some anti-choice organisations will still be allowed to be displayed in our towns and cities across the north. Would you accept that point with this bill if it proceeds?
I thank the member for his intervention, and it's almost as if he's had prior sight of my speech, because I am coming on to that particular point about the responsibilities. But in relation to the offensive nature, as he would deem, of the pro-life position and what they're arguing for, I would say this, that the member has to equally realise that there are many people in our society from a pro-life perspective whom are deeply offended at the termination of the unborn. And therefore they feel so passionate that it is their duty to stand up for the unborn, whether it be in democratic settings like this, but also from our community's perspective as well. But in relation to the point that the member has raised in terms of rights, and responsibility. Of course, free speech is not an absolute. There are limitations prohibiting speech that incites violence or constitutes harassment or is defamatory, but there are laws to deal with that, which should be any member's first port of call, rather than a bill of this nature, which would, in my mind, have dangerous and far-reaching consequences. On a practical level, Mr. Speaker, there is a risk that establishing buffer zones may only have the effect of displacing public order concerns away from the immediate vicinity of public or private premises to other access points of key junctions. What then? Further, this bill is unlikely to ease operational pressures facing the PSNI as a result of any protest activity. Instead, in all likelihood, it would create further training requirements associated with new offences. Experiences from other jurisdictions indicate that the bills... I will in a moment. Experiences from other jurisdictions indicate that the bill's arrangements are likely to be wrapped up in litigation from free speech activists for many years to come. This would place an extra strain on the public purse and would be a key consideration as the Department of Health aimed to chart a course towards recovery and reform. On that point, I will give way to Ms. Brown.
The member for taking the intervention. I'm not aware of the PSNI raising any concerns about any training that they would have to take in relation to this legislation, but if I'm wrong on that, I'm sure that the proposer of the bill can highlight that. And I'm also a wee bit confused. Are you seriously suggesting that in any other circumstance where individuals needed to access healthcare, whether it be cancer services, IVF services, whatever that would be, that we would be having this same conversation? Because I do not believe for 1 second that we would.
I thank the member for intervention, and I think the bill sponsor may come on to that point, but I'm not aware of any PSNI representations in relation to the bill. In fact, I think that the original consultation for the bill actually goes back to 2016. I'm not aware if there's anything more recent than that, but I'm sure the bill sponsor can come on to that. And in relation to the member's second point, I would say this, Mr. Speaker, please don't misrepresent what I'm saying here today. We have to realise that this bill in itself has potential far-reaching consequences for fundamental freedoms and values. It's not about pitting one section against another, whether that be access to cancer services or other such hospital services, or indeed other settings, because I think in times past we have seen some very dangerous forms of protest outside PSNI recruitment centres, where dissident Republicans have threatened those new PSNI recruits or potential recruits with threats of death. So I think we have to get back to the bill and what its potential far-reaching consequences are, rather than trying to draw... I won't at this stage, I have given way quite generously. Rather than get to a stage where we're trying to pit one section against another, the content of the bill is what I'm interested in, and the content in which I deem and see as fundamentally flawed. Therefore, we have to ask ourselves whether the objective of affording patients and staff appropriate protection would be better served not by writing a blank cheque, not by introducing, in my view, a regressive bill limiting and restricting hard-fought basic freedoms and values as old as time, but rather by enhancing existing tools, including the law on harassment. Such an approach would have an established foundation and would not require either the extensive lead-in time or the cost that the bill arrangements would incur, or indeed, as was highlighted by Mr Allister, run the risk of duplication. In a statement, and in closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, or Mr Speaker, in a statement to the BBC NI prior to this debate, Minister Strawn stated that it is for the Northern Ireland Assembly to determine whether the proposals set out in this bill will provide an effective means for protecting those rights alongside the rights to freedom of assembly and expression. The Health Minister is indeed, of course, right in this regard. And as for me and my party, we respectfully say that we do not feel that these proposals set out in this bill are the most effective means to deal with harassment. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we will vote against today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I call Cara Hunter. Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on this bill as our party's health spokesperson and as the SDLP MLA for East Derry. I would personally like to thank Ms Bailey for bringing this important bill forward. And recently we have seen the rise of the much-needed discussion on the harm, intimidation and violence against women in our society. I feel that this bill before us today addresses a real part of that issue here in Northern Ireland and the worrying normalisation of harassment towards women seeking medical treatment. Let's be clear, no form of intimidation, harassment and violence has been or ever will be acceptable. On the topic of where these protests are happening, many are places that offer family planning, counselling for those who have suffered miscarriages and a host of other services as well as terminations. I feel this behaviour of protesters can be divided into two groups. The first includes displaying banners and handing out leaflets, but the second, in some cases, protest activities can be seen handing out model fetuses, displaying graphic images, following people, blogging their path, and as Ms Bailey had alluded to earlier, even assaulting them. One cannot begin to imagine the damaging, detrimental impact this behaviour has had on patients, on staff, on women who have just had a miscarriage and are now being forced to look at these images. This behaviour can leave patients distressed and has caused some to rebook their appointments, causing further delay and not to follow medical advice in order to avoid these protesters. I recognise fully that all anti-abortion activities outside these clinics can cause great distress, and I would like to extend my sympathies to those who are either going through or who have previously gone through this extremely difficult and personal process. I hope members will agree with me today that women have fundamental right to privacy, to dignity, especially so when they are visiting a hospital profoundly vulnerable and at a very sensitive time. And let's be clear, this isn't always women having a termination, it's often any woman of childbearing age entering clinics. I am aware some see this argument as complex or reject this bill due to the nature of competing constitutional rights, but let's be clear, we respect the right to religious belief, we respect the right to assembly, we accept the right to protest. Yep.
Member for Given Way, would the member agree with me that there's nothing Christian or religious in shouting abuse at other women or calling them murderers when you don't know their circumstances or what they've been through?
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I wholeheartedly agree. And I think when we look back to the 1980s, with the AIDS pandemic, for example, many people would be outside AIDS clinics protesting, saying it was, quote, a gay disease. And that shows just the level of disgust that I have towards this attitude. Outside these clinics, these are people, vulnerable individuals, attending these clinics to seek health care and to seek support, and they deserve every right to dignity and privacy when doing so. So I'd like to thank the member for her important intervention. This is not about criminalising prayer. It is about preventing harm and promoting the safety and well-being of women trying to access healthcare, and the SDLP support this bill today.
Thank you. And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to separate this proposed legislation and the debate on it from our personal position on pro-life or pro-choice in relation to abortion. There should be no connection made, either spoken or implied. The protests outside either trust or charitable premises has been going on for some considerable time. And just over recent weekends, we have seen this type of protest been copied outside COVID vaccination hubs in a part of West Belfast. No matter what the protest issue is about, such behaviour cannot be condoned. In considering this legislation, we must balance competing rights. People do have a right to hold a view strongly enough that they will stand on a picket line or carry placards or write irate letters to public representatives or the media. But people who are seeking medical advice or guidance are equally entitled to do so in an atmosphere that is not frightening or intimidating, especially when those people may be at the lowest and most vulnerable point in their lives. Now, the bill requires the Department of Health to establish safe access zones around abortion clinics in order to protect the women using these clinics. It would become a criminal offence to harass people in a safe access area around these clinics. I'm pleased that the bill hasn't been definitive in the scope of these safe access areas, because obviously different locations will have different requirements, and I think that it's good that the department will be able to call on the advice of people in those locations who will be best able to judge the extent of creating these safe access areas. And no one should be obstructed or intimidated from accessing lawful healthcare services for whatever reason, including the staff who work at such facilities. And other behaviours that the bill wants to prohibit is filming and recording people, which again my party would support. And we also can't lose sight of the fact that some of these buildings where these clinics are conducted also house other businesses, offices, industries, and staff in those offices who may have suffered the loss of a baby through a stillbirth, for instance, still has to run the gauntlet of the placards and the pamphlets, the protests, the shouting, and whatever. And we can't forget that. In all conscience, that can't be right, and we can't allow that. In addition, whilst the right to assemble and express an opinion is an important freedom, it does need to be balanced with causing undue distress and disruption to any user of any service. This bill isn't about stopping freedom of speech. It's about stopping the practice, in albeit limited situations, of women being impeded or openly confronted when accessing such facilities. The legislation will not stop people protesting. It will simply determine where they can carry out those protests. If a group or an individual feel moved to conduct a protest in Belfast city centre or the centre of any of our towns around Northern Ireland, they will be perfectly entitled to do so, as long as they're lawful and they're peaceful. I think that the police currently do have a difficulty in dealing with these protests. I think we've seen that, and we've said that the laws at the moment are difficult for the police to interpret and to act on. I think that these safe access areas will provide police with absolute clarity as to where they can intervene. And we therefore especially welcome the proposal within the private member's bill that proposes to allow PSNI officers to direct a person to leave a place or to remove a person from a place rather than prosecute. The Ulster Unionist Party do reserve the right to bring amendments to this bill as it processes, but we certainly support the general thrust of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the principles of this bill today, and I would thank the proposer, Ms Bailey, for not only bringing it, but for her resilience in pursuing this legislative change over many years. Safe access zones exist in the words of Queensland Law Reform Commission to protect the safety and well-being and respect the privacy and dignity of people accessing health services, whatever services those may be. Mr. Speaker, one of the arguments raised against this bill is that safe access zones have generally not been put in place, at least not in legislation elsewhere. In common law jurisdictions, they are not unknown. However, they do exist in large parts of Australia and Canada and in some parts of the United States. Although the Irish Government appears to have reversed its initial plans to prioritise them in forthcoming legislation, and they have not yet been pursued in other parts of the UK, there is legislation enabling them in the Isle of Man. For me, the fact that Northern Ireland would be the first jurisdiction in the UK to legislate in this way speaks in favour of the bill, because being at the vanguard of legislation which is about safety, well-being, privacy and dignity is exactly what this Assembly should be about. Nevertheless, going first in the UK does also speak to the complexity of the issue, and it is the prioritisation of human dignity and the balance of human rights on which I wish to focus my remarks. Firstly, to be clear, my reading of the bill is that it would be an offence to harass people within the safe access zones. That does, to be clear, mean protection for all and any people involved, not just those seeking directly to access health services, although they are the obvious victims of harassment currently, but also those who work in them, and for that matter those who are accompanying anyone accessing the services. And as has already been highlighted here today, we on the Health Committee have heard from the Chief Executives of the Trust about how damaging this is for the morale of the staff working in those settings. Here, and I will come back to this, I do think that the Department of Health is already obliged to consider protecting the people attending the healthcare sites, and I do think that the Justice Minister stands ready to support him in that. Secondly, the issue fundamentally is an unsolicited approach, and particularly activity designed to cause distress to people accessing sexual and reproductive health services, and thus the assurance of their safety, well-being, privacy and dignity. Again, to be clear, we are talking about access to any sexual and reproductive health services, including counselling. I think the description of the zones themselves is self-explanatory. Notably, the ability for the Department to set up zones is similar to the law adopted in the Isle of Man in 2019, and I wish to emphasise why it is so important to protect the dignity of those accessing health services. Although the proposer does not identify any equality impact, in fact I think there is a positive equality impact inherent in the bill. The huge majority of people protected by this legislation will be women, specifically, proportionately often women in crisis at a time of vulnerability. In other words, for me, the bill serves to try to correct an existing inequality. Dignity is part of this. It is a word which has come to be used in recognition that we all have a fundamental right to dignity. Let us not understate how far protesters can go, in some instances to act in defiance of that right. The verbal abuse alone is vicious and thoroughly undignified. Calling women whores or fallen women, particularly at such an evidently vulnerable time, is already beyond what any reasonable person would see as a dignified protest. Shouting targeted directly at women in particular, often through loudspeakers, is already beyond what any reasonable person would see as dignified protest. Physically blocking a footpath so as to deny women their right to pass is already beyond what any reasonable person would see as dignified protest. Such protests are designed to make women feel unsafe, to have no regard for their well-being, to deny their privacy, and to do anything but maintain dignity.
Did the member give way?
Yes, certainly.
Has the member ever read Clause 9 of the Public Order 1987? A person who uses threatening, abusive or insulting words or behaviour, or displays any written material which is threatening, abusive or insulting, is guilty of an offence. The law is already there.
Well, I think that in this case we are strengthening the law and giving it particular relevance to this particular circumstance. Far from dignified, women report feeling angry, uncomfortable, traumatised, scared, intimidated, upset, inadequate, unsettled and a raft of other emotions which are not just experienced at the time, but which can have a lasting impact on mental well-being. We have spoken in this chamber many times about the need to protect our citizens' well-being. Such protests, in other words, are specifically designed not to make a point, but to cause harm. When people are accessing healthcare, they should not have to run a gauntlet of hate and harm, for that is what is happening. I hope it is clear for everyone in this chamber, regardless of their opinion on abortion, that there can be no moral defence for a gauntlet of hate and harm. There's no justification for enabling it, no justification for participating in it, and no justification for us in this chamber to allow it to continue to happen. Well, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, but would she accept that those that in principle disagree with this bill are not suggesting that these crimes in which the member has outlined are wrong, but rather there is alternative means by which the law can be applied, as has already been highlighted by Mr Allister, and indeed strengthened upon?
Thank you. As you mentioned, I've responded to Mr Allister there. But I think that this is about the zones. This is not about denying people the right to protest, but it is within what you're trying to do is protect the space in which women and those accompanying them have to travel. Reasonable protest is about intentionally trying to steal someone's dignity. Mr Deputy Speaker, the torrent of verbal abuse and the physical blockage of access is one thing, but another frequently reported as causing distress. In fact, not just those accessing healthcare, but also often those who are just passers-by, and that is the display of graphic imagery. As with the abuse and the blockage, this is designed specifically to cause harm and to steal dignity. It does not constitute a protest. It constitutes a direct attack on the dignity, on the privacy and on the well-being of the individual. But in fact it is harmful even beyond that. It is harmful to the general public. And this is Baby Loss Week. We know that there are a lot of women very much who are focusing on their own experience of miscarriage, Mr Deputy Speaker, and we know that this imagery causes them great distress and offence. Although the bill does deal with photography as part of the offence, it does not deal with this graphic imagery, as this is so central to the distress and harm caused. This is something we will have to look at, and I know that the proposer is happy for us to look at this at the Health Committee. Having established the importance of dignity and the need to change to ensure women accessing healthcare can maintain dignity at all times, I will turn now to rights. Again, some of the unease around safe access zones in other jurisdictions has come down to balance of rights. I understand that balance is never easy. That is why I would urge members to back the principles of the bill today, so we can look further at this issue when it comes before committee. But to be clear, however, setting up a gauntlet of hate and harm is not a right. The right to protest, like any other right, is not absolute. It comes with responsibility, and essentially that responsibility is to behave reasonably in this instance. No one can argue that intentionally targeting women to this abuse is behaving reasonably. So the right to protest has to be considered and balanced in this context. There is therefore, of course, a fundamental right to live free from such abuse and intimidation and to human dignity. This should never be balanced off against the right to protest when such means are undertaken. Moving on, furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a right to access healthcare. Indeed, the first legislation for what we are considering here today was passed in British Columbia exactly on that premise. The law in New South Wales is also centred around this point. There will be some detail on the human rights aspects for the committee to work, as I've already indicated, perhaps most obviously around Clause 4 and who exactly is protected by the bill. But the principles are surely sound. So again, the principles of the bill: the right to live free from intimidation, the fundamental right to dignity, the right to protest provided that it is carried out reasonably and without breaching others' rights, and indeed the right to access healthcare itself. And I would strongly urge support in this chamber today. So in closing, Mr Speaker, I would again like to thank Ms Bailey and Informing Choices and Alliance for Choice and others who have campaigned over many years for this bill today, and it has my full support. Thank you.
I call Emma Sheeran.
I rise in support of the bill, and I want to congratulate Claire Bailey for bringing it before the Assembly, and also acknowledge the work of Alliance for Choice and Informing Choices and others who have campaigned on this issue. And I also want to at this point acknowledge my own party colleague, Senator Paul Gavin, who has worked along with other parties with the Together for Safety campaign in the 26 counties and is in the process of introducing a similar bill in that jurisdiction at this time. This bill is simple. It's about compassion and empathy. It's about supporting women, protecting their right to access health, and shielding people from abuse. Just last Tuesday, we had the recommendations from the Truth Recovery Panel emanating from the report into mother and baby institutions in the North, a phenomenon which will forever remain one of the darkest stains in Irish history and a stark reminder of how not to treat women, girls and children. And the fact is that the abuse that people are subjected to outside clinics whilst accessing healthcare that they are entitled to is another element of the same misogyny and judgment that brought us those so-called homes. The same ignorance and stigma that sent women to England for decades, that is still sending women to England. What is it about other people's pregnancies that offers such fascination to so many? What is it that compels people to stand outside a health clinic and intimidate women whose stories they'll never know or understand? Sinn Féin is a party of protest. We support the fundamental right to protest and recognise that people should be free to take to the streets and have their point heard. However, to dismiss or trivialise the harm caused by these groups, or to justify their actions by describing them as protest, is a huge disservice. Their campaigns amount to intimidation and bullying, directed at people in vulnerable positions without any concern for their well-being. This is Baby Loss Awareness Week, which is an opportunity for many to share stories that they've perhaps not spoken about before, or to maybe take some comfort in the knowledge that they are not alone in their experience of miscarriage, ectopic pregnancy, or stillbirth, losses that impact everyone differently. It's said that 1 in 4 women will experience miscarriage throughout their lives, but it's still taboo, still not spoken about openly. Many of these women will live their lives without telling anyone, or will tell someone and have their experience dismissed by a heartless comparison or a minimising of their loss. They'll get a letter notifying them of their next scan appointment and have to ring a receptionist and explain that they don't need it anymore. Have to dodge questions from well-meaning but ignorant relatives at family gatherings about when they plan to start a family. They'll get up and get on with it, acting as if everything is fine, feeling silly for feeling sad and choking back tears at advertisements for nappies. To go through that and then be exposed to a giant poster of a fetus in the womb, accompanied by a throng of people chanting slurs, is cruelty. And that's for women who are safe in the knowledge that they would not or could not be criminalised, that there are no repercussions for them if seen accessing healthcare. These so-called protesters have no regard for people's personal circumstances or the struggles that they've faced when it comes to their reproductive journeys. They openly target and attempt to shame women who need abortions, which is reprehensible. And their lack of compassion is further demonstrated by the fact that they don't care who else is caught in the crossfire. You cannot claim to care for the unborn whilst at the same time harassing expectant mothers. Imagine the heartbreak these placards and loudspeakers cause to the women who've been told that they'll never conceive, the women who've suffered ectopic pregnancies, the women who've been there before, but they're pregnant again and they're just waiting for the telltale cramp, terrified that they're going to lose another life. The prospective fathers who never got to live out their dreams of bedtime stories or walks in the park, worrying about their partner and the impact that a fertility battle is having. For children, walking to school or the shops or going into a clinic for a totally unrelated procedure. For teenagers accessing contraception for the first time, trying to be responsible but afraid of the consequences and unsure of themselves. And perhaps most of all, for all the women out there, our friends, our sisters, our cousins, our aunts, who need or have needed a termination. This abuse is directed at them, it seeks to vilify and demonise them, and it's wrong. I commend this bill to the House.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As someone who believes every life should be valued and respected, I want to say unequivocally that there is no place in our society for harassment or threatening or abusive behaviour against any individual in accessing any health intervention or service. In particular, there is a need to ensure that those who are vulnerable, are in crisis or have suffered loss receive adequate protection under the law. Therefore, we have to consider what are the appropriate means to this end. On balance, I do not believe this bill is the right vehicle to secure the most robust protections from harassment or indeed, in some cases, criminal behaviour. I form this position for a number of reasons. Firstly, it is our view that the aim of punishing and deterring such behaviour on health and social care premises could be realised via existing mechanisms in a way that better defends the fundamental freedoms of assembly and expression. There should be an acknowledgement that a majority of local pro-life campaigners act within the law. Therefore, there needs to be a targeted and narrow focus on rooting out offending among the small number of individuals who engage in such vile, threatening or violent behaviour. This could, for example, include a tightening of the current law on harassment. The case for a catch-all ban on protest activity at assigned premises is further weakened by the level of ambiguity in the bill. Clause 6 would establish a general offence against anyone intent on A. influencing a protected person, whether directly or indirectly, preventing or impeding access by a protected person, or causing harassment, alarm or distress to a protected person. There is no clarity in what is deemed to constitute direct or indirect influence, or the definition of alarm or distress. The clause also places no requirement for offending to be threatening, abusive or violent. This is a threshold that is stipulated in other important pieces of legislation, including in relation to domestic abuse and coercive control. Would this set the bar too low for prosecutions? Moreover, if someone is prosecuted, are the conditions of Clause 6 clear enough to make the offence operable by the courts? There is also the threat that this model would set a precedent for an unfair restriction of fundamental freedoms in other situations. If, for instance, it would be deemed a criminal offence to influence a person via a pamphlet outside a premises where pregnancy advice is provided, would the next step be to ban the distribution of literature on any topic in any public place or private space based on any that may cause alarm? The bill sponsor suggests this legislation respond to a narrow problem, but that is not simple. It is not black and white, and there is real risk of unintended consequences. Therefore, while I absolutely agree that there should be greater flexibility within the current criminal framework to crack down on threatening and abusive behaviour against anyone entering our health and social care premises, or indeed independent premises, we cannot take these issues in isolation. There should be an awareness that there are separate examples of unacceptable behaviour that need to be tackled. Upgrading the law on harassment would provide an opportunity to tackle all abuses in the round. It is for these reasons, unfortunately, I cannot support the bill at this stage.
I call Orlia Flynn.
And I'm pleased to support the Safe Access Zone bill today, as it promises to protect the rights of patients who are accessing vital health care, often in the most traumatic circumstances. In recent months, it has been very distressing to hear from patients who are being obstructed and harassed as they go about what is a human right to access health care. Offensive images that are meant to cause hurt and distress are doing just that, and they're amounting to psychological and emotional abuse of patients. And in my opinion, this is no way to exercise your right to protest or to exercise your right to free speech, nor is it showing much respect to the rights of others, especially at such a vulnerable time in their lives. And while I support the right to free speech and the right to protest, I also support the notion that these rights are exercised with respect and care, and I know that that's actually been said across the House today. but unfortunately in some circumstances we know that that's not always the case. And while those freedoms and rights around free speech are important, they do supersede the rights of patients to get the health care that they need. They don't supersede the rights of patients to get the health care they need, and nor do they supersede the rights of workers to go to work safely and without distress. From recent Health Committee briefings, I know the committee chair touched on this, but we have learnt around that some of the services provided by clinics have now had to be moved because of some of the intimidatory nature of certain protests. And extra resources have also then had to be spent in relocating some of those healthcare facilities. And obviously we know that the healthcare system, this is an expense that it can ill afford because it's already under immense pressure. But it's also important that the patients and the healthcare workers, regardless of funds or resources, that they can go about their business and their treatment safely. The Health Committee has heard evidence of trusts having to secure buildings, and again, that's at an additional cost. And we've heard from health trusts of patients and workers that are being confronted by offensive and traumatising images and slurs. We've also heard of protesters that have been recording and taking pictures of patients and workers as they're entering and exiting the clinics. And these behaviours are nothing to do with rights or freedoms. They're basically just intimidation and harassment against vulnerable people in a lot of circumstances. So the right to protest in a way which does not constitute harassment should absolutely be protected and provided for. However, the harassment of women outside medical facilities in an effort to physically, mentally or emotionally obstruct and restrain women from accessing services is not a legitimate form of protest. And I know it's been mentioned a couple of times in some of the interventions around Clause 6 and the fact that some of those protections are already there in the law. But I know the proposer of the bill had mentioned a few times that clearly something isn't working. And if the women and staff or whatever the circumstances are, if they're not reporting it to the police and going down that route, then what more can we do as an assembly to try and help prevent some of this and to try and help support those people, because obviously the system in place isn't working. So I know Paula had touched on it as well about, is this a case of how we can enhance those protections? And I do think that in general it is regrettable that we're having this discussion and that safe zones are even necessary. But as a result of the pickets and the protests that we've seen in the past and at present, intimidating patients and staff, they have become necessary, and the situation that we're in needs to stop. People can protest, but in an appropriate place and not where services are being provided. And safe zone legislation has been introduced successfully in some other countries, and I do think that it would send a really important message that there was support for such legal provisions and protections here. I know that Emma touched on this in her remarks as well, that after a long history of shame and hypocrisy on the issue, not just this issue around abortion and whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, but there has been a culture of shame and hypocrisy more generally around dealing with women's health issues overall. And I think that it is only right that we all look towards a system that's going to protect and respect women, and in this case pregnant people, and the choices that they're going to make, not only by providing safe and accessible services for them, but also by safeguarding their privacy, which is really, really important. I don't think it's acceptable that anyone should be made to feel unsafe or unsupported when accessing healthcare, no matter what that healthcare is, and I'm very happy to support this bill today.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I too want to commend Ms Bailey for bringing this bill to the floor of the House today. Let me be clear, this is not a debate about our personal views on abortion, and I have pretty strong ones. This is about affording people the right to access healthcare free from harassment and abuse. Safe access zones for those seeking information and services in relation to abortion are long overdue. Everyone has a right to protest, but to hinder access to healthcare is unconscionable. When anti-vax protesters distribute inaccurate information and block access to healthcare, there's widespread condemnation, including from the Health Minister. Yet when anti-choice protesters distribute misleading information and block access to healthcare, there's widespread silence. Both are unacceptable. Both cause untold damage to our communities. In my own constituency of Foyle, there's a weekly show of intimidation at the health centre just up the street from my office. I've repeatedly raised this issue with the PSNI, and the response is always the same. They acknowledge the hurt that it is causing members of our community, but they don't have the legal powers to act on it. This is why this bill is so vital. It lays down provisions that will help to protect people from these extremists. And they are extremists. I know many of you who identify as pro-life would certainly distance yourself from their behaviour. Alliance for Choice has gathered testimonies from people who have encountered the protesters. And let me paint a picture of what faces many women as they try to access health care. Signs of dismembered babies, shouting baby killer, hers, falling woman, actively blocking the entrance to clinics and the whole pavement, shouting over a speaker non-stop, calling us Antichrist. And now let me share how this made people feel. I was so afraid of them, I got a taxi from the airport straight to the door of the clinic and got picked up and to leave the same way. I am a man, but I immediately thought of my daughter and other women like her. I'm outraged and disgusted that these people are allowed to intimidate and bully pregnant women. I feel uncomfortable and trapped, said another. I am frustrated that the police weren't moving them along. I feel extremely intimidated. I have PTSD from a complicated birth after I suffered a miscarriage, and these images are so traumatising. Their shouts of slogans and graphic imagery that distort reality is causing real psychological damage. It needs to stop. None of us know the circumstances of those entering those clinics. It could be a woman who has suffered a miscarriage. It could be someone who is undergoing chemotherapy and is sadly infertile. It could be a woman who had her baby stolen in one of the mother and baby homes. All very traumatic experiences that could be painfully raked up by the actions of these people protesting outside our healthcare centres. The sad irony is that even though the Western Trust's early medical abortion service has been suspended for six months now, these anti-abortion protests have continued to take place every Thursday afternoon in my constituency. On the issue of suspension of early abortion service in the Western Trust and the failure of the Minister to commission services, inaction from his department has forced more than 100 women from the Western Trust area to travel to England or access pills online because they were able to receive local abortion care. The fact that Informant Choices has recently withdrew its central access point is a reminder of how precarious access actually is. Yes, BPAS have now filled the gap, but for how long? Why isn't our health department taking responsibility for this? I can't answer the former, but I can answer the latter. It's because the Minister of Health has refused to commission health services for women. He's the Health Minister. He has a duty of care to the people of Northern Ireland. He cannot simply abdicate his responsibility and ignore this issue. In truth, I suppose I shouldn't actually be very surprised. Depressingly, we see this hands-off approach to a wide range of women's health issues. We see it with endometriosis treatment right across Northern Ireland. We see it needlessly, lives being curtailed because of failure to deliver appropriate modern treatment for women. We see it with the lack of progress in transition to the far more sensitive and effective HPV primary screening, something that has been rolled out in the rest of the UK. Anyone else getting a sense of déjà vu? Once again, we are receiving an equitable level of health care compared to our sisters across the water. And we see it with the abysmal access to contraceptive services through the Western Trust Family Planning Service. In Derry, there is currently a 9-week waiting time and nearly 600 patients are waiting to be seen. Yet again, there is no sense of urgency. Yet again, reproductive health care has been utterly neglected. Yet again, our citizens are being failed. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was World Mental Health Day on Sunday, and MLAs from across this House were united in sharing messages on the importance of mental health support. This bill is a chance to put those words into action. Safe access zones are a mental health issue. Patients and healthcare workers are routinely targeted with abuse and traumatised by anti-abortion protesters. Mr Speaker, let's work together to put the necessary protections in place and protect their mental well-being. Let's support this bill.
I call Pat Sheehan.
agus Coram Falcha, Reverend Dash on Lord Sharon Ballishan, agus Bawailam Claire Bailey, Awalu Asin Ballisha Horge Feverage Channel. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill. And I want to commend Claire Bailey for bringing it before the Assembly. And I mean, I don't think anyone would disagree to say that it's absolutely disgraceful and unacceptable that women trying to access sexual or reproductive health services are being intimidated and abused and approached and solicited without wanting to accept any of that. There's no way a woman, and particularly women who may be vulnerable in these circumstances, who need to have such things as murder screamed in their face, there's no way that graphic material should be shoved into their faces. This is totally unacceptable. And I've heard people saying here today that the law already exists to deal with this type of behaviour. Well, the law isn't working. And we shouldn't be trying to strengthen any law just for the sake of it. But because the law isn't working, the law needs strengthened. And that's what this bill does. It creates safe access zones for women who want to access sexual and reproductive health services. And that's how it should be. And we've heard also about the right to free speech and the right to protest, and neither of those is an absolute right. No one has a right to shout fire in a crowded cinema. Absolutely not. And no one is allowed to protest right outside the front door of 10 Downing Street. So there are reasons why rights such as free speech and the right to protest are not absolute. And it's right, therefore, that women who are trying to access health care shouldn't have to run a gauntlet of intimidation and verbal abuse and being filmed and photographed and their own privacy being undermined. The legislation, as it stands, I heard Mr Allister making this point about the Public Order Act. It's not working. Is there anyone who can intervene now and explain to me where this law is working outside clinics which are offering counselling in some situations, health care for women who are having miscarriages, and women who want to access sexual and reproductive health services? Explain to me where the law is working. And I have some personal experience. No, I have some personal experience myself. I have some. Excuse me. Sorry. I have some experience myself. I already answered the member. I have some experience myself while walking past the Mary Stopes Clinic in Great Victoria Street one day. I was myself and the Speaker, actually. We were accosted by a number of protesters outside that building who asked us to stand with them in their protest. And when we refused, we received the verbal abuse I couldn't even mention in this House. I couldn't repeat it. It was disgraceful. It was unacceptable. And I could only imagine at that time the thought of vulnerable women going into that clinic and having to undergo and face that type of intimidation and abuse. It's totally and utterly unacceptable. The law isn't working, and I thank Claire Bailey for bringing this piece of legislation forward, or this draft legislation, so that safe access zones can be created for women who want to access health services without having to put up with the level of abuse that they are currently having to put up with. So I'll be supporting this bill. Thank you.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I too welcome the opportunity to speak in support of this bill, which I feel is a very important piece of legislation. And if passed, I think it will go a long way to help deal with the issues that I certainly have been dealing with in my constituency for almost a year now, due to the huge impact of these protesters outside healthcare facilities on the many people who have been in touch with me. And the experiences detailed by other members in this debate, which have been very disturbing to listen to, are very similar to what I've been listening to from people across my constituency. What women have been subjected to is totally wrong. And I think it's a really sad state of affairs that in 2021 we are having to put legislation in place to protect women who are trying to access healthcare which is legal and safe, to ensure that they don't have to run the gauntlet of protesters during what is often a very traumatic time in their lives. And I have to say, I think we would be having a very different conversation if we were talking about men, and I know that won't go down well. But not only do these protests have an impact on women accessing abortion, who have, for whatever reason, have had to make that very difficult decision and are feeling very vulnerable at that particular time, but in my experience have also had a very profound impact on the wider public who are accessing healthcare facilities for a variety of reasons, and we need to take appropriate action to address this and to do that urgently. As I've mentioned, since the start of this year, we've witnessed protesters gathering at John Mitchell Place Health Centre in Newry and later outside Daisy Hill Hospital, with placards depicting distressing images and slogans and harassing staff and patients as they attempt to access these sites. And whilst these individuals claim to be trying to help people, this is certainly not the experience of those who have come into contact with the protests. And I am yet to see, like my colleague mentioned, any evidence of the positive impacts of their behaviour or these protests at any healthcare facilities across the board. But let me say too, I fully support the right to assemble and free speech, but I disagree with the notion that this bill prevents any of that. Nor do I agree with the DUP comments that this bill may lead to the banning of the distribution of leaflets or other information, because there's been plenty of other examples where there are exclusion zones outside facilities in terms of lobbying and protesting. Both of the healthcare sites that I have referenced offer a wide range of services: children's services, services for young people, adults, older people, people with disabilities, and people with mental health conditions, all of whom have been subjected to images, slogans, harassment and abuse, which have caused them stress and anxiety when trying to access the healthcare they need. And I say this on authority because I have spoken to such a wide range of people. And I want to put this in context and share some of the real-life experiences of staff, patients, parents and other members of the public who have contacted me to highlight how they have been made to feel as a result of the distressing scenes they've been faced with. Particularly, I've received numerous messages from staff working across both of these sites, all with their own personal stories. Some have described how they were recorded while coming to and from work, had to ask protesters to allow them to make their way into the facilities, and others reported being subjected to verbal abuse and harassment by some of these individuals. As I say, all whilst trying to make their way to provide such a vital service to the public. And over the last 18 months in particular, I think it's important to remind members across this House how we have lauded the excellent work of the health and social care staff and the sacrifices each and every one of them have made to keep us safe. And I truly hope that we will be consistent in our approach and stand up for their right to access their work free from harassment and distress. One staff member described to me how she had personally experienced, in her own words, a horrific miscarriage last year and was now heavily pregnant again, which is obviously a very anxious time for any woman, but based on that personal experience is increasingly anxious. And being faced with images and things were extremely triggering for her. She stated how she found herself reduced to tears almost every single day in her work when she encountered these protesters. Let me say very clearly, no one should be made feel like this, not least in their place of work. And I think it's also important, as we talk in the context of COVID, how many women in particular were attending appointments alone due to the restrictions that were in place. And the anxiety of accessing, whether it be abortion services, maternity services, counselling following a stillbirth or miscarriage, or any other healthcare service alone, is particularly, your anxiety is particularly heightened for all of those people. The added stress of coming into contact with protesters who were, in my area, throwing holy water, people praying for your sins over a loudspeaker as they seen it, displaying disturbing images or obstructing your path, is totally traumatic and totally unacceptable. And I vividly recall a mother who contacted me in desperation, and that's the only way I can describe it, to have protesters removed from the gates of Daisy Hill Hospital in Uri, as she highlighted just how difficult this was for her adult son, who suffered from severe mental health problems and was traumatised each time he attended his mental health appointments. She explicitly described the fear she felt as a mother who had already lost one son to suicide due to the mental health issues he faced. And she stressed that she needed her remaining son to be able to access the help he required, free from distress, so that she was not going to be burying another child. Accessing healthcare should be a private matter, and no one, absolutely no one, has the right to interfere in someone else's life like this, regardless of what their opinion or view is. And before I finish, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay particular tribute to a small group of women in Uri who came together in light of the widespread public outrage on how women were and still are being treated at these sites. And they formed the group supporting women in Uri. Week in, week out, whatever the weather, they have stood in solidarity with women and families in Uri to try and make their experiences a less traumatic one as they accessed healthcare. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to pay particular thanks to Ms Bailey for bringing this important bill to the House, and I would ask all members to put aside their personal views and take a humanitarian approach when considering what we are debating, and support this bill for safe access zones for women.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of this bill at second stage today, and I do thank my colleague for bringing this forward and for all the work that she has put into it over the last number of years. And I want to start by declaring what this bill is not. It is not a bill that removes the right to protest or congregation or religious expression or belief, or indeed freedom of speech. Nor is this a bill dealing with reproductive health care itself. This bill is about safety, it's about preventing harassment and intimidation, and it's about access to a balance of competing rights. There are people congregating outside a number of healthcare facilities here, which, as we've heard, can be threatening and intimidating to those entering the building, including staff who have to run the gauntlet just to access their place of work. These people are not standing there conducting a peaceful protest directed to people in elected office. If they were protesting against the law, or as they see it, they could stand outside the seats of government, but they are not doing that every day. The sole purpose of their actions is to harass women accessing sexual and reproductive health care, with no regard to the reasons or motivation of these women for doing so. These people only target women of what they perceive to be childbearing age, or those they deem to be involved. It doesn't matter if they're going into the building for work, to access legal health care or contraception, other family planning matters, for advice. They are all deemed legitimate targets by people congregating outside. They have been known to follow women and their families along the street. They take photographs of individuals that have entered or exited a building without the person's permission and consent, and then threaten to publish them. As we know, intimidation reached such a level at one location that volunteers came forward to offer people the opportunity to have someone escort them into the building if they feel that they would need this. And I know Miss Bailey was one of those volunteers, and I thank her for that and for outlining her experiences to date. I was too subjected to the behaviour that has been outlined previously. Indeed, on one occasion when I went to the clinic for a meeting with staff members, on approaching the building I was grabbed by a woman with a plastic doll who confronted me, touching and pushing my arm, asking did I know what my baby looked like and what was I going to do would be something that I would regret. Why was anybody harassed like this for entering a building for a meeting? On leaving the building, I was met by more people outside, one with a poster of a graphic image which would not be shown before the watershed on TV, and then followed down the street by a different lady, asking me was I at a crisis point in my life and did I need her advice. Members, the last thing that anybody needs as a crisis point is the unsolicited harassment of a stranger to be shouted at in the middle of the street. The last thing anyone needs when entering their workplace is to be called a murderer. No one should have to endure such behaviour in accessing healthcare or their workplace. And I don't believe that this level of discomfort should be experienced by anyone. And it is a disgrace that this kind of behaviour actually goes on. And we need to send a strong message condemning this type of behaviour, that it will not be tolerated, and that if someone entering a registered pregnancy advisory bureau or clinic, unsolicited approaches and other activities designed to cause distress, like filming, recording, so-called counselling and pamphlet distribution, cannot happen to them. Protest, I will give way.
It's certainly very distressing to hear about the member's experience when she was conducting her legitimate business at a clinic, and she's explained very vividly how she felt coming from it. Would you agree with me that if you were a vulnerable person at a very low point and at a crisis point in your life, you couldn't start to imagine how that person would feel getting the treatment that you got leaving that clinic?
Thank the member for his intervention, and I completely agree. It is not for unsolicited strangers to be offering so-called counselling services to anybody in crisis point, be it for anything, for any healthcare matter or for any matter at all. There are plenty of support services out there, although there needs to be a lot more for those people that need crisis support should they need it. But protest is not against the law, and as we've heard, everyone has a right to it, and it's deeply embedded in our recent history as a method for change. Protest is a necessary and crucial part of our society, but the actions and images used by these groups and individuals and the words expressed to anyone entering and leaving buildings is not acceptable. Protest should not mean intimidation or harassing behaviour, and those involved in these cases do not have the right to impede access to healthcare. I do not see this type of protest occurring outside GP surgeries or indeed in chemists or counselling offices. If it was, it would not be accepted and action would be taken. And this behaviour does amount to harassment and intimidation, and the number of people involved that have even been charged with assault. However, the harassment laws in Northern Ireland only cover actions, as Mr Allister and other members will know, and actions that occur on 2 or more occasions. Mr Allister asked earlier on Clause 6. He will only know too well the inadequacy of the harassment laws, and so will other members of the Justice Committee, given that we're currently looking to strengthen harassment laws around the Protection from Stalking Bill, which is nearing the end of committee stage. There must be a course of conduct involved. And Clause 6 is criminalising behaviour in a geographic location rather than looking at perpetrator or potential victim. That is why Clause 6 is needed, and that is what makes it different from the harassment legislation in Northern Ireland, and indeed with the stalking legislation as well. So restraining orders were also mentioned. Restraining orders, as we know, are not sufficient. They're not open to everybody, and they do not protect people from abuse or from harassment in the way they need to do so in these cases. And they also have to go through court system. and all members here will know the issues with going through court system, and there are significant barriers in place. And it is my understanding that there has only been one successful conviction that has not been overturned for an assault on an employee of a sexual and reproductive healthcare charity, but this person is still allowed to stand outside and continue their actions. Perhaps this answers some of the members' questions today that they have posed on the adequacies and inadequacies of current law, and why this bill is one that is needed. Those entering the building for an appointment or consultation may not return, so the behaviour does not come under the protection of current harassment laws because it is not a course of conduct. The Justice Committee and Assembly looked at this issue on the Domestic Abuse Act, and we ensured that one or more occasion was included in that Act for that reason. Secondly, police do not come out to every incident that is reported to them. As we are aware, the police service is stretched. It is under extreme pressures to deal with other issues. And thirdly, not having this bill is a reactive method in dealing with this issue, and it does not protect women from the present situation as it is. Even if the harassment laws were strengthened, it would still need a course of conduct to meet the definition of harassment. So a proactive, preventative method is what is needed. And I believe that this bill, and showing support for this, is an important step to those who realise harassment of anyone using any form of healthcare facilities throughout Northern Ireland will not be tolerated. No matter what our opinions are around certain aspects of sexual and reproductive healthcare service provision within the country, it is of utmost importance that rights are protected and upheld no matter what type of healthcare services they require. And everyone should be free to access advice and services free from harassment and verbal or physical abuse. Safe access zones are a step forward which have been discussed and debated even in the Commons before, and in council chambers across Northern Ireland too. A recent motion in Belfast City Council passed unanimously, following on from same in 2017. Similarly, in Derry City and Strabane Council. Also in that year, Ards and North Down Borough Council members voted on a motion from ourselves to condemn all harassment and intimidation taking place outside facilities in Northern Ireland that offer reproductive health care, including attempts to physically block access to facilities and the filming and recording of staff and clients entering and leaving the building. This passed unanimously at committee. And I note some members of certain parties that sit on those councils are commenting on this bill today, totally against what their members have done at council level. Members, we will not tolerate groups of people standing outside GP surgeries and chemists providing prescriptions, healthcare advice, administering vaccination programmes, for example. So why do we not condemn the behaviour outside other clinics, which obviously affects women much more than it does men? And I thank my colleague for all her work on this, which has taken years to get to this point, as she has already outlined. And I would urge all members in this House to support this bill progressing at second stage. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to begin by refuting the suggestion that to oppose this bill is to endorse harassment, abuse or violence. It is none of those things. And I absolutely throw back that slur which has been cast at those of us who would dare to question the need for and the content of this bill. And in that same vein, we have had much diversionary, emotive presentation in support of this bill, even to the point of calling an aid a distortion of Baby Loss Week. We're talking about abortion. We're talking about the ending of babies' lives. But yet, there are those who in this chamber have sought to call in aid Baby Loss Week, which is about those who lost babies not through choice. Yes?
I appreciate the member for giving way, but will the member acknowledge that some of the images that are shared often at these protests might actually compound that trauma of Baby Loss Awareness Week? I've been contacted by constituents who have suffered miscarriage and are not happy about these images. Would the member acknowledge that?
Could I remind members to make sure their microphone is in front of them and they're speaking into it so that everything will be recorded?
Those persons would not be protected by this bill. This bill's definition of protected person is those going into these facilities or accompanying those going into these facilities. So the point the member raises is a non-point in the context of this bill. I'm being surrounded by requests, but certainly start with the lady, if that's not offensive.
I thank the member for giving way. I would ask the member to consider what he has just said, to think if he understands for 1 second the circumstances of any woman who finds herself in the position of needing a termination, and also ask him to consider whether or not it is appropriate to comment as he has just done.
I consider all those things, and I consider it is. Mr.
Thank you for giving way. Would he not consider for one moment that some of the women going in to these premises either seeking a termination or seeking advice on a termination are in some cases people who themselves have suffered miscarriage before, and part of the reason why they may be going in to seek that advice is because there are medical complications, personal reasons. So these aren't different categories necessarily in the way he draws, and it's deeply and profoundly offensive to many women and many families who suffer baby loss and sometimes have to make these very difficult choices later on.
The lady is going in to seek advice about complications in her pregnancy. She'll be going to her GP or a hospital. Don't think she'll be going to an abortion clinic. Well, I think I do need to make some progress. I'm generally generous with my allowing interventions, but I do want to start. I haven't even started my comments to any extent on this bill. So I'm not distracted from the fact that this bill, like any bill, therefore does require rigorous scrutiny as to what it really is seeking to do. And you don't have to read very far into this bill to detect the direction of travel. Clause 1(2) acts within a safe access zone which may have the effect of preventing or impeding the access to the premises or influence, harassing, alarming or distressing persons assessing the premises or criminalised. Let me read that again, but focusing on one word. Acts within the safe access zone which may influence persons accessing the premises or criminalised. Think about that. That this House has been invited to legislate that something that may, doesn't have to, may influence another should be criminalised. Think of the mother, the distressed mother of the 14-year-old daughter who finds herself pregnant, who's going to a clinic to get an abortion. The distressed mother is begging her not to go through with the abortion. This law says the mother's the criminal. That is not where the state should be going in regard to this matter. If there's any doubt about that, turn to clause 6. It is, in this section, 6(2), it is an offence for D, that's the person who's not a protected person, the defendant, D the defendant, to do an act in a safe access zone with the intent of or reckless as to whether it has the effect of influencing in connection with the protected person attending the protected premises. So yes, the mother, the distressed mother of the 14-year-old who's pregnant, who's going for the abortion, is criminalised because she has the intent to want to influence her not to do it. How can that be right? And yet that is what this law does. And of course, let us not forget, the protected person can be a minor as well as an adult. This law is directed at that 14-year-old girl as much as it is at the 24-year-old woman. And yet we are picking upon the mothers, maybe distressed by that situation, who want to bring motherly influence to their daughter, who follow them down to the clinic, pleading with them not to have the abortion, and they become the criminal. There's nothing upright, proper, legitimate about that approach. I'll give way.
Thanks to the member for giving way. I again want to refer back to his earlier comments, because you've just outlined a particular situation or circumstance, but I would again ask you, you took umbrage at the fact that members had made reference to the fact that this is Baby Loss Awareness Week. I would ask you again, can you say categorically that you understand the circumstances of every woman in the north of Ireland who seeks terminations? Because I don't think that you can, and therefore how dare you criticise those women or suggest that those women haven't experienced a loss, or some of them haven't experienced a loss?
I have been listening. I was criticising those members of the Northern Ireland Legislative Assembly who abuse the very principle and ethos of Baby Loss Week in aid of the destruction of babies. That's what I was criticising. But think of another situation. It's what this bill actually means. Let's say someone, through their own religious, conscientious conviction against abortion, and the direction of travel in this bill is it will soon be criminalised to have any view contrary to abortion. But let's take someone who has a religious, conscientious conviction about abortion, and they decide the abortion clinic is somewhere they're going to go, not to shout, not to lobby, not to block people, but they're going to go and hold up a poster. And that poster might simply have the immortal words of the 6th commandment: "Thou shalt not kill." And because that, in the terms of this bill, is capable of influencing someone, causing them, as the protester intends, to stop and to think, do I want to kill the baby in my womb? Because it has the capacity to cause them to be influenced by that. That protester, doing nothing but holding those few words, is a criminal. That is a preposterous proposal. And yet, it gives us an insight into this bill. This bill is vindictive against freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is not just the right to express the palatable. Freedom of expression equally is the right to express the unpalatable. And yet, the person who reminds the users of the facilities of what, in their view, is a cardinal and sacred position, that thou shalt not kill, is the person who in this is criminalised.
Thank the member for giving way. it exasperates me, the lack of self-awareness that the member has when I listen to his contribution so far. But I would ask the member to, does he agree that harassment can be interpreted in many different ways, and for someone who's made that very, very difficult decision, something that they've probably deliberated for weeks and days and nights and haven't slept, and had to go in and make that very, very difficult decision, that poster that you talk about may be interpreted as harassment because it's infringing on their right to make a decision about their own body and to come to a conclusion which isn't easy for any woman and something that you probably can't have an understanding of. Would the member agree with me?
No, I wouldn't. If the content of Holy Scripture is harassment, then maybe it bears out the point that Holy Scripture should be a conscience pricker in many avenues of life. Yes, I'll give way.
Mr Allister, for giving way. I suppose it's really just to extend Ms McKimmon's point around harassment, and the member will be aware that current harassment law very much focuses on the person being harassed rather than the person who maybe thinks or doesn't think that they're doing the harassment. So what would the member say in relation to that? Should these people protesting have a self-awareness around the potential of them harassing, particularly if it's a repeated offence?
Let's deal with harassment. You draw me to a point, actually, that intrigues me about this bill. In clause 1.2 that I read, it talks about influencing, harassing, alarming, or distressing. And again, clause 6.2, causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Now, harassment is defined, but not in this bill. And harassment is defined in the Protection from Harassment Order. And what is harassment? It's causing alarm or distress. So what does this bill mean when it says harassment, alarm, or distress? Is it just being tautologous? What does it mean when it says harassment? Since the very word harassment in our criminal law is already defined as alarm or distress. And yet, additionally, we have some ill-defined, undefined harassment in this bill. And when you go to the interpretation section, harassment isn't defined. So, I'm no doubt the sponsor in Winding will tell us what harassment is if it isn't causing alarm and isn't causing distress. Because that's the only definition of harassment there is in our law. If we're bringing in a new definition, then it needs to be spelled out. What is it? And I think the House is entitled to ask and to know the answer to that question. Yes?
I appreciate the member for giving way again. But again, will the member acknowledge that under the current definition of harassment, the focus is on what the victim feels around that harassment? The point he's trying to make is about the protester, but if we were putting this into the context of a potential harassment offence, does the member recognise that that harassment is about the victim? You've talked about distress of the victim. Does the member acknowledge that? This isn't about what's necessarily defined in this bill, this is about what's currently defined in law. Does the member recognise that whilst he's trying to make a point around what the protester might do, that their actions may actually be an offence?
It's quite clear to me what the law means when it says cause alarm or distress. It means cause alarm or distress to a third party. Of course it is. So that's not the issue here. But the issue is, on that particular, that we have now this undefined perception of harassment, which clearly isn't alarm or distress, or the bill wouldn't have been drafted in that tautologous way. If it simply means alarm or distress, then you don't need the word harassment. So clearly it means more than alarm or distress, hence the use of the word harassment. What is that meaning? I don't know, because we're not told in this bill. Could I just draw attention to one or two other things in this bill? Clause 9 is about the exercise of functions. And this relates to the Department of Health. The Department must have regard to, amongst other things, safety and dignity of protected persons, the right to respect for private and family life, the right to manifest religious belief, and the rights to freedom of assembly and expression set out in Articles 9, 10, 11 of the Convention, and in particular, the right to protest. So we're told in Clause 9 that the department, and this is about making their zones, etc., their censorship zones, that they must have regard to the right to protest. But go back to Clause 8.2. Within 8 weeks of receiving this notification, the department must designate an area as a safe access zone. So there is no scope to be influenced by the right to protest, about the manifestation of religious belief. It is expunged by 8.2. It is only there as for presentational purposes in Clause 9. And if ever there was any doubt about that, paragraph 5 of the explanatory and financial memorandum couldn't be clearer. This bill does not include provision for protesters. There it is, black and white. This bill is about expunging protest, about oppressing protest. This bill, for all the fancy words of Clause 9 about having regard to protest, is in the business of the very opposite. Yes, okay,
Mark. And on that point, would he agree with me that the very vague and open nature of this bill, which he has quite articulately pointed out in relation to the contradictory nature when we go to 9C and that right to manifest in religious belief, the freedoms of assembly and expression set out in Articles 9, 10 and 11 of the Convention is merely what seems to be an afterthought if we look at the functions and provisions provided in Clause 6.
It's quite clear that it's there to try and paper over the fact that this bill is an all-out assault on freedom of expression, an all-out assault on the right to protest. And, you know, the proof is in 8.2. The department must make the order. Never mind what it has to have regard to notionally. It must make the order. So this bill is fraudulent in that respect, in pretending that, in fact, the functions are exercised subject to Clause 9, and when they're overridden by the compulsion of Clause 8.2. That's the reality. On this point, well, are we in a situation where we've no law to deal with this? Well, we're not. I've already made that point in interventions. Harassment, and yes, points can be made that there has to be a course of conduct, which is defined in the 97 order as more than one occasion. Well, there's a very simple answer to that. Remove the course of conduct requirement in the harassment order. If that's the problem, that's the solution. But not a bill which carries you way, way into the realms of making it unlawful to try to influence someone. That's the real nub of the objection to this bill. So we do have a harassment laws. You can get a harassment injunction. You can have a restraining order under the harassment order, which is for future attention, to put someone under a curb in terms of how they can act in future. So those things, amongst many more, already exist. Yes, I'll give away.
I thank the member for giving way, and he has been very generous with his time, but does his exact point about harassment law, recognising that this needs to be a course of behaviour, as in more than one occasion, and also outlining the restraining order requirements, not point to the need for this bill? That you cannot have a restraining order on one instance of harassing behaviour. It's for future behaviour, and in the instances that we're talking about, generally speaking, these women are not going back to the clinic.
We've had justice bills, justice amendment bills before this House. Why did none of the members, if they're exercised about this issue, not move an amendment to the harassment order to remove the code of conduct? That was the simple answer. Then it was something which had universal application, not just in respect of these protected premises. That was a far easier route to follow and one far less objectionable. And of course, I also remind you, there are powers under the Public Order of 87, Article 5, whereby the police, in the proper circumstances, can forbid public gatherings at locations. The law, why are we reinventing the wheel on this in that regard? It is already a breach of the law to engage in offensive, malicious communications under the Communications Act. Never mind the public order definitions, which also cover those manifestations. So we have the protection from harassment order, we have the disorderly behaviour and public order offences in the public order, and all of that, Article 9 of the public order makes it an offence to use written material which is using threatening, insulting, or abusive words. It's already there. It's in Article 9. So I do again say, and in fact, for that you can get a heavier sentence. You can get 6 months jail as opposed to what's in this bill. So why are we reinventing the wheel in this bill on those issues? And I do remind the House that other responsible legislatures and governments that have looked at this issue have come to a very different conclusion than this private member's bill. The Home Office examined this issue in great detail, decided in 2018, I think it was, that this was not the way to go. Scotland, often held up by some in this House as a great example of how to do devolution, decided not to have these protection zones. And I do think that we are setting a dangerous precedent trying to impinge other people's opinion. We really want to establish censorship zones where only the sponsor's approved set of values can be articulated. That is not the sort of society we need, that you're so oppressive of others' opinions that you create zones where only the approved set of values can be expressed. Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way on this point. And would it occur to make reference to and elaborate on the fact that many in this House have articulated that this would just be in a health trust setting, but actually the wording of the bill actually makes it much more vague, meaning that this could, in effect, given its openness and vague nature, could and perhaps actually spill out into other areas across our towns and villages in Northern Ireland.
And one of the reasons for that is there is no limitation on the potential extent of the censorship zone, none whatsoever. It could embrace a whole town if that's relevant. So, this is a bill, an open invitation to this House to create censorship zones because people want to express within those zones values and views which offend the sponsor of this bill. They wish to decree that views which are disagreeable to those like the sponsor are so wrong, that they must be forcibly driven from the public square. Now, that really is the essence of these censorship or exclusion zones, that views are so disagreeable that they cannot be heard. They cannot even be on a poster, lest they did have the effect of influencing someone. That, to me, is a flagrant attack on liberty and on freedom of expression. As I said before, freedom of expression equally embraces the expression of the unpalatable as well as the palatable. Otherwise, freedom of expression is meaningless. And the logic and the purport of this bill is to suppress freedom of expression, to drive it from the public place, from the public forum, on the basis that it is disagreeable to the views of others. That's totalitarianism. That's not liberty, such as many in this House from time to time proclaim a belief in. So I do say to this House, this is not a bill that I can support, because it is a bill which goes far too far, which is far too oppressive of rights of freedom of expression and rights of protest, all in the interest of excluding anything but the pro-abortion view. Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill and also to offer my solidarity to those women who have been intimidated while trying to access reproductive health care. It is never acceptable to impede someone's access to health care. It is even more condemnable when the kind of health care they are accessing is a source of great stigma already, and they have likely already overcome many barriers to get there. I also want to thank and quote Alliance for Choice, Deputy Speaker, who have been unequivocally clear on this matter. They stated, and I quote, "Whatever your party or personal stance, it's completely unacceptable that women and pregnant people, their friends and families and healthcare workers should be forced to run the gauntlet of abuse and harassment. This would not be tolerated for vasectomy or any other healthcare, reproductive and other ways. Indeed, some members would do well to listen to that advice." There have been claims, Mr Deputy Speaker, from anti-choice organisations that this bill is oppressive and attacks their right to assembly. I think it's clearly hypocritical, Deputy Speaker, for some organisations who have members convicted of harassment outside some of these clinics, who brag about people not seeing harassment yet, to speak about oppressive measures. Organisations deemed by judges to have been forcing any women of childbearing age to identify the reasons for entering a Mary Stopes clinic. They have thrown holy water, as we've heard already, at pro-choice activists, gather in Newry on a weekly basis and claim that women and their healthcare providers are guilty of murder. They hold giant graphic images which can be entirely traumatising for women who have had a crisis pregnancy or indeed a miscarriage. This is oppressive, and exactly these kind of tactics which make this bill necessary at all. But I do want to pick up on the point, Deputy Speaker, about the right to assembly and the right to protest. In my opinion, this bill is not an attack on the right to protest, and it's deeply unfortunate that safe access zones are necessary at all. But they are necessary because of sustained campaigns of hatred and harassment which do not have some inalienable right to continue, even under the guise of protest. Deputy Speaker, I am an ardent defender of the right to protest, as many in this chamber will know. I have defended Black Lives Matter protesters who were shamefully targeted by the PSNI, and of course, I myself have protested through the years for reproductive choice and will continue to do so. Those who stand on the other side of this debate, on the other side of this chamber, to me, are still free to protest, still free to have their voices heard, but they should not be free to frighten, shame or chase anyone away from the door of a healthcare clinic. I would ask, where was the DUP when there was curbs on the right to protest for Black Lives Matter protesters last summer? Absolute silence. I hope that those in this House, Deputy Speaker, who have opposing views to myself and others on the issue of abortion will have the same vigour on this issue when they challenge anti-vax protesters outside hospitals, but I somehow doubt it. Mr Speaker, I also want to return to those people who have been targeted by these harassment campaigners, and not all of them, as people have indicated, are seeking an abortion. Some of them are family, friends or partners, and none of them should be subjected to such harassment and treatment. As is the case, many consequences of the lack of abortion access here, they've had to speak up and tell their stories, which can be incredibly difficult, and I want to thank them for speaking out against these groups. I also, Deputy Speaker, want to turn my attention to the Minister for Health and all the members of the Executive in this chamber. The fact that we still have such stigma around abortion is a direct consequence of the failure to deliver free, safe, legal and local access to abortion. It is one of the worst indictments of the kind of politics that dominates this place. Women and pregnant people are failed every single day by the lack of services, basic information and support. It is an international shame disgrace and embarrassment, and I hope that the words of people who have suffered crossing the threshold of clinics in the north will give this Assembly some impetus to put those services in place. Last word, Deputy Speaker, I think has to go to Informed Choices in their briefing, and they stated, "We are aware of clients who have been attending counselling and the sessions were proven beneficial, but the activities of individuals outside the building adversely affected them, and as a result, they decided not to continue with counselling." So all the nice words about mental health awareness and mental health services and mental health support, I would remind members of that quote and that comment, and bear that in mind when they come to vote today. So I want to thank Informed Choices, Alliance for Choice. I want to thank Claire Bailey for bringing this bill, and I support it, and I urge other members to do so as well. Thank you.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to strongly support this bill and commend my colleague from South Belfast, Claire Bailey, for introducing it. She's been a stalwart on reproductive rights and associated issues in this Assembly and outside it, and she deserves real credit for it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will touch on, since I'm one of the last to speak, though I'm sure the bill sponsor probably will too, some of the somewhat bizarre and occasionally fairly hair-raising and offensive things I've heard just while I've been waiting to speak. One of the previous speakers, Mr Allister, talked about the potential for the offensive malicious communication to be used in relation to protests. I'm slightly wondering whether his speech should be referred for malicious communication, to be honest, because it contained fairly many objectionable statements that will be deeply offensive, not just to people who are seeking terminations for whatever reason, but I'm afraid to women in general. And I speak conscious of my own position here as a man who stands up to talk about these things, knowing that I will never be in the position of any woman seeking to access these services and being harassed. I will give way in 1 second. So it's very important that when we're speaking about these matters, these very sensitive matters, that we do so with respect, understanding and decency. I will give way briefly.
To the member's opposition to freedom of expression, is he now proclaiming opposition to the privileges of this House?
No, I was not. I was merely making comment on his speech, and I think, given his record of robust commentary and debate in this speech, he wouldn't want it any other way. I will say, in relation to this point about protest, it's completely I think it can be dismissed relatively comprehensively. The previous speaker, Mr Carroll, who does have a strong record of protest, registered his own view that this does not involve a significant infringement on the right to protest, and I agree with that, and I agree with that for one very big reason. This doesn't stop anyone protesting any issue. It doesn't stop anyone who objects to abortion provision in Northern Ireland or anywhere else protesting. But what it does stop them doing is it stops them harassing people outside, stops them harassing women outside premises where either abortion services or advice on whether to seek an abortion, because let's bear in mind that this is not just about women who are going to access a termination itself. It's about women, often very vulnerable women, often young women, often women in very vulnerable positions seeking to get advice and information. It's about preventing that harassment. And let's be absolutely clear, it doesn't infringe on anyone's right to protest anywhere else, because if the issue is about the legal provision for abortion, I'm strongly pro-choice and believe in that we should have long before now provided in law for women's ability to seek full reproductive health care. But if people want to protest that outside this building, Parliament buildings, any day of the week, they're entitled to do it. That's the place to do it, because we're people who make laws. That's totally different from distressing, lurid images in front of people who are seeking services. I will give way to Mr Carroll.
I thank the member for giving way, but the member also agreed with me that this bill is actually quite limited in terms of where those posters and images, placards, whatever, can be displayed. So, for example, my understanding of this bill is the very offensive, damaging, traumatising images that adorn Belfast City Centre and others will still be allowed to exist, as much as I have deep opposition to those traumatic and offensive images.
Well, exactly, he's right. And of course, This is why it's called in the bill safe access zones. It's not about preventing the right to protest on this issue at all. I will give way in 1 second, but I also want to address one other point that Mr Alistair made, which is about the chilling effect on what he called the provision of motherly advice, or close family members advising young women or trying to persuade young women not to go through with these procedures. Look, women in these positions are very vulnerable, but the idea that this law prevents any family member or any friend from having conversations, or even, yes, doing as he says, suggesting that they don't proceed with the termination, is completely false. There is nothing in this bill whatsoever which prevents any family member from talking to their family member. I'll happily give way if he can tell me where it outlaws people having conversations with family members.
6.2. Anyone who seeks to influence someone within one of these zones could well be the mother of a child. If it's within the zone, then you're not allowed to influence, no matter how motherly that influence might be.
I'm glad I let the member give that intervention inside one of these zones. Presumably, if they're their mother, then they either share the same house, or they can meet at a different premises, which isn't outside a clinic. I'll happily give way to Ms Woods.
Forgiven way, I just want to point out to other members in protected persons 4B that would be covered with the accompanying person described in paragraph A at the invitation of that person.
I thank the member for that welcome intervention. It's absolutely critical just to nail this point. There's nothing in this bill which prevents family members having conversations with people who are seeking terminations at all. It simply creates safe access zones which prevents women from being harassed. And let's be clear, lots of this goes beyond harassment at times. It's deeply unsettling, deeply threatening. These are some of the most lurid, at times pretty exploitative and unpleasant images that are used to intimidate and harass women. I won't go through all the clauses of the bill in detail because others have, but as I've said, I've gone through this bill and I am comfortable that it properly balances the right of women to seek reproductive health care. I will give way in a second, as I promised to Ms Bunting. The rights of women to seek reproductive health care, and also the right to freedom of expression and protest. Those are both rights which need to be upheld. It's also worth saying that the rights of women to seek reproductive health care have been denied in this society for decades. So it ill behoves those who are now complaining about the right to either freedom of assembly or free speech or protest to talk about rights, given the systematic denial of women to seek basic reproductive health care that existed in other parts of, yes, the United Kingdom. And some of these same people are very good at reminding us about rights that attach to citizenship of the United Kingdom. Well, they didn't want rights for women in this place for a long time. They now have them, and they should be able to access them without harassment and threat. I'll give way to Ms Bunting.
Question, after which we will return to this debate and once more invite Mr O'Toole to continue his contribution. The sitting is highly suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Thank you, members. The sitting is now resumed and it's time for questions to Mr Gordon Lyons, the Minister for the Economy. Before we call the first question, I want to inform members that questions number 4 and 13 have been grouped. I call Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. My department's Economic Recovery Action Plan continues to help us protect jobs and keep people in employment. As we continue to reopen our economy, protecting jobs is my immediate priority. Members will agree that that is an important employment protection in its own right. Members will be aware that in terms of employment law, my department has, by necessity, prioritised those actions that protect those most immediately affected by the pandemic. To date, that has included making legislation to ensure that family-related leave, redundancy and other statutory payments for employees are based on normal pay rather than furlough pay. My department has also legislated to extend vital health and safety protections to all workers that previously only applied to employees. Looking ahead, my focus is on progressing the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill. Members will agree that this will be an important new employment right for parents who sadly suffer the loss of a child or stillbirth. I am aware of commitments made in New Decade, New Approach that relate to employment rights. The unprecedented impact of the COVID crisis has meant it has simply not been possible to progress all of these. While Northern Ireland already has a robust framework of employment rights in place, my department will consider those issues as part of a wider review of employment rights issues in the next mandate.
Ms Rachel Woods for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But the New Decade New Approach Agreement stated that the Executive should commit to becoming a living wage employer and that the Executive should ban zero-hour contracts and that an Age, Goods and Facilities and Services Bill be introduced to ensure that no worker is discriminated because of their age. So my question to the Minister is, does he agree with me that 17-year-olds doing the same job as a 24-year-old should be paid the same wage? And when can we expect as members to scrutinise the Age, Goods, Facilities and Services Bill that would ensure that no worker is discriminated because of their age?
I certainly understand the points that the member has made, and I hope that she can understand the difficulties that we have had in progressing some of this legislation during this mandate as a result of the huge amount of time that was taken up actually dealing with the crisis and the immediate issues that we faced. In particular, I am aware of the commitments that were made in relation to 0 hours contracts, and as I've said, the huge upset by the pandemic has slowed that down. And although I do recognise that flexibility in the labour market can be a positive benefit for many workers and businesses, there are clearly instances where the misuse of contracts like these can be deeply unfair to workers. So I will, of course, want to give detailed consideration to this matter, but at this stage, any actions to regulate the use of 0 hour contracts could only be taken forward following a public consultation and the approval of any new legislation by the Assembly.
Mr Jerry Carroll.
It's very disappointing to see the lack of legislation coming through in regards to workers' rights from the Minister. Minister, as I understand it, your party colleagues and previous ministers refused to engage directly or meet directly with Nick ICTU, which represents some 250,000 workers here. Will you commit, if you haven't already, to meeting with Nick ICTU to hear what improvements in employment legislation can be brought forward in this mandate and the next mandate?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think I hope certainly the member will recognise that we have not been able to make the progression on some of the employment issues in this mandate that we would have hoped to, again, because of the COVID crisis. I'm always happy for either myself or my officials to meet with those that want to meet with us to discuss potential legislative changes, and if invitations are received, either myself or my officials will be happy to attend.
Ms Gemma Dolan.
Minister, you spoke there about workers on 0 hour contracts, and there's around 11,000 people on 0 hour contracts in the north with no certainty over their income or their hours. Again, you did say that in New Decade New Approach there was a commitment to this, and you said that to change legislation you would need a public consultation. Well, I'm progressing the PMB on this, have done the public consultation, so will you give a commitment to support my PMB when it comes to the floor of the Assembly?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I've already said, not only would we need to do our public consultation, but there's other work that would need to be carried out as well. This was a New Decade New Approach commitment. However, I'm of the view that because of the time that was taken up dealing with the COVID pandemic, that it made it difficult for us to progress this. However, I'm sure that this will be at the top of the agenda in the next mandate.
Paula Bradley.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, you touched there earlier about the effects of the pandemic is having on workers. Can I just ask when we'll see a change to the working from home message, because that's certainly having an effect on many workers' mental health, never mind the economic effects in our towns and city centres?
Yes, absolutely, and this is an issue that I have continued to raise with executive colleagues. I believe that it is important that the guidance actually reflects where our businesses are at this moment in time, and I know a lot of businesses are wanting to begin a phased return back to the workplace. I certainly don't believe it's the case that 100% of businesses want to send office staff back 100% of the time. I think that when it comes to office working, hybrid working is something that we will continue to see in place for some time. Although I think productivity has remained high for those that are working from home, I think creativity is damaged when you aren't able to interact with other people in the workplace. And I think it can be particularly difficult as well for those who are starting a job for first time and having to begin a new job working from home. I think it's a different matter if you're already working for a company. And so I've has been impressed upon me by numerous companies that I have met that they would like to see a change to that guidance, and I'm pleased that the Executive on Thursday did agree that a gradual increase in blended working would be reasonable with appropriate mitigations. I think that's where most businesses are at anyway, who are looking for the guidance to be changed. As I've said, they're not wanting everybody to go back all at once, but they want the opportunity to begin that process of bringing people back to the workplace again, and that's something that I certainly support.
Mr. Stewart-Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, what action are you and your department taking to introduce a low pay commission for Northern Ireland?
Well, the member will be aware of the commitments that are found within New Decade, New Approach in relation to national minimum wage powers and the potential devolution of those. Of course, minimum wage issues right now are currently a reserved matter, and that's an issue for the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. And of course, national minimum wage is currently based is at a UK-wide basis, but it is regularly reviewed. Now, the UK Government have said that their intention is that the national minimum wage rates achieve the target of 60% of median earnings by 2024. We have not yet been able to conduct an assessment of the implications of devolving these powers. However, I think this is an issue that we will want to look at. However, I am encouraged by wage growth in Northern Ireland and the skills and talent of our people that are contributing to the better jobs that are coming into Northern Ireland. But we also need to focus to make sure that everybody is getting the pay that they deserve.
Ms. Cara Hunter.
Question 2, please, Minister.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, if you pick up any newspaper, you will see that in Germany and in Poland and in the Republic of Ireland and in the United States of America even, we are seeing a shortage of HGV drivers. Some of those are countries that are still in the European Union. Some of those are countries that have never been in the European Union. So I'd like to ask the member why she is attributing this shortage to Brexit whenever it's happening in countries right across Europe and indeed the world.
Ms. Hunter.
I'd like to thank the Minister for questioning me at question time. Speaking with representatives on the ground who work with HGV and LGV goods, they've actually raised their concerns through me. So that's why I'm asking this here today on their behalf. Thank you.
I didn't get a question there, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, but I'm certainly happy to outline the situation across Europe. An estimated shortage of 124,000 drivers in Poland, between 45 and 60,000 drivers in Germany, and around 43,000 in France. This is not an issue to do with Brexit. In fact, the one way that Brexit is actually affecting the situation here in Northern Ireland is because we have representations from groups that are saying it's the additional paperwork and the additional hassle that is caused by the protocol, which is causing a lot of people not to want to have to make that journey across the Irish Sea because of the additional burdens that are in place. So if we want to address that issue, addressing the protocol would be helpful, but we have to focus on the fundamental issues as well, and that's largely pay and the working conditions of those that operate within that sector. So if we're wanting to tackle the problem, we have to understand what the problem is in the first place, and that means that we have to focus on the issues that actually matter.
Mr. Philip McGuigan.
Minister, in a letter to the ERA Committee on the 27th of September, you wrote yourself that the Home Office has to date shown no appetite for any relaxation of visa rules. So there's the problem emanating from Brexit. So in light of your own words, Minister, can I ask you if you agree with me that the British Government have no plans to fix this crisis, which isn't just in relation to HGV drivers, but it's a problem affecting a number of industries, particularly our agri-food industry here in the north. So, it's resulting as a result of a hard Brexit immigration policy. So, would you agree with me that the British Government are more caring about that than they are about the economy here in the north of Ireland?
Well, before I call the Minister, I would remind members there's half an hour available for questions. Can we please have questions and not speeches? Minister.
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think the member fails to understand what I've already said to Ms Hunter, which is that it's a combination of issues that are causing the problems that we are seeing, and I think we need to have all of those addressed in all of the ways in which they've manifested themselves. Speaking to the industry themselves, I think first and foremost what we want to make sure that what we want to see happen is that we improve those working conditions so that it becomes an attractive industry for people to come into in the first place. Yes, absolutely, in terms of wider labour market issues, there needs to be flexibility in the system. That's something I want to see, and myself and the Agriculture Minister have been in correspondence with the Home Secretary in relation to that. But we need to understand that it is, of course, a combination of issues that are causing these problems in the wider labour market. But in particular for HGV, it's those working conditions, and that's what we need to address.
Mr. Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker, given that this is indeed a global problem, would the Minister agree that one practical local solution to help address the backlog of HGV driver tests would be to amend the trailer test requirements in line with Great Britain, which would help to free up more examiners to carry out tests rather than small trailer tests, an idea which was unfortunately swiftly dismissed by the Infrastructure Minister just last week?
Yes, I think that is a course of action that we could take, and will be one remedy to some of the problems that we are facing. In the year before the pandemic, 2019, around 3,000 HGV tests took place, and in 2020, obviously because of the pandemic, I think it was under 300. So that was a massive reduction in an industry where there were already decreases in the number of drivers coming forward. That affected it. So testing is one part of it. Yes, testing has increased over the last few months, but we're dealing with such a big backlog of people that we're trying to get forward. We need to consider all options, and I would certainly agree with the point that the member has made.
Mr. Roy Beggs.
Speaker, last week at the Infrastructure Committee, a major local haulier indicated that east-west payloads and trailers were only at 50 to 60% of the trailer capacity, and that frequently journeys required an extra overnight stop because of the bureaucracy associated with the protocol. So my question to the Minister is, what assessment has been made of the additional costs to business in Northern Ireland in moving goods from GB, and what is further to that the additional requirement for extra HGV drivers to meet the demand of the transport industry?
Well, of course, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, any fettering of trade, any additional paperwork, any additional bureaucracy, all leads to a slowing down of that trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, of course, it's going to be the case that it adds cost. And I have spoken with business owners who are having to take on extra employees to deal with mountains of paperwork that they are now having to fill out that prior to the protocol wasn't the case. So, of course, it is going to be the case that costs are increased as a result of the protocol arrangements that are in place. Of course, it makes it more difficult as well for those in the haulage industry as well, and it's wrong for others to dismiss the protocol as not being a problem when it comes to this issue, because it is contributing to it. Of course, it's completely understandable that some people in the industry will say that they're not wanting to have to deal with that, with the extra, as the member has outlined, potential overnight stays. That's why this issue needs to be addressed.
Mr. Jim Allister.
Perhaps the Minister could urge Mr McGuigan to keep up, because on the 25th of September, of course, Her Majesty's Government announced an extra 500 HGV visas for those drivers. My question is any of that allocated to Northern Ireland, or how do we see a ripple effect of that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, my understanding is that that's done on a UK-wide basis, and there isn't a particular allocation for Northern Ireland.
Mr. Harry Harvey.
Deputy Speaker, I'll be question 3, Minister, please.
The national minimum wage, including that for apprenticeships, is a reserved matter, with policy responsibility resting with the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. The national minimum wage apprenticeship rate does not apply to higher level apprentices. My focus, however, is on growing high-quality apprenticeships, including higher-level apprenticeships that lead to high-quality, well-paid and resilient careers.
Mr Harvey.
Thank you. Minister, what steps is your department taking to encourage more people into trade apprenticeships? Thank you.
I thank the member. My department has put in place a package of financial support to encourage employers to return apprenticeships from furlough through to successful completion of their framework and to recruit new apprentices, and information on apprenticeship return, retain, result and new apprentice recruitment schemes can be found on nibusinessinfo.co.uk. Employer-led sectoral partnerships operate across various sectors of the economy and are central to the development of the apprenticeship frameworks from level 2 to level 8 to ensure that they meet the current and future needs of industry in Northern Ireland. For example, the Level 3 apprenticeship in IT has recently been expanded to include pathways in cybersecurity and digital forensics to reflect the growing demand for skilled workers in these fields. In addition, my officials continue to work on extending all age criteria to non-economic priority sectors and the development of public sector apprenticeships.
Dr Kiva Archibald.
Margaret Pre-Bless Concordia, and I thank the Minister for his responses so far. The Minister will be aware that one of the things impacting on the cost of living is the big increases in energy costs associated mostly but not only with the increase in gas prices, and further price increases are predicted in the near future. Does the Minister agree that we need to see a greater intervention in terms of funding coming from the British Government commensurate with these increases to mitigate against the cost of living for workers, families and businesses?
Well, absolutely. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I recognise the impact that these increases, world market increases, are having, not only on businesses in Northern Ireland, but indeed on consumers as well. I am concerned about the impact that this will have, especially as time goes on, and we're certainly in a very uncertain time. I will be meeting later on this week with my counterpart, the Secretary of State for Business and Energy and Industrial Strategy. But there are things, of course, that we can do here as well to help. And the Department for Communities takes the lead on fuel poverty issues. And in my own department, we focus on energy efficiency, which is really important and something that we should all be aware of, because using less energy, of course, will contribute to lower energy costs.
Mr John Stewart.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. I support any call to see additional apprenticeships made and a fair living wage for them as well. Speaking to both businesses and to apprentices currently in the system, there does appear to be a backlog between those that have completed the paper-based educational side of the apprenticeship but aren't able to finish the vocational one due to the impacts of COVID. Are you aware of the issue, and what is being done, Minister, to actually alleviate that backlog? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We are aware of that, and we want to encourage people to take on apprenticeships and to make sure that they are able to complete their training. And the Apprenticeship Return, Retain and Result scheme was developed to reduce the risk of apprentices being made redundant, and in total £3,700 per apprentice is available to employers over 3 incentive payments. The first one is the return element of £500 per furloughed apprentice, then the retain element, a maximum of £2,000 over the course of 4 months, and then a result element, £1,200 for successful full framework achievement of a returned apprentice.
As I said at the start, questions number 4 and 13 have been grouped. I call Ms Pan Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Question number 4.
Thank you, and with your permission, I wish to group questions 4 and 13, and with your permission also, I wish to avail of the extra minute to answer this grouping. It has been 8 months since the launch of the Economic Recovery Action Plan, and 6 months since the Executive agreed to provide an additional £287 million to help deliver the action set out in the plan. During this time, we have continued to listen to feedback and work collaboratively with our delivery partners, and thanks to this strong collaborative effort, 40 of the 58 actions that we had planned to do at the time of the launch are now in progress or have been completed. The Holiday at Home voucher scheme is one of the remaining 18 actions yet to be implemented. The proposal was focused on stimulating demand from residents to holiday at home in support of the local tourism industry. The Economic Recovery Action Plan recognised at the outset the need to adapt to changing economic conditions. The suitability of this intervention is currently being considered in the context of the levels of consumer demand experienced over the summer and the impact of the High Street scheme. The High Street scheme is another key spend local component of the plan, and it is aimed at reorientating people towards our local retailers, hospitality and leisure sectors. The scheme opened to applicants on the 27th of September, and I am delighted with the unprecedented number of people who have already applied. I'm also delighted that the first cards issued in the past week, and this is great news for all of our local businesses who will benefit from the rollout of this scheme. I hope members will agree that significant progress has been made against the actions set out in the Economic Recovery Action Plan, but it's also important that the plan continues to evolve. We have been able to scale our offering of support where the demand and benefit has been high. We've also been able to add new actions to aid the economic recovery journey.
Ms Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. And given how difficult this pandemic has been for many, and that the tourism sector has been one of the hardest hit sectors, could the Minister tell us what steps the Minister has taken to help the sector move forward?
So the proposed Holiday at Home voucher is just one of a number of steps that we have taken to support the tourism sector and to help it recover from the effects of the pandemic, as set out in the Tourism Recovery Action Plan launched by my predecessor, Diane Dodds. Additional funding has been provided to support Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland for heavyweight marketing campaigns throughout the United Kingdom and Ireland to stimulate demand for short breaks and areas of high-value tourism such as business events, golf and cruise. I have also supported significant funding programmes for a number of sectors across the industry and product and industry development. We're also supporting the tourism and hospitality sector through a range of skills programmes and interventions. These include masterclasses, leadership and management training, skills focus offerings for managers in these important sectors, as well as a new skills intervention programme. All of these training and development actions have been designed in partnership with local hospitality and tourism representatives and business leaders.
Mr Mervyn Story.
Can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and also for the work that he has done in ensuring that the issues of concern to us all in our constituencies, particularly in terms of economic recovery, are addressed. He did make mention in his earlier comments about the changing environment, and obviously we are always subject, as we have heard about the crisis currently in prices for fuel and so on. What flexibility is there within the schemes to ensure that the Department can make response in a way that's meaningful to the economy?
Well, I think the first thing to highlight is that the Recovery Action Plan, we worked on this along with those in the industry to make sure that we were responsive to their needs. And I've just noticed that my predecessor is behind me, and she will know about the work that went in there. The furlough scheme was hugely important to keep people in employment, and we know that has now passed. So we're continuing to work to make sure that people are supported as much as they can. So a number of things have been put into action to support jobs and to improve the skills, and so that people can not only be reskilled but they can be upskilled as well. So the Skills Focus Programme, for example, is offering fully funded upskilling for employees, including those who were furloughed. We also provide other opportunities to help people reskill, change careers and move into new and better job opportunities. And that is why the plan is so important, and why we're working in collaboration with industry and with business leaders and representatives to make sure it is agile and responsive to their needs.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in your answers there, you discussed the holiday at home voucher and that you would consider it again. When it was first announced, there were concerns raised about its delivery through a first come, first served basis, and that it may discriminate on low income families and those with poor internet connectivity. So have you raised those concerns or addressed those concerns? Sorry.
Well, look, it's certainly the case that this is not something that we'd be able to give or to offer to everybody in Northern Ireland, as we have with the Spend Local card. I think that it's difficult to find a way in which to give these out other than first come, first served. I don't think, certainly hope not anyway, that someone's background or whether they're in an area of advantage or disadvantage would actually prohibit someone being able to apply anyway.
Mr. Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When does the scheme go live and what are the exact qualifying criteria?
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we're still working with industry to try and find the optimal time for this to be released. We currently have the Spend Local card in place. We don't think it would be appropriate to bring it in at the same time. So we'll be working with industry to work out when it can come at its and bring the maximum benefit to it. In terms of the eligibility for the scheme, we're currently proposing that the vouchers would be able to be used at the Good to Go registered accommodation, attractions and experiences.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. One of the business sectors that's often been in contact with myself is travel agents. They've been badly affected as a result of the pandemic. What does his department propose to do to assist them in the months ahead?
Yes, certainly, and I've had a number of representatives of that industry be in contact. I think that the Executive had put through a really useful scheme that was administered earlier on this year. I think it would be appropriate to extend that scheme. The First and Deputy First Minister have the details, having previously administered the scheme, and I would certainly be supportive of any proposal that would help them at this time. Tourism was among the first to be impacted and the last to be able to recover, and even more so when we consider the travel agents themselves here in Northern Ireland. So I think it is appropriate that we consider how that extra support can be given to them.
Ms. Paula Bradley.
5.
My department's apprenticeship provision, including higher level apprenticeships, is demand-led. Cohort numbers are based on forecasts submitted by training providers. Where demand exceeds the approved numbers, training providers can contact my department to request additional places. To date, any such request has been approved. My department has been working hard to grow apprenticeship provision in line with the needs of our economy. The introduction of this new higher-level apprenticeship in supply chain and logistics delivered by Northern Regional College is testament to this. Another new higher-level apprenticeship in transport and supply chain management has also been approved for delivery by South West College, supporting employers in that locality. And these new higher-level apprenticeships will deliver the relevant skills and provide high-quality career opportunities in an important and growing sector.
5-second supplementary, 10-second response, Minister.
Very quickly, will it be open to those wanting to change careers?
That is certainly something that we hope that we can progress.
Well done. Excellent. That's more like a chop-chop. Well done. We now move on to topical questions, and I call the member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, Ms Anya Murphy.
Minister, the Fermanagh area continues to suffer from the digital divide and lack of decent broadband is disruptive to workers, businesses and students. Can you outline how many premises have been provided with a full broadband connection through Project Stratum to date?
Unfortunately, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't think I have those figures here at this time, but I am delighted that we were able to allocate £165 million to Project Stratum as a result of the Democratic Unionist Party and Conservative Party confidence and supply agreement. However, I will be happy to write to her with the details of the number of properties.
Ms Anya Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. I am receiving calls from deeply frustrated constituents whose premises will unfortunately miss out on the Project Stratum rollout. In total, 572 eligible premises in Fermanagh and South Tyrone will miss out. That is the highest figure across all constituencies. When will these premises that have been left behind by the project have their own broadband connection improved?
Well, look, I hope the member can understand that I don't have dates that I will be able to give to her today. However, I understand how important this issue is to many people living in rural areas. I understand how it contributes as well to disadvantage. If we want to make sure that people are prepared for the jobs of the future, it's absolutely essential that we have a digital spine in Northern Ireland, that people have digital capability. That's why I've been working with the Minister for Education to actually look at how we can make ICT compulsory at GCSE level, because it's essential that we have those skills among our young people. I recognise, however, it's very, very difficult to build that up as a young person if you don't have the broadband access at home, and my department's doing everything that we can to make sure that we achieve that.
Ms Cara Ferguson.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the rising cost of energy, and in particular the increase in wholesale gas prices?
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as I've already said, I am very concerned about the increases that we have seen in the cost of energy. That not only has a direct implication for consumers and individuals in Northern Ireland, but it also affects businesses as well. Therefore, it also affects the cost of doing business, and then that's passed on further to the consumer again. I certainly will share the sentiments that have been expressed already across this House about the impacts that will have on families and businesses right across Northern Ireland.
Ms Ferguson for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response, but how do he and his department intend to respond to the rising costs of fossil fuels, including oil, which many people here rely on to heat their homes, and the impact in terms of the costs which are passed on to people within their homes and our businesses?
Yes, absolutely, and the Executive can respond in a number of ways. First of all, in my own department, as I've said to other members, we in the Department for the Economy have responsibility for energy efficiency, and I want to make sure that we do all that we can to make sure that as a population and as businesses we're doing everything that we can to conserve our energy and be as efficient as possible. However, the responsibility for fuel poverty rests with the Department for Communities, and whenever I was made aware of the increases that were coming in the costs of gas and electricity, I had raised these issues directly at the Executive with the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, and I look forward to seeing what proposals that she can bring forward to help alleviate this problem.
Ms Sinead McLaughlin.
Today's employment stats show 5.9% of working age adults in Derry are on a claimant count register, and 7.6% of the working age men. How many jobs have you announced in Derry this year?
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the member will be aware of the work that Invest NI does in her constituency. She'll be aware that there is a regional office there as well that is working hard to attract investment. And I have to say, with considerable success, in the last 5 years, the
member has asked her question. The Minister's answer will be heard, and she has a supplementary to come back to the Minister, which I have no doubt that she will. Minister.
I didn't hear what she said anyway, but I will continue. The last 5 years, the assistance per head in the members' council area has been, per head of population, has been £427. That's £427 per head of population. And just for context, that is above Antrim and Newtonabbey, Ards and North Down, Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon, Causeway Coast and Glens, Fermanagh and Omagh, Lisburn and Castlereagh, Mid and East Antrim, Mid-Ulster and Uri, Mourne and Down. In fact, there's only one place that has attracted more assistance per head, and that is Belfast. In fact, one of the lowest is actually at Mid and East Antrim. So if anybody should be complaining, it's myself. I look forward to the member's supplementary.
Yeah. Well, Minister, you still didn't actually answer my question. I said, how many jobs announcements did you make this year? So you didn't actually answer that. But Minister, you announced 1,600 jobs in Belfast this year. Why does the DUP Minister and your previous colleagues constantly neglect the Foyle constituency for jobs and university provision? What is the Minister going to do about the unemployment crisis in my constituency? What are you going to do, and what is your response, and how many jobs have you announced? You're not answering the questions. You're making snide
The member
remarks
will resume
and
her
being
seat.
arrogant to the people of Foyle
Order!
who do not
Order!
deserve it.
That is completely unacceptable behaviour. The member has asked no fewer than 5 or 6 questions. When a member is asked to resume their seat, they resume their seat. The Minister can answer whichever of the questions he chooses from the vast catalogue that were provided. Minister.
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I do take exception to the fact that I've made any snide remark. I have quite simply set out the situation, which is that there has been an incredible amount of investment in her constituency, second only to Belfast in terms of council area. And by the way, it's not the DUP or any DUP minister that decides where jobs go. Investors do that. And as you can see, we have provided the assistance there. And I would suggest that the member, perhaps her approach isn't helping very much, and she might want to work with others in addressing this issue.
Now, via remote connection, I call up the member for Foyle, Mr. Mark Durkin. Mr. Durkin, if you want to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister give an update on his department's consideration of the business case for a support scheme for the coach and private tour industry as set out in his department's Tourism Recovery Action Plan?
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the coach industry, that is a question that's best addressed to the Minister for Infrastructure as the Minister responsible.
Mr. Durkin for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. The industry is referred to specifically in the Department for Economy's Tourism Recovery Action Plan, hence why I have asked the Minister this question. Previously, the DFI Minister has had to step in to give support to this industry, and it's my understanding that the DFI Minister is currently awaiting a response from the Economy Minister as to what his department's plans are now. If I could ask the Minister if he intends to respond to the Infrastructure Minister, and if he could do so quickly so the industry can get clarity and the industry can get the support that it requires.
Mr. Speaker, it's certainly the case that the Minister for Infrastructure had, as the member has set out, provided this support in the past, and as a result, I think she'll be best placed to do that again. She has the details and the data, and I think would be best placed to deliver. I hope that answer is helpful to the member, but I certainly appreciate his tone and approach, which I think is a lot more conducive to business than his constituency colleague who came before.
Mr. Harry Harvey.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, maybe you could tell us what else your plans are and what you're doing for tourism recovery at present. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the Tourism Action Plan has been very well received by the industry, but I think first and foremost what we need to do is continue to see an easing of the restrictions that we still have in place, because they are certainly creating a drag. And I spent yesterday with Tourism Ireland, and they were very good to set up a meeting with tour operators, and I was able to hear firsthand about the impact that the restrictions are continuing to have, and on confidence in particular of tourists, not just within the UK but wider afield as well. So I think the first thing that we can do is make sure that we do as much as we can to restore that confidence in Northern Ireland.
Mr Harvey.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and going forward, Minister, I'm sure you have lots of plans for future engagement with the tourism sector.
Yes, absolutely. I think if you look at the successes of the department over the last number of months, the key to that has been the collaboration with the sector. So whether it was the 10X economic strategy, we had fantastic collaboration with industry, and that has created a really successful document. It is the same with the energy strategy and with the tourism recovery action plan. So I take that collaboration very, very seriously, and I want to listen to what people are saying. I think it's one of the benefits that we have here in Northern Ireland of being a smaller place. Gives us the ability to be agile and to respond to the needs of the sector. So it's really important that we are responsive in that way and listen to their concerns. And in particular, it was useful for me to hear yesterday about the emerging markets that we are seeing coming to Northern Ireland, in particular from the Middle East. And so it's working with those partners. We can see the emerging trends so that we can best respond as a government to that.
Mr Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, just specifically in regard to the Spend Local prepaid card, is he aware of any technical difficulties being experienced at the payment terminals, with the software being used in the payment terminals? Are you aware of any of those difficulties, Minister?
Mr Speaker, there has been a number of very isolated incidences of people not being able to use their card due to the business. They're largely larger multinationals who are registered in GB, and there has been a coding issue with the card. However, that has been a very small number, and we have found a fix to that. So I'm absolutely delighted with the success of the scheme so far. I can confirm that as of yesterday, 161,000 cards have now been delivered. Another 50,000 are ready to be shipped, and I can confirm to the Chamber I have no special privileges, but I have been able to get my Spend Local card. It is a little bit smaller than the one that I was going around with earlier in the summertime, but it's great that we're going to have these cards delivered right across Northern Ireland to be spent in local independent retailers and in hospitality and in entertainment and leisure and other services. Over 1.2 million people have now applied. Over 1 million people have been verified. So I think that's good news for businesses right across Northern Ireland that suffered so much during the lockdown.
Mr McGlone.
Yes, and I thank the Minister for that. Just to get back to the making sure the software on these terminals are being updated, could you maybe just advise what facility there is within the department if businesses require additional information in order to be able to access those updates, whatever that's required?
So these changes will be done automatically. It's not an issue with the card terminals, but rather the coding issue. However, as always, if there are any issues or concerns that people have in relation to anything to do with the High Street scheme, there is a helpline and email address that concern. If you have concerns, that you can contact, and your concerns will be addressed.
Just time for one question from Mrs Diane Dodds.
Minister, you'll be well aware that Game of Thrones is opening a new exhibition and centre just outside Banbridge. Will you commit to having Tourism NI work with the local council and our local representatives to ensure that the wider Upper Ban and in particular Banbridge area benefits from that attraction?
Well, absolutely. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and again with my engagement through Tourism Ireland yesterday, I was able to see from tour operators the real enthusiasm that there is from them and from visitors to experience the Game of Thrones exhibition. It's going to be a fantastic attraction for Northern Ireland, which I'm sure will bring many, many extra people that wouldn't otherwise have come. And I'm sure when they see the attraction of the Game of Thrones exhibition, they will also want to see all that Banbridge has to offer, which the Minister very kindly took me around during the summer. So I'll be more than happy to make sure that we can support Banbridge and all of Upper Ban as much as we can.
Thank you, members. That concludes questions to the Economy Minister. If members take their ease for a few moments for a change at the top table, the next item on the agenda is an urgent question to the First Minister. Members just take their ease for a few moments. Thank you.
Okay, members. Members, Mr Stuart Dixon has given notice of an urgent oral question to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister whether the North-South Ministerial Council meetings will resume immediately following the declaration by the High Court.
And I call the First Minister. First Minister.
Mr Speaker, the judgment in the matter of an application by Sean Napier for judicial review was received by the Department this morning. It is currently being considered.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the First Minister, having had his party placed in the dock yesterday, what action he now proposes to take to ensure that he and the Deputy First Minister, and indeed all ministers, will adhere to the ruling of the court yesterday? And will he also advise and ensure this House that the €1 billion of peace funding that has been pledged by the EU and others will not be placed in jeopardy by any further political antics?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In respect of the issues that have led us to this place, I have been very clear to members that the way to resolve this is through a political resolution. I look forward to what the European Union will publish tomorrow, that engagement with the United Kingdom Government, because it is the result of the protocol and the Members' Party and others in this place demanding its rigorous implementation that has created the tensions that now exist within these institutions. Whenever you trash East-West relationships, you undermine the basis on which the Belfast Agreement was founded. That has knock-on effects whenever it comes to North-South relations. I want to get a political resolution which then will uphold all aspects of the Belfast Agreement and the relevant strands that flow from it.
I call Pashian.
The days of the DUP playing politics with the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement must end today. Justice Schofield was clear and unequivocal yesterday that the actions of DUP ministers are unlawful. Can the First Minister explain here today what other blockages exist to stop DUP ministers attending North-South ministerial meetings?
Well, Mr Speaker, the North-South bodies didn't meet for 3 years because Sinn Féin pulled down these institutions. So we will not take any lectures from the party opposite whenever it comes to how these institutions should be operated in a manner which is faithful. So, Mr Speaker, the way to get a resolution to these issues is for the party opposite and those other parties that campaign for the protocol, that advocate for its rigorous implementation, is to recognise the harm that it causes, the damage that it's inflicted on our East-West relationships, and get a political resolution. In that political resolution, then the institutions of the Belfast Agreement will be able to operate in a way that they are upheld and acted faithfully.
I call Paul Fruit.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The last time the Executive Office was involved in a court case, the judge stated of Sinn Féin that it demonstrates either willful disregard for the rule of law or abject ignorance of what the rule of law means in a democratic society. That was to do with the victims' payments, and we'll all recall that. Mr First Minister, will you give this House a commitment today that you will fight for Northern Ireland, its people and its businesses with regards to the protocol?
Well, I thank the member for his intervention, and he's right to highlight that there have been times in the past where ministers have been taken to court where they have breached the ministerial code and that has been found against them. The member has alluded to one particular incident. There were other incidences where that did indeed occur. Again, the member is right. What I am committed to is ensuring that the new decade, new approach, and the commitment that was made by the United Kingdom Government that Northern Ireland would have its place fully respected within the internal market of the UK is upheld. They made the pledge, they need to deliver on that pledge, and my party is determined that we see a successful outcome.
Call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker. North-South cooperation works for people on this island. It delivers for the people of Northern Ireland. It delivers for the First Minister's constituent. By not attending these bodies, we prevent delivery on this island. Is this not a monumental example of cutting off your nose to spite your face?
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member fails to recognise the absolute critical importance of the East-West relationship. And whenever the protocol was imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland, it did not have the consent of a single unionist representative. The Belfast Agreement was based upon a delicate balance that respected both unionists and nationalists. But fundamentally, it also said that any constitutional change would require the consent of the people of Northern Ireland. There was no consent to the change which has been derived as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So the issue around North-South, it is an important issue, but it is a symptom of a much deeper problem which has been infected into our political system through the protocol, which his party and others campaign for and demand the rigorous implementation of.
I call John Stewart.
I thank the First Minister for his response. First Minister, in light of this case and the growing political instability in the back of everything associated with this, would he support calls for the Secretary of State to expedite legislation at Westminster to protect these institutions should they fall and keep ministers in place, given the massive and grave issues that this country are currently facing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm always the optimist. I always seek to try and get political resolution. And the European Union will publish its proposals tomorrow. We await to see the detail of that. The United Kingdom published in its command paper all of the issues which have flowed as a result of that protocol. They have indicated their timeline for a period of intense negotiations. I very much want to see a successful outcome to that. I am pleased that there is now recognition on the part of the European Union and on the part of the United Kingdom Government that there are severe problems now as a result of the protocol. That wasn't the case until this party took action and made it clear to those within this Assembly and to the United Kingdom Government and to the European Union that change needs to be delivered upon. I hope that we will get a successful outcome, which wouldn't necessitate the requirement to expedite that legislation at Westminster in order to protect these institutions. But that said, that is part of New Decade, New Approach. It is working through I think it's currently in the House of Lords. It will come back into the Commons and should become law at some point later this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask this question to yourself as First Minister, conscious that you hold a joint office with the Deputy First Minister. In yesterday's judgment, the Justice Schofield stated, "It is difficult for the Court to reach any other conclusion than that the DUP have consciously determined to act in contravention of the Pledge of Office and the Ministerial Code." What message does this send to the people of Northern Ireland in the context of the need for everyone in this House and ministers to uphold the rule of law?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Court, in the judgment, part of which I have also been able to read, said that the Court would also be astute to any potential misuse of its process for the purposes of seeking political advantage. From the judgment was made yesterday, all I have heard from the other parties in this place is seeking to take political advantage as a result of that. I want to see a political resolution to the current issues that are facing us. The protocol has inflicted the harm. The criteria by which Article 16 should be triggered has been met. The UK Government have said that now on numerous occasions. Therefore, we need to now see action behind the words of both the UK Government and also when it comes to the European Union by way of what proposals it intends to publish tomorrow.
Is there a point of principle here for the First Minister which is more important than holding office?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member for North Antrim welcomes the action that the Democratic Unionist Party has taken in order to bring these things to a head. He is right to seek to have a resolution. This party is focused on outcomes that resolve the issues. That's what I think everybody wants in this place. We want to have these institutions operating in good faith. That's what I'm about, and I'm about getting an outcome that satisfactorily resolves the issues in terms of what this party has laid out as being the problems.
You call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the First Minister recognise that the institutions are mutually exclusive as per the principles of the Good Friday Agreement, thereby continuing to sit in the Executive and this Northern Ireland Assembly? It's somewhat undermining what you're currently doing at North-South Ministerial Council.
Well, Mr Speaker, we want to give the United Kingdom Government, the European Union, an opportunity to put right the wrongs that flowed from the withdrawal agreement and the protocol that was signed up to by the UK Government. They have an opportunity to do that. And if they seize that opportunity, they will then be able to protect these institutions.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The hypocrisy of this urgent oral court rulings from numerous parties, the hypocrisy of the words opposite from members of a political party that has convictions that would make Al Capone blush. Mr Speaker, would the First Minister agree with me that there is a way in which this can be resolved, and that is by the European Union engaging constructively to ensure that they remove the east-west barriers that they helped create, which is damaging to the Northern Ireland economy and its people?
Mr Speaker, the member is absolutely right, and I have met with Maros Sefcovic. I was able to speak to him directly. I reassured him that we very much respect the integrity of the European single market whenever it comes to goods. But I also made it abundantly clear that the European Union had to respect Northern Ireland's place within the internal market of the United Kingdom and the free flow of goods on an east-west basis. So let's see what the European Union propose. I have detected the change in tone. We need to assess that now by way of its proposals, and then there will be a period of negotiations with the UK Government. I hope it's successful.
Paul Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, First Minister, you talk repeatedly about the damage to east-west links. Many people have noticed that north-south links have also been damaged. The end of the cross-border healthcare directive, threats to data moving between the two jurisdictions, the need for healthcare workers helping sick children get to hospital in Dublin, requiring joint registration now on both sides of the border, countless disruptions to north-south. Given all of those disruptions to north-south, First Minister, will you also be boycotting meetings with British ministers too?
Well, no, absolutely. I'll not be boycotting meetings on an east-west dimension. Well, what the member failed to say in all of the points that he has made, and I would love to see what he said backed up with evidence. I have evidence about the notice around discontinuation from the pharmaceutical companies in Great Britain, of which we receive over 90% of our medical supplies, not being able to provide medication to the people of Northern Ireland. So if the member opposite is content for not to have medication for all of the illnesses that all of our people share, shame on him if that's the position that he has.
Members, behave yourselves. Just please be seated. Resume your seat. I want this debate to continue to be dealt with in a manner which respects the subject matter, the right of members to ask a question, their obligation to listen for an answer, and a responsible answer from the Minister in question. So I want to try this again without any further interruptions. We've had enough interruptions so far, so I'll leave it up to the Minister now who's on his feet. Call Meg Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The First Minister made reference to commitments under New Decade, New Approach. On that basis, does he think that this court ruling would make a Bill of Rights more or less desirable?
Well, Mr Speaker, there's been an ad hoc committee established to look at the issue of Bill of Rights. I look forward to reading its deliberations in due course.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. The EU and the Dublin Government have been somewhat tin-eared so far in its response to Unionists' concerns about the protocol. Do you believe that there is a will to rectify the harms of the protocol, and do you acknowledge that this just is not a matter of trade, but also a matter of our Constitution and our rights under the Act of Union?
Mr Speaker, the member very ably points to the two issues. One is about the movement of goods and the other is about respecting the constitutional arrangements of the United Kingdom, and they are the issues that we require a resolution to in respect of that. The member is right in terms of our concerns whenever it comes to the extent to which the Southern Government is listening or not listening. They didn't listen at the time. Indeed, the then government went on a parade around Europe with bombed border posts from the 1970s in order to extract leverage about protecting the peace process, using the very much implied threat of violence to back up their political campaign to deliver the protocol. And then to have the Foreign Affairs Minister indicate that the issue that has come to light recently, the European Court of Justice and its jurisdiction, is a new issue, really does leave us asking ourselves, can he not see and does he not listen to what has happened and what we have said, what was contained in the United Kingdom's command paper and what also was contained within the leader of this party's speech whenever he outlined the issues that need to be addressed. I hope they start to listen, because I want to have good relations, not just on this island but across these islands, but that requires everybody to take on board the issues that are being brought to the table, and the Southern Government need to pay attention to that.
Call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, those who argued and passed a motion calling for the rigorous implementation of the protocol have now been exposed as foolish, because even their masters in Brussels have indicated a preparedness to consider alterations and changes. Time will tell whether or not those changes go far enough, but does my colleague, the First Minister, agree that those who passed that motion demanding rigorous implementation were stupid so to do?
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only was that motion passed, there were numerous motions that were being brought to this Assembly around the implementation of the protocol, and indeed a delegation at a time of a global pandemic and restrictions that were in place went on a parade to Dublin to make the case for the rigorous implementation of the protocol. So parties in this chamber have to bear responsibility for the actions that they took over the past period of time. And when they take that responsibility, let them then recognise we are very much wanting to have a resolution. And in seeking a resolution, you first have to accept whenever you got it wrong. The parties in this chamber that called for the rigorous implementation of the protocol not only got it wrong, they got it badly wrong.
I call Justin McNulty.
The only party in this chamber who campaigned for Brexit was the DUP. Sorry, Jim. The real leader.
At least the member brought a bit of levity there to the debate, but go ahead. I'll let you off on that one. Go ahead, Justin.
At this time of uncertainty, strife and struggle for so many people, can the First Minister outline what he hopes to achieve by non-attendance at the North-South Ministerial Council meetings? And does he understand and recognise that the politics of no and never have not served your party well in the past and will not do so now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I can just remind the member, and we go back to the debate around Brexit, it wasn't the Democratic Unionist Party that delivered Brexit. It was the people of the United Kingdom whose vote was exactly the same as my vote. We all only had one vote each, so no party delivered Brexit. It was a decision of the people of the United Kingdom. Then, in its implementation, wrongly, the United Kingdom government did not treat us all equally. I hope that they now will put that right in the period of time ahead, and let us all get to that place where this institution can deliver for all of our people, that we can work together, that we can act in good faith, and we can continue to provide what our community demands of us, and that is a stable, functioning government delivering for all its people.
Well, Steve Egan.
I thank the First Minister for his response so far. First Minister, could you outline what sanctions there's ever been against any minister to the ministerial codes, or indeed has there been any penalties that have been applied at any stage to any minister for breaching the ministerial code?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we never want to get to the point where sanctions need to be applied. What we want to do is get to a place where the politics works, and that we can avoid those type of actions. Now, there has been in times where ministers have been taken to court. They've been found to be in breach of the ministerial code. I can think of a number of issues. I also can go back to even this summer, when there were 2 ministers who judicially reviewed an operational decision of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, despite that issue being raised by fellow executive colleagues, subject to the ministerial code, that decision should have been taken by the executive. Those ministers decided to proceed with their judicial review actions. I leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, because there is an ongoing case in respect of that decision.
Call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to some in the chamber, it's do as we say, not as we do, yes. In terms of the executive and in terms of the executive business. However, in the media, First Minister, we're hearing of reports of a scheduled meeting for North-South. What actually constitutes such meetings?
Well, can I thank the member for that question, because it's a very important question, because some ministers have spoken about there being scheduled meetings to take place this week. There are no such scheduled meetings to take place. There is only a scheduled meeting at the point in which attendance and its agenda is agreed by the Executive Office. At that point, when a meeting has had its agenda and attendance agreed, then the Executive Office will notify fellow executive colleagues that that meeting is taking place, and we will also notify you, Mr. Speaker, of such a meeting taking place. Far from me to draw the Speaker into this debate, but he can confirm or otherwise if he has received notification of there being a scheduled meeting. So there are no scheduled meetings that have been sanctioned by way of the agenda or attendance taking place this week. Can I just say, Mr. Speaker, in response to that, I have signed off in line with the statement that was made by the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, that when it came to the issues around health, that would be an area which should be able to continue. And that meeting I have cleared to take place this week. I have also added to that, given that the Peace Plus programme has within it a particular theme that relates to health and funding associated with that, subject to the Deputy First Minister approving that through the urgent procedure, that meeting should take place, and it should then approve the Peace Plus funding in respect of the urgent procedure that the Department of Finance Minister has requested.
I call Pat Cadney.
Thank you. First Minister, you're embarrassed by your antics over the whole Brexit issue, simply because you're the party that owned it. You tripped in and out of number 10 with Boris Johnson. Take ownership of it and get on with what you agreed and what you liked at the time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whenever it comes to the issue of Brexit, I repeat what I said earlier. This was a decision that was taken on a UK-wide basis, and the people of Northern Ireland were able to exercise their vote. I shouldn't have to go back to the member and indicate London, for example, had a much higher level of opposition to Brexit, but because it's part of the United Kingdom, just like Northern Ireland, therefore it is subjected to the outcome of that decision. What I need to see, what we all want to see, is the arrangements working here in Northern Ireland that respects East-West and North-South. I think they are important, and I respect the member opposite, who has nationalist ambitions for the reunification of Ireland, a perfectly legitimate political aspiration to have. But he must respect my ambition for Northern Ireland to remain an integral part of the United Kingdom, unless there is the consent of the people of Northern Ireland to change that. The protocol makes a change to that constitutional arrangement, and it does so without having the consent of a single unionist.
There are no further members indicating to question the Minister, so on that basis then that concludes this item of business. Could members please take a ease again for a moment or two?
Order, members. We now return to the second stage debate on the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. And I now call Matthew O'Toole to resume his speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't have much more progress to make in my remarks. As I said before we broke up before lunch, I and my party support this bill. I'm strongly supportive of the intention of the bill and the detail of it. I think it very reasonably balances, and having gone through all the clauses in what is a concise and clear bill, I think it clearly balances the right to both protest and freedom of speech, but also the right of women and girls to access reproductive health care in a way that is safe and where they are not harassed by individuals. Some of the questions, some of the complaints raised thus far have frankly been, I'm afraid, ridiculous in terms of some of the claims made, and I covered those before we finished speaking. I think it's worth saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this comes in the context of, as I mentioned before we broke up, the fact that women here have been systematically and for a very long time denied the equal right to reproductive health care services and abortions where necessary here, unlike in other jurisdictions in the UK and indeed now in the south of Ireland. So it is even more important that in the absence of a properly commissioned service, and I would use the opportunity of speaking on this bill to call on the Health Minister to make progress in terms of commissioning abortion services in Northern Ireland, because we have a fragile situation, the fragility of a situation which was, in a sense, kept going for I believe 18 months by Informing Choices, who operated an access point giving information and signposting women in often extremely vulnerable situations. They now are not in a position to continue that service anymore. It has been taken up by BPAS, the British Pregnancy Advice Service.
Order. Can I remind the member that this bill is about safe access zones? I am allowing a degree of flexibility, but I would draw the member back to this debate.
I think it's very important, Mr Speaker, that this debate is placed in the context of access to abortion and the fact that women, now that this service is legal in Northern Ireland, legal, in my view, in a way that is long overdue, it is clearly important that legal provision having been made for this, that women are able to access in a way that is free from harassment. But it's also worth saying that even before provision for this was fully legal in Northern Ireland, we do know that premises in Belfast have been picketed, and even women and girls seeking to access advice when they couldn't access a termination in Northern Ireland, they were still picketed and harassed with unacceptable images in whether it was the Mary Stopes Clinic or any other premises where they were seeking to access that advice even before it was lawful. So it is in the context of the legal position vis-à-vis abortion provision and commissioning. In conjunction to approving of this bill, I think it's overdue that we have the clarity and consistency of a properly commissioned service, because that will also enable those medical professionals who are providing this service to feel that they have, frankly, the weight of these institutions, but also senior management and the HSE behind them in terms of delivering this service, which is legally provided for, but it now needs to be properly commissioned. Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't go through all of the details of the clauses. I covered some of them before we broke. I think this is a concise, clear bill. I think all of the complaints around freedom to protest can be easily dealt with. I think there is a clear problem which is particularly acute in this jurisdiction, in part because of the vagueness around the commissioning of the service and the commissioning of services, which I think that grey area frankly allows some of the protesters using these often unspeakable images to feel that they have a bit more wiggle room, that in harassing women in this way that they might make a bit more progress than they would if there was proper, clearly commissioned services. So I think that needs to come in conjunction with this. But in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am very much in favour favour of this bill passing its second reading, and I look forward to it proceeding swiftly, though with obviously the necessary scrutiny, but swiftly, hopefully through committee stage, and hopefully getting royal assent before these institutions hopefully break up for the election next year. This is one essential piece of legislation, something we should prioritise getting done, and it's much more important than engineered crises and histrionics. This is something real that affects real women and girls in our society now. Let's proceed and get it done. And as I said earlier on, I commend the bill sponsor for bringing it to the Assembly. Thank you.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the principles of this bill today at second stage. Safe access zones around a healthcare clinic. I really don't know how we can disagree with that. And I do appreciate that this is specific to abortion clinics, but had it not been specific, would members and others have an issue with it, particularly if there were similar behaviour? I cannot change the law relating to abortion in Northern Ireland. That was a decision taken by the United Kingdom Government. And people have talked about democracy, but like it or not, Northern Ireland remains under the jurisdiction of the UK Parliament, which is supreme to this one. So what happens in Westminster is democracy. Northern Ireland elects 18 MPs to the Commons, so maybe have a word with them if you disagree with the law, and particularly those who had the ear of Downing Street at the point on which this law was made. I appreciate, however, there are attempts to frustrate the implementation of this law, and perhaps these protests are an example of that. However, no one is breaking the law accessing these services. If anything, some protesters, given their behaviour, which is extraordinary to the protests. So it is imperative that we protect those using these clinics, as well as those who work in them, because it is the law. Some have also talked about current laws, in particular harassment laws, and why not utilise and/or strengthen these? Because yes, harassment law is poor, and it's poorly implemented. To that end, I instigated domestic abuse legislation 5 years ago, recognising how poor harassment law is. And harassment law, even if it is improved, is reactionary. It is pursued after the offence has allegedly occurred, after the harm has been done. Now, I appreciate that if the law is robust enough, it may act as a deterrent, but how likely is that, particularly when those creating this form of harm do not recognise it themselves? What I like about Ms Bailey's bill is that it seeks to prevent harm. It doesn't wait until after the harm is done. It is proactive rather than reactive. It is protective rather than weak comfort after the event. And we should be seeking to stop harm. In Coleraine, there have been several incidents which have resulted in physical and mental harm of both those protesting as well as those accessing and working in the clinic. This is not good. It has created a hostile atmosphere. It scares people. It traumatises many, not just those accessing and working in the clinic. I've been contacted by people simply walking by or into the clinic for other services because the clinic in Coleraine is a community clinic. They have described to me aggression, violence. Others have mentioned the images. I've been contacted by parents expressing distress at these images, unable to shield their children from seeing them. Women who have suffered miscarriage, having those images foisted upon them. It's truly awful. This is Baby Loss Awareness Week, where women and families will share their heartbreaking stories of baby loss and the pain they will inevitably carry with them for the rest of their lives. To then be subject to this behaviour is really unbelievable and not something anyone in this House should accept. And really, what type of freedom of speech is it when it limits others because of the harm it is creating? Because being traumatised is not being free. Being harassed is its own prison. I'll share a personal experience, Deputy Speaker. I attended the community clinic in Coleraine for contraception in August. I was scheduled for an appointment, and I was terrified going to that clinic to access family planning services, as is my right as a woman. But I was scared in case someone might have accosted me, shouted at me, shoved leaflets in my face, and I very nearly cancelled my appointment. I did, however, reassure myself that if someone did approach me, I would explain to them that I was accessing other healthcare. This is what we are doing to women. We are putting them in a position to have to explain themselves, disclose their healthcare, ironically, to the very people defending the right of medical confidentiality in this very House yesterday when it comes to double vaccination, yet feel that they can interfere in people's confidentiality when it comes to reproductive health care. And I'm sure you're thinking that me or any other person doesn't have to disclose my information. But this behaviour, this environment that is created through these protests and other violent action is not giving women that choice. And I'm not going to go into detail as to why I was there. But let me say this, being female is invasive. Until you grow a uterus and experience this, you cannot imagine how difficult healthcare can be for a woman. And that's even when we're healthy. So let's put distance between these people accessing in healthcare, which they are entitled to, and protests and behaviour which harms them. I worked in pharmacy for a number of years, and I was trained in medical confidentiality. And let's be clear, confidentiality is not just about what you speak or what you tell someone. It's as much about not acknowledging someone because you're familiar with them, having seen them in for a medical consultation, which could indirectly indicate their treatment. And it is very important that we protect people's medical information. I actually think Clare's bill does this generally. It adds protection for healthcare. And please correct me if I'm wrong. This already happens at hospitals for all patients. I don't believe protesters are allowed in hospital grounds. They have to do it at a distance. Due to a family matter this week, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have been in Causeway Hospital quite a lot. And my goodness, patients, families and staff do not need this. Yet they are saving people's lives. They are keeping their heads above water. So I am 100% glad that we protect our hospitals. But why wouldn't we do this in any other healthcare setting experiencing similar pressures? To come back to my personal story, I am fine, because at that point I hadn't actually realised that those services have been moved to Causeway Hospital, thereby creating an organic buffer zone, an example where what Miss Bailey is proposing can work. And those who wish to exercise their right to protest or witness can continue to do so, albeit from a safe, appropriate distance that does not diminish healthcare or create further harm for the patient, health and social care staff. The issues that I spoke to earlier of the previous clinic have gone, and I understand those who continue to protest do so. But that atmosphere, that hostility is gone, and the danger is moved, not just for the patients, the health and social care staff, but for the protesters themselves, who in the previous clinic were finding themselves in situations. I have spoken to those who protest because I genuinely do want to understand their concerns, as their elected representative as much as I am for anyone else. So I do take time to listen to all sides of this argument. And they've described to me that this type of protest is what they would describe as witnessing. However, it feels that it has gone beyond this. And I would actually ask protesters to reflect on what their actions are doing to others, because the victims cannot be removed from what these protests are doing. Indeed, this is what this bill is actually focusing on. What the people these protests are being affected by, and the victims. And it is not to hinder free speech, it is to protect others. Indeed, protests can still take place, but at a safe distance. I fully recognise the right of free speech, but I also recognise that speech ceases to be free when it limits the freedoms of others. The law recognises this too, through hate crime, discrimination, incitement to hate, etc. And hopefully in the future, this bill. To conclude, I want to talk about trauma. Often we hear pro-life people say that they wanted to support women to make better choices around abortion, and I, to an extent, appreciate that. But I put it to these people that this witness or protest is not supporting women. It's traumatising them, which in itself will lead to poor choices that they will also disagree with. So they are effectively reinforcing what they would describe as bad choices. Mr Deputy Speaker, this doesn't occur across the UK, but maybe it needs to. We need to focus on protecting people and patients. That must be where we start. I appreciate other members have pointed to clauses of this bill and how technically it may not work. That's what further consideration stage is for. So if there are those issues, I would certainly welcome those members to bring forward those edits so that we can potentially focus this in the right way. I think this is an important bill, and I commend the member for tabling it to the House.
I now call Clare Bailey to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's been really greatly heartening, I have to say, listening to the majority of members so far who have spoken, but who have also so obviously understood and engaged with the impact of these anti-abortion protests on women, for telling your personal stories and for acknowledging the widespread nature of what we're starting to see. I suppose in closing, I'm going to focus really on issues that have been raised, and as has just been mentioned by Claire Sugden in her comments, this is a second stage debate, and if passed today, this bill will have further stages where amendments can be made. To date, I think that all comments would be, I would be more than welcome to have the conversations to see can we get a reasonable amendment to relay any issues raised. But I suppose I'll start with early on, Mr Buckley was quite critical, I think, when he pointed out that there had been a lack of consultation since 2016 and that was a number of years ago. But I'd started working on this bill back in 2016. Maybe the member's not aware, but it is worth noting that there is a personal cost to members in going to consultation on a private member's bill, that's not a cost covered by this Assembly, but it was a cost I was more than happy to do, and if necessary, we'll continue to do, we'll do again, but if it gives any assurance, I have continued and I will continue for the length that this is in the process to engage with all bodies, and that's the Equality Commission, the Human Rights Commission, the PSNI, the Health and Social Care Trust, their staff, women, the Secretary of State, Westminster. I've even gone to Australia, believe me, not just in this virtual world that we live in, but I have had meetings with the proposers of the bill that was implemented and passed in Australia. I've spoken to cross-party MPs about their views on how that was achieved, and I've listened to the tragic circumstances that led to the bill being brought forward, and that was when a security guard was murdered doing his job, and that's what led to Australia implementing safe access zones. And I will continue at every stage to consult, to discuss and to talk with as many people as possible, because I want this bill to be right rather than vindictive, as Mr Allister claims. Other issues were raised, believing that this could cause undue stress to PSNI resources, and currently I just simply refute this. I see this bill as the complete opposite to that case. I have engaged with police, I have worked with police, I have FOIs from police. I know how much the police have done, how many times they've been called, how much resource they've had to put into this, and even just under a Freedom of Information request, just for the Mary Stopes Clinic alone, at one point between October 14 and October 17, that they had a reported number of 83 incidences, 17 that were passed to the Public Prosecution Service, and the list goes on. They also had permanent presence at the clinic doors, and that's extensive resource for PSNI. And today they're still going through these processes. While they might not have a permanent presence at premises, they're still getting the calls and dealing with the complaints. So I'm hoping that if this bill was enacted, that it would lessen the resource on the PSNI and also give them the capability to deal with this quickly, efficiently, and without heavy sanction on anyone. The number of concerns raised that the potential this bill could set in terms of a precedent would be to roll back or restrict other rights and freedoms. I think that giving out leaflets was one example used, but I also think that's a very interesting example though. I mean, giving out leaflets sounds like a very passive, pretty pleasant pastime. We all do it around elections, for example. But when you understand that these leaflets are filled with misinformation, with non-fact, when they're being forcibly put into people's bags, pockets or hands, claiming all sorts of nonsense like abortion won't unrape you, or abortion will give you breast cancer, then I hope that it could be understood as a little bit more intimidatory or sinister in some cases, but I'll come back to those points. When anyone cares to compare this concern about setting a precedent, really need to direct them to other countries who have passed similar measures. And some members have already mentioned a few of those countries. We have seen this pass and happen in some states in the United States. We've seen it happen in South Africa, in France, Canada, Australia, as I've mentioned, and England via council powers. And none, not one of those countries has it led to the rollback on other rights or other unintended precedents being set. Sure.
Just further to the point the member made, I don't know if she's aware of, there was a challenge to one of the council powers she talked about in relation to in Ealing Council in West London, and it was the challenge to it was, I understand, thrown out by the judge.
Thank the member for that. And it is, of course, anyone's legal right, if they want to challenge any legislation, that they can do so. But this bill, again, doesn't interfere with that either. So I'm going to leave that one, while it is a valid point to be cognizant of. I have no evidence to show that that will happen. A few members also think that Clause 6 is too vague, and it was brought up quite a number of times, and I suppose namely it was Mr Buckley, Ms Bradley and Mr Allister who were raising concerns, and I will continue to listen to those concerns, to look at can I make Clause 6 much more effective, and if I can, I will be more than happy to have those conversations at any time, and if the bill is passed, we'll continue to work on further scrutiny of that. But again, all three members have dismissed support for the bill at this stage. So I do doubt that there's anything that I could say now, or any clarity that I might be able to provide that may change, or should I say must change, or might change, or should change, or does change. Given that this is a debate, it's probably best to test that out with may change, because words are important, where they are on that. But if passed, I'm more than willing to continue engaging. And Mr Allister in particular has taken umbrage with Clause 6, and particularly 6A, influencing a person within any safe zone. And used, I think, was graphic imagery as one example of potential influencing, and also a case of a mother and a daughter as another, maybe a mother trying to stop her daughter accessing those premises. Well, I just want to reiterate on that the point of this bill is to prevent undue influence of a protected person within a safe zone. It is not to mute any anti-choice point of view or campaign. If that was my intent, then this bill would go much further than a potential 5-metre radius at a clinic or premises door. Yep.
Say it's to avoid undue influence, when that's not the terminology of the bill. The bill is the simple word influence. So that's much more than undue influence.
I thank the member for that. I don't think I said undue. I think I said influencing. So influencing either way. If a person wants to access services, wants to enter premises, whether that be for accessing services, whether that be for work, whether that be for any other service within that building, then they should be able to do so. And that's just where I stand on that point, and that's the essence behind this bill. Yep.
Would there be an opportunity at consideration stage to potentially strengthen the concern that Mr Allister has, given that that influence could be a positive influence rather than a negative one, as being suggested?
Thank the member for that, of course, and I hope that I've made that clear. I'm willing to engage at any stage if this bill passes and if it does progress to make clarity for anything where people feel that there is vagueness, and any language used within the bill can also be changed at any time through consideration and further consideration stage. But I have genuinely yet to hear any situation where a mother is within sight of a clinic door and still attempting to dissuade her daughter not to go inside for any professional help, information, advice or service. But if that did arise under this bill, and as Ms Woods pointed out during her contribution, that mother is also a protected person. If she's attending as the partner of her daughter,
the protection in that regard is conditioned if the person is there at the invitation. So if the daughter invites the mother to go with her, she is a protected person. If the mother goes in pursuit of the daughter to influence her not to have the abortion, she's not a protected person.
Thank you for that. I think that's exactly what I was saying there. So if she is attending as the partner with her daughter, then she is a protected person. But if she is not attending with the consent of her daughter, then she will be subject to the same restrictions as everyone else within that zone. We should also be aware of the impact that comments on baby loss has had. I found that quite distressing during the debate. And I do want to remind members that many women suffering from baby loss for any reason also attend family planning clinics. They also attend other healthcare settings, and they often report on how distressing it is to be confronted with these campaigns at the door. So please, members, be mindful of that, because it is a very real fact. And of course, to cover any unintentional criminalisation for any person unaware of either their behaviour or the existence of a future potential safe zone, there is clause 6.4, the defence clause. And that states that it is a defence for D, the person, to show that D did not know and had no reasonable way of knowing that the protected person was in a safe access zone. Now, that's a deliberate insertion of that clause. Mr. Allister, I'm coming back to you again. But Mr. Allister, you're very well versed in legal courtroom settings. You're a practitioner, a trained QC, I think. So you understand very well how law works. And I suspect that you're using the debate really today to highlight your personal view on abortion and distract from the intent of this bill, because this bill is really about seeking the balance of competing rights for all involved. It's not discriminating or favouring one or the other, but about trying to accommodate safe access while allowing the right to protest and assembly. Yep, you can. I'll let you intervene.
I don't think the member can say it's about providing for all, when the very purpose of the bill is to expunge protest and influence within these zones. That's providing only for the member's worldview and expunges any other view that anyone could express within those zones. So there's no balance in it whatever.
Thank the member. You'll be very aware that those freedoms of assembly are caveated, and that this bill is within the caveat set out. So it's not an unrestricted right and freedom to continue to allow what is happening. There are limitations, and this bill is designed and drafted within those limitations. And I think you know fine well that that's the case. But there's also those competing rights of those seeking access and those with the right and freedom of assembly. But there's also, let's not forget, a right and a duty placed on the Health and Social Care Trust to protect their staff. And that's a huge consideration, because right now many staff are not feeling protected, and health trusts and chief executives are struggling to find a way to do that. And the expense placed on them in putting extra measures in place is not an expense that anybody would want to place as a burden on an already overstretched health system. But as to the concerns around ambiguity, again around the lack of clarity contained in Clause 6, I think that it was Mr Chambers actually, in response to Rachel Woods' contribution, he stated clarity on this, in my opinion. In determining impacts, what's needed is that you need to ask the person who's had that unsolicited or unwanted approach, who has their access blocked, or who's been recorded going about their work. Ask them, how did that make you feel? Because that will clear up any ambiguity, and that is what needs acted upon. But I suspect that we could go round and round the houses on this for a long time. These are issues that, as I say, I'm more than happy and very welcome to receive constructive comment on. And if this bill is passed today, I will look forward to the committee scrutiny and, of course, engage with all concerned, including the PSNI, as I've already said, on this. Turning to Clause 8.2, again, it was a wording issue raised, and I feel that it would just be maybe a bit less effective for a bill, or indeed an act, if it was to become, to instruct a department to maybe or perhaps do something, but rather it's best to remove ambiguity and instruct directly, and therefore the word used is must for that reason. The other issue that was raised was regarding Sajid Javid and the UK Government Home Office reporting, when they claimed that there was, in their opinion, no national zones needed, nor will be implemented. But, of course, we're not the same place as England with regard to this issue, nor Scotland, nor Wales. And I'm not aware that either Mr Javid or the Home Office paid any consideration at all to the women in Northern Ireland when reporting back that there was no need for national zones. But CEDAW have. And under their UK inquiry, they identified the difference between Northern Ireland and GB, and they recommended safe zones as a solution. And when these have been put in place in England, it has been under council authority and council remit. But of course, councils in Northern Ireland have very, very different powers to those in GB. So we are a Northern Ireland Assembly, and this Assembly, we are tasked with creating Northern Ireland specific legislation, and that's what this bill is. And I also want to acknowledge Liz Kimmon's contribution too, when she rightly thanked her local constituents when they came together and formed themselves into a group supporting Women Newry in direct response to the ongoing protests on the streets. But they shouldn't have to. And we need to be very cognizant of this level of response and any unintended consequences coming from that. We are tasked with creating solutions rather than creating none and allowing people to come up with their own. I suppose, in summing up, I just want to thank again every member for acknowledging the deliberate campaign of harassment and intimidation being allowed to continue on our streets, even those who are not supportive of the bill. I think it's really, really heartening that that has been acknowledged. I thank the members from Sinn Féin, SDLP, UUP, Alliance Party, People Before Profit, Claire Sugden and Trevor Lunn, who I know is not in the debate but has sent support for the bill, for all your support at this stage, and also to the Health Committee for agreeing to receive the bill for scrutiny if passed today. And I look forward to, if that happens, working with you through that process, and commend the bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that you should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. Would members resume their seats, please? Before I put the question again, I would remind members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Board members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Rachel Woods and Liz Kimmins. Tellers for the noes, Jonathan Buckley and George Robinson. Before the Assembly divides, I remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place, and I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourselves and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear of the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Ask members to take their ease before the next item of business. Can I also advise members that that concludes the second stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill, and the bill therefore stands referred to the Committee for Health. Point of order.
Earlier today there was an urgent oral question to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. The Deputy First Minister was not in the chamber. I want to ask the Deputy Speaker if it could be ruling please be made whether that was in order, and also were the responses from the First Minister reflective of the joint office, reflecting the fact that most of the responses seem to be DUP question time.
The member has his views on the record. I'm sure the Speaker will listen carefully and examine Hansard to see what he has said, and it may, if necessary, come back to the member. I will pass that to the Speaker's office. Now, I would again ask members to take their ease for the next item of business.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on cancer screening for firefighters. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises the urgent need to protect firefighters from cancer, acknowledges the increasing evidence highlighting the serious health risks to firefighters and their families following exposure to carcinogenic fire effluents, further recognises that as a result of their profession, firefighters can be up to 4 times more likely to develop cancer and other illnesses than other members of the public, and calls on the Minister of Health to introduce annual cancer screenings to monitor and manage the health status of serving firefighters.
Thank you, and I call Mr David Hilditch to formally move the motion.
Formally moved, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes should be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Hopefully my own lungs and my throat and voice will hold out for this, okay. I have had a number of conversations with colleagues, friends, constituents recently to ask how they think a firefighter most commonly dies as a result of their work in the fire service. The common answer is that they have been caught in a fire or smoke inhalation. They are shocked when I point out that the vast array of scientific literature shows when compared to the general public, firefighters are significantly higher risk of being diagnosed with and subsequently dying of cancer that is fundamentally related to and caused by the service work they do. Running into the face of a fire isn't the only major threat firefighters face. Men and women on the front lines of Northern Ireland's fire and rescue service are often exposed to toxic smoke, asbestos and other chemicals and substances on a daily basis. As a result, these responders are statistically diagnosed with cancer at a higher rate than the general population, according to an independent University of Central Lancashire report commissioned by the Fire Brigades Union and led by fire chemistry and toxicity expert Professor Anna Steek. The study, which involved over 10,000 firefighters, found that firefighters can be up to 4 times more likely to develop cancer and other illnesses than other members of the public. 3/4 have served for at least 10 years before receiving diagnosis, more than half under the age of 50 and a fifth were under 40. Of those diagnosed, 26% have skin cancer, the most common, followed by testicular cancer 10%, head and neck cancers 4% and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma 3%. This work is a UK first and the latest in a growing body of international evidence from North America, Europe and Australia, suggesting an increase of risk to firefighters developing cancer and other diseases. Already in parts of Canada and the United States, presumptive legislation has already been introduced that recognises certain cancers as occupational diseases amongst firefighters. In the UK, it has so far been concluded that there is not enough evidence to link occupational exposure to carcinogenic fire effluents and higher risk of cancers. This means that if a firefighter believes their illness is work-related, they are required to prove it in each case, an almost impossible retrospective task. But the reality is that the UK research has been significantly underfunded, allowing the UK to fall further and further behind in the treatment of our serving firefighters. Today is a major opportunity for Northern Ireland to be proactive rather than reactive and lead the way within the United Kingdom. No longer should firefighters be undervalued, and as a government, we should no longer allow them to become disproportionately affected by cancer solely due to the career that they have chosen. In relation to the tabled amendment, we would be quite happy to support this addition to the motion, as based upon the shocking findings from the University of Central Lancashire's report. Scientists have already created a best practice guide for fire and rescue services, putting forward a number of urgent recommendations to minimise firefighters' exposure to toxic fire effluent and simple changes that can be made to protect the lives of firefighters and their families. With this, the Decon campaign was born and has recently been introduced to make small changes to the health and safety of all firefighters and their families by introducing training to educate and inform of the dangers of contaminants, by challenging old habits and creating a mindset change amongst the service. This involves washing dirty clothes, showering after incidents, cleaning what they carry and decon before driving. Whilst the campaign is extremely positive, the luxury of time may not always be afforded by those on-call firefighters that are often leaving places of employment and managing time expectation with their main employers. A UK Firefighters Cancer and Disease Registry has also been established, which will help researchers study the long-term health risk of firefighting. The more firefighters register, the better we can understand and respond to the health risks the profession faces. It collects information on firefighters' work routines, exposure to fire effluents, lifestyle and health. This will enable scientists to identify and recognise the most common cancers and diseases related to firefighters' work, and in the future offer preventative health screening, education and support. Whilst both Decon and the Firefighters Cancer Disease Registry are essential, the Ministers of both Finance and Health must explore practical ways of enhancing awareness amongst firefighting personnel and their families in relation to the health risks of toxic chemicals and the urgent need for better detection and regular check-ups. Annual health screening and evaluation is essential, as early detection is the key to survival for retired, current and our future firefighters. Staff in the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service perform an essential and often life-saving role in our society. They make up our families, our communities, and we owe it to them to ensure that they are afforded appropriate and robust levels of protection. As I draw to a close, I'd like to dedicate this to all firefighters, particularly those who are currently battling or have lost their battle with cancer. As some of you may know, I have a very personal experience with the topic of this motion, and I wish to do all I can to protect the lives of those who give so much to protect us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Agus nish éram Colm Gildernew leis an lasú a chur chun sé. I now call Colm Gildernew to propose the motion. Amendment, sorry.
Moved. You wish me just to move, Speaker? Do you?
Thank you. Sorry, my mic's not on. You have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open debate on the amendment. Thank you.
It is extremely worrying that cancer rates are on average 4 times more common amongst firefighters because of their dangerous work. Contact with toxic materials released during fires and even some of the materials used to fight fires are only some of the dangers faced by firefighters and indeed of further concern their families. The dangers of life-threatening contaminations due to the work they do is the reality of every firefighter's work life. Firefighters are worthy of every tribute paid to them here in this Assembly today. They are frontline workers who put themselves at considerable risk to protect the rest of us. I don't think we can honestly ever do enough to repay them for the sacrifices they make for every time that siren rings and they put on their uniforms to rush to the scene of an accident or a burning building. And I think it's very unique challenges that are presented by that type of work. I therefore welcome the motion that has been brought by David and Jonathan today, and a motion that calls for the Department of Health for annual screening of all firefighters to detect early signs of cancer and other illness. As we know, early detection of illnesses is often the key to recovery, and perhaps particularly when it comes to cancer. This is the very least we can do for these workers. The Sinn Féin amendment to the bill takes the prevention idea a step further by asking the Department to look at other ways we can help to protect the lives of firefighters and their families. After all, firefighters put themselves, and indeed by extension their families, at additional health risk just by doing their jobs and doing it well. If better equipment saves the lives of our firefighters, then they should have better equipment. If upgraded decontamination procedures and better PPE protects our firefighters from further risk and disease, then our firefighters should have these. In their everyday work lives, firefighters take considerable risks on our behalf. But, Acharja, the risk to their lives does not end at the scene of an accident or when the fire has been extinguished. The risk of contamination from the toxic materials they encounter in their jobs pose considerable additional risks to firefighters and their families on an ongoing basis. During the COVID pandemic, we saw how important PPE became in keeping our healthcare workers safe. Modern and effective PPE equipment is also needed by firefighters as they try to go about their work and keep themselves safe. The Sinn Féin amendment addresses the preventative measures that the Department of Health can take to ensure better health for firefighters. One of the key issues is the decontamination of kit and equipment. A firefighter recently told me that more kits and better, more efficient process for laundering and replacing PPE are required if they are to reduce their risks. And members, while cancer screening is obviously worthwhile and something that I think all of us absolutely support and should be offered to firefighters given the increased risk they face, however, reducing the risk in the first instance and preventing cancer in the first place would obviously also be something that we should do much better. So that's why the Minister, Department and the Service should engage with the Fire Brigade Union and firefighters themselves, interrogate international best practice and ensure that we are putting in place the best procedures around decontamination, fire kit laundry and replacement in order to protect firefighters, their families and colleagues. So I support both the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today. And I'd like to thank the members who both brought this motion forward and those who have brought the amendment forward also. Firefighters are undoubtedly amongst the most selfless people within our society. In my lifetime, I can recall the bravery and the selflessness we all witnessed in both New York City during 9/11 and more recently in London following the Grenfell Tower fire. Both heartbreaking and both had a profound negative impact on firefighters' physical health. 9/11 particularly has left a devastating decades-long imprint. These come in the form of both mental and physical illness, which for first responders especially has proven deadly. Many of those who didn't die on the scene that day developed deadly chronic illnesses, as mentioned here earlier today, such as cancer, respiratory and gastrointestinal conditions. As of September 6th of this year, it is listed that 250 New York Fire Department deaths have taken place since 2001, resulting directly from 9/11 related illnesses. These are real people who made great sacrifices with loved ones left behind. Research reveals these firefighters developed these conditions as a direct consequence of breathing in toxic fumes ejected by the collapsing World Trade Center. This leads me on to the wording of this motion. It is deeply worrying that studies reveal firefighters have a higher risk, 4 times that, from environmental contamination from fires, leaving them to have great concern about their health. We welcome that the Fire Brigades Union has launched new training aiming to fight the cancer threat to our firefighters, which intends to help them to reduce the effect of toxic substances released in fires with actions such as showers soon after fires being advised. The SDLP agrees wholeheartedly that by introducing additional annual cancer screenings to monitor and manage health, this will greatly assist in better assessing the status of health of our firefighters and better serve them. The inclusion of this amendment on post-incident decontamination is also warmly welcomed to ensure family members are prevented from being exposed to these harmful contaminants also. The SDLP strongly support this motion and amendment, and we strongly support our firefighters.
Thank you. Now call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I have to declare a bit of an interest in this topic. Obviously, as a former firefighter of 16 years and also just I'll have to check this, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I think it was an honorary member of the FBE up until very recently. I think my membership had expired, but I'll maybe check that just to be sure. But I'll be standing up in support of the motion and the amendment today. And can I thank particularly David Hilditch for bringing this motion to us before, because it will have been a very difficult topic to speak on from his personal story. For some of us that know a little bit about that. And David, thank you so much for that, and also for the party opposite in terms of your response to the amendment. I think it does add to the topic. And just to give a bit of context with regard to this, obviously I have a bit of an insider's knowledge as to what actually goes on. The fire service obviously do perform a very particular and peculiar emergency response. And as the member from East Londonderry pointed out, they actually go into the danger zone when everybody else is heading out. And that can never be undervalued nor played down. And it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, and I've spent some time with firefighters from all over the world, whether that be from the west coast or east coast of America, from Sweden, from Europe, and indeed from Australia. And there's a camaraderie that they have, and it is about trying to protect people. And I think today, collegiately, we will pay tribute to firefighters all over the world, but particularly to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, our own service here. Whether you're whole-time or whether you're retained, each one of those serves selflessly, those men and women, but also their families too. Because when the firefighter goes out on an appliance or responds to their garden, their wee bleeper when it goes off in a part-time retained area, sometimes their families just don't know what's going to happen, how long they'll be away, what danger they're going to be in, and it's an uncertain job, but it is a dangerous job. And it would be remiss of me not to, if you'll indulge me, Mr Deputy Speaker, over this past 3 years, 2 of my colleagues that I worked with did indeed pass away to serving firefighters this year in July. Andy McLucas, a friend of mine, he died of cancer, and similarly did Kenny McEwen, both fantastic firefighters who died too young from cancer, and that's what we're talking about today. But as has already been pointed out, firefighters carry out a range of very dangerous operations. A lot of that is centres around fire, whether that's putting out car fires, grass fires, house fires, and each of those bring different levels of risk. But to be fair, I'm going to put on record that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service do have high levels of supervision, training, and they do have good levels of PPE. I'm going to be honest, when I started in 2000, I started in February 2000, and what has happened since February 2000 till today is quite remarkable in terms of their approach to risk and managing risk. But that's not to say that we can't do better, and that's why we're supporting the motion today, because we should always be striving to improve on the levels of safety that our frontline services and responders are exposed to. The other thing that was mentioned was that a lot of the things that our firefighters are exposed to aren't just those dangers to their physical health, but also because they're responding to life and death scenarios, their mental health can be stressed and stretched. I'm just going to again put it on record today that I hope to bring forward a private member's bill that looks at protecting our first line responders in regards to PTSD and mental health as a result of their exposure, which is much like this. Some of our illnesses are physical and some of them are mental, and we need to do all we can in both avenues to protect them. I looked at some of the studies that had been included in the pack, and I also looked at some other studies worldwide, and there is kind of conflicting evidence as to what those cancers are and the prevalence. I know in the motion it talks about 4 times more likely, but that depends on which region you take that from. But there's no doubt that there is an increased risk. And I can tell you from my own background, when you come back from a fire and I'm just going to be honest and tell you this, when you blow your nose into a handkerchief and then you see what comes out at times, and that's maybe not been at the front face of those actions, and that's maybe being taken as limiting your time of exposure, increasing your distance from what's on fire, and with a reasonable amount of protection. There is more that we can do, and I want to put on record my thanks to the Fire Brigade Union too for being proactive in this regard and creating their training video. And I'm going to send a message out to my compatriots in the fire service, if that's okay, in the last few seconds. There's a cultural shift that needs to happen too. Our firefighters are very, very brave, but they need to look after themselves too, and we'll do everything we can in this chamber to support them. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you. I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson. We will also be supporting the amendment, and again I do so as chair of the all-party group on cancer here in the Assembly. I will be interested to hear from the Minister what concrete steps will follow, particularly in the context of ongoing budgetary pressures and the need to put forward proposals to fund this step. I myself have been concerned about this broad issue for some time. I have discussed it with the Fire and Rescue Service, most recently the University of Central Lancashire's report on minimising firefighters' exposure to toxic fire effluents, which I also raised with the Minister. This was, of course, primarily about prevention rather than about screening, but the point around enhanced risk is also clear. The figures presented in the motion itself present a stark warning, and as already been said here today, firefighters can be up to 4 times likelier to develop cancer, depending on the exact nature of the situations they face, their specific duties, and whether they are part-time or full-time. This is not least because they are more exposed to carcinogens. Let us remember that only in the past few days we have been talking about the danger of smoking in cars and vehicles where children are present in terms of the long-term health risks, in particular in relation to cancer. And if we are to elevate that to working at the scene of a serious fire, and it is not hard to imagine the heightened risk that is involved there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must do all we can to prevent cancer. Training has been undertaken, other means of reducing exposure have been explored, and in general prevention is now thankfully being taken more seriously. However, the next complementary thing we can do is to ensure that heightened risk is met through heightened monitoring, so that early intervention becomes not just a possibility but a norm. That is where this motion comes in. The benefits of identifying cancer at an earlier stage are, as we all know, obvious to us in terms of long-term prognosis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, annual cancer screening would not be an easy undertaking, but it is surely a worthy one, given the clear heightened risk experienced by at least some of our firefighters in some context, and our knowledge about that risk. Screening could make a significant difference. This must be a very useful way of assuring public servants that they are valued and that public service should be available and responsive to them too. Indeed, a question would be whether this should be expanded even to former firefighters, given that they will have experienced risk in the past. In closing, I look forward to hearing what steps, including around funding, will now be taken in relation to this motion, which I'm sure will enjoy unanimous support. And I have to put on record that the all-party group on cancer stands ready to support whatever goes forward from here. Thank you.
And just before I call Fran McCann, I'm sure he won't mind if I've read the newspapers, like I'm sure everyone else, that he's unfortunately leaving the Assembly. So I would like to, just because I may not be in this position in the chair to avail of the opportunity again, I would like to say, Fra, that I've always found you good, respectful person as we work together in the common interests of our people, and I would like to thank you for that and for the contribution that you made to the Assembly, and to wish you and Jeanette all the very best for a happy and restful retirement. I'm sure since what was 1987 that you've been in elected politics. That's some time to be serving the community, so I would like to thank you for your input here. So Ganeri Latakara. Okay, agus nish ira mar Fran McCann.
And it was actually interesting listening to Robbie, was that's first-hand experience of what firefighters go through, and to have somebody like that speaking in this is invaluable. But I'm pleased to support the amended motion, as I feel it provides an additional health security to vital workers in our society. The risks of being a firefighter are clear. Every day these workers put themselves at considerable risk as they go about protecting and often saving the lives of people in our communities. I honestly don't know how we could ever go about thanking them adequately for all that they have done on our behalf, but I believe that there are small measures we can take. The motion to introduce annual cancer screening is welcome, but more is needed. The statistics tell us, as people here have already said, that firefighters are 4 times more likely to develop cancer due to their regular exposure to pollutants in their work on behalf of society. So some other measures of prevention are obviously needed, and this is what the Sinn Féin amendment to the motion is addressing. And as my colleague said earlier on, we have been informed by firefighters that here in the north, the firefighters only have 2 kits issued to them. When a kit gets contaminated at a fire or another incident, it is supposed to go to be laundered to decontaminate. But this can sometimes take weeks. So a firefighter is often reusing contaminated kits shift after shift, putting themselves and their co-workers and their families at considerable risk. This Assembly needs to send a message that this is not an acceptable way to treat our frontline workers who put their lives on the line day and daily. The Department of Health needs to look at what is being done in other jurisdictions for best practice when it comes to the decontamination of kits and vehicles used by firefighters. For example, in the United States, firefighters remove their kit immediately after an incident. In fact, they do not even get back into the fire truck after an incident with their kits on, thereby reducing the risk of further contamination. We must do everything we can to protect the lives of those who put their lives on the line for us all day, every day. Better decontamination measures and modern and accessible facilities will improve the work lives of firefighters and help reduce the risk of cancer and other illnesses. I want to thank the DUP for bringing the motion to the Assembly, and to conclude that the amendment that Sinn Féin have put forward strengthens a good motion.
I now call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and could I also put on record my best wishes to Fran McCann on his retirement. I feel quite jealous, actually. But I do wish you all the well, Fra, with your future. All the best. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to commend, first of all, my colleagues David Hilditch and Jonathan Buckley for bringing this motion to the House today. David brings this motion as an MLA, but also as a father who carries a heavy heart after the loss of his son, Stuart. David, what you're doing today is a very fitting tribute to your son, and I know it will be felt by his colleagues who continue their incredible work. And while this is an emotional subject for many, the motion before us is about an issue that really matters to hundreds of firefighters and their families. And as a community, reliant on our firemen and women to keep us safe, we must step up today to protect them as they step up each and every day to protect us. Sadly, despite the recognition of the incredibly complex and dangerous nature of the situations firefighters must place themselves, there's not enough recognition that these conditions have long-term impacts due to the chemicals and toxins firefighters are exposed to. In areas of Canada and the USA, presumptive legislation has been introduced recognising certain cancers as occupational diseases amongst firefighters. Yet to date, the UK has concluded there is not enough evidence to link occupational exposure to carcinogenic fire effluents and higher risk of cancers. Sadly, this lack of recognition means if a firefighter was to receive a cancerous diagnosis, which they believe to be work-related, the onus is on that firefighter to provide evidence to prove this link to secure financial and practical support. Given the nature of their work, it's understandable why the General Secretary of the Fire Brigade Union has described this as an almost impossible retrospective task. This means many fire personnel are without the vital support that they should be entitled to during the most difficult period of their lives, and it's simply not good enough, Mr Deputy Speaker. Rather than being driven by evidence, this policy is driven by lack of research into the effects of firefighting on the long-term health of those on the front line. In response to this need, the Fire Brigade Union commissioned independent research from the University of Central Lancashire. This research surveyed more than 10,000 currently serving firefighters. They found 4.1% of respondents had already been diagnosed with cancer, compared with less than 1% of the general population. More than half were under the age of 50 and a fifth were under 40. These are deeply alarming statistics which this Assembly and the Department of Health cannot ignore. They are devastating to young lives and to young families, and we absolutely must protect these lives. The FBU Interim Best Practice Report published in response to this research provides guidance to help minimise the risk firefighters are exposed to. This guidance emphasises the need to provide health screening to any staff member regularly exposed to fire effluent. Early screening and early evaluation will lead to early detection and will save lives. Mr Deputy Speaker, this proposal before the House today is sensible. It serves a life-saving purpose. It shows that we as legislators and as a community at large take seriously the health and well-being of those who give their professional careers to protect us, regardless of the extreme dangers and horrendous situations that they face. It would not have a huge financial implication, but my goodness, it would have massive implications for firefighters and for their families. Furthermore, research from Mind showing 85% of those in fire and rescue services experience stress and poor mental health, and it shows the need to do more to support these essential frontline workers. Mr Deputy Speaker, the very nature of this job results in increased exposure to carcinogens, and there are other extremely important measures that we need to ensure are in place to give firefighters the best protection. We need to ensure that best practice standards are implemented in terms of PPE, such as respiratory protective equipment, risk assessment, decontamination procedures, and of course, vitally, training. This must be enabled by adequate resourcing and funding. Mr Speaker, our firefighters put their lives on the line to ensure our safety, and the least we can do for these brave individuals is to ensure not only their work is recognised, but that the risks they endure every day are recognised not only in the present, but in the lifelong impacts that they can have. Annual cancer screenings for our serving firefighters is essential.
I would ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
I will.
Would the member recognise that both through the very personal nature of this for Mr Hilditch, but would she equally recognise that, as Ms Hunter pointed out, that the needs and requirements of our firefighters have reached the global stage now, whenever we take into account the tragedy and devastating scenes that our firefighters in the United States rushed to following 9/11?
The member has up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleague and the member for that intervention, and absolutely agree with that wholeheartedly. I will be concluding now, Mr Deputy Speaker, just to say that it is areas like this that devolution can make a real difference. I urge the Minister to take this issue forward as a matter of urgency and to make that difference for the well-being of all those who serve our community in the fire service. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you. I now call Alan Chambers.
Thank
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to say that I'm pleased to hear of the improved health news about Fra's wife, and they're both the living proof of the benefits of double vaccination. Mr Deputy Speaker, it has been acknowledged by other speakers the debt of gratitude that we owe the members of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, and I concur with all these comments. Fortunately, we as members of the public are not onlookers on a daily basis to the work that the firefighters routinely carry out. Their skills extend to many other scenarios than just fighting fires. We may see them cutting free victims from a bad traffic collision, or we may see them evacuating people from areas that have been evacuated. And indeed, we've even seen them rescuing farm animals stuck on a shuck. But what we do not see at close quarters is when they conduct their core function of fighting fires, they enter business premises with perhaps only scant information on what chemicals or products that may be stored there. They may also be unaware of asbestos dangers in properties, particularly older buildings, many of which have been adapted for storage. With all the best protection and training in the world, it is entirely possible for a firefighter to be exposed to toxic fumes or dangerous particles in the air. Other speakers have spoken about the experiences of firefighters and first responders in New York City during the 9/11 attacks, and over a very compacted period of weeks, they selfishly worked through the ruins of those buildings to recover victims' remains, and were obviously exposed to a lot of dangerous toxic materials. And 45% of first responders present during and the direct aftermath now suffer from upper airway and digestive tract conditions, and 16% suffer from cancer. Now, not all of these medical conditions can be attributed to their duties, but it would be a reasonable assumption, Mr Deputy Speaker, that many of these conditions found their roots in the ruins of the World Trade Centres. Our local firefighters may only match the intense experience of the New York firefighters, which was felt over a few weeks during, say, a 20-year career. But given the fact of the conditions in which their duties dictate they operate, they could develop many of the conditions now being suffered by the first responders in New York City. Routine annual cancer screening, if practical, can only be a good thing, and hopefully will offer some degree of reassurance to firefighters and their families. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus Nish Inamar Jerry Carroll Hunkanch. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I want to wish Fra McCann all the best as well in his retirement. It probably won't be a retirement, and I'm sure he'll be probably as busy and active as ever. And he's always been courteous to me, so I want to wish Fra all the best. Deputy Speaker, I fully endorse this motion. Thank the members for bringing it and bringing the amendment also. I believe the Assembly obviously needs to do much more to combat cancer rates among firefighters, but also needs to do much more to expand cancer screening across society for women, men, children, the elderly, and for every single person in our society, and obviously recognising the importance of frontline workers throughout COVID, especially firefighters. In terms of the specifics, the figures are alarming, as members have mentioned. The research published, obviously, as people have mentioned, stating that 4.1% of surveyed firefighters have been diagnosed with cancer, compared to 1% than the general population. This is obviously alarming and showcases the urgent need for regular health screening, as people have said, in order to detect early changes that could lead to cancers and other illnesses related to their work. So there is an urgent need, both on the public health authorities as well as on the fire service, to put necessary provisions in place to keep firefighters safe from cancer and other illnesses. Deputy Speaker, these workers are exposed to fires that produce a cocktail of toxic, irritant and carcinogenic chemicals in the form of aerosols, dusts, fibres, smoke, fumes, gases, vapours, and I'm sure other elements. Indoor air testing at a number of fire stations and training centres highlighted that firefighters across Britain and the north are still being exposed to the high levels of toxic contaminants during and after a fire, as cancer-causing chemicals remain on PPE, clothing, equipment and elsewhere at the fire ground. And test samples reveal carcinogens in, say, firefighters' helmets, I think others have said this, PPE and even on breathing apparatus, mask filters. One piece of research has been referred to revealing using 10,000 people currently serving states that better understanding is needed for decontamination practices and the prevalence of illnesses. That research showed that 3/4 of firefighters serve for at least 10 years before receiving their diagnosis. Really startling figures. More than half were under the age of 50, I think it's been referred to already, and a fifth were under 40. Of those diagnosed, 26% have skin cancer, the most common, followed by testicular cancer, 10%, head and neck cancer, 4%, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, 3%. Half of the survey respondents don't think their fire service takes decontamination practices, including cleaning PPE equipment, seriously, and I think this is a crucial point for the Minister and the fire service to act upon. 1 in 5 of the survey respondents store their fire gloves in their boots, 1 in 5 store in their pockets, 1 in 10 in their helmet, risking the transfer of toxic contaminants directly to skin. Scientists have created a best practice guide for fire and rescue services, putting forward a number of urgent recommendations to minimise firefighters' exposure to toxic fire effluents. These include, not limited to, but include every fire and rescue service must implement fully risk-assessed decontamination procedures en route to, during and after fire incidences, and ensure all relevant staff are trained in implementing these procedures. Fire and rescue personnel should receive regular and up-to-date training, referred to already, on the harmful health effects of exposure to toxic fire effluents and how these exposures can be reduced, minimised or eliminated. Firefighters should wear respiratory protective equipment at all times while firefighting, including after a fire has been extinguished but is still gassing off. PPE should be clean and should be thoroughly decontaminated after every incident to avoid a build-up of toxic contaminants. Firefighters should shower within an hour of returning from incidences. Regular health screening has been referred to, and recording attendance of fire incidences over the course of a firefighter's career is strongly advised and will be key to long-term monitoring and management of their health. And one of the last points, Deputy Speaker, is in many ways the most important one. We need an expansion of screening and investment in the NHS, which targets firefighters as well as other workers who may be at risk and at the front line. And just in closing, Matt Rack, the General Secretary of the FBU, stated in, I believe, the report as well, firefighters risk their lives every day to keep their community safe, but it's clear that the risk to their health doesn't stop when the fire has been extinguished. Sadly, we often see serving and former firefighters suffer from cancer and other illnesses. Every firefighter knows the fear.
Would ask the member to draw his remarks to a close.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, member, for giving way. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You covered a lot of ground there. It was really good, Mr. Carroll. One of the realities in the fire services are firefighters are attending a lot less fires than they used to. So the fire safety education message is getting through. Would you agree with me that one of the things that we need to do is to ensure we keep that fire safety education going so that we minimise the amount of fires that happen, which minimises the amount of exposure that our firefighters are exposed to in the first place, and try and get this upstream as well? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member has next a minute up to 6.
Thank you. Thank the member for his intervention, and I agree with his point, and obviously it brings a lot of expertise, as others have said, so yeah, I fully accept that. Just to finish the quote, Deputy Speaker, every firefighter knows the fear that someday they and their family could receive the devastating news, but we're determined to do all we can to reduce the risk of firefighters developing these terrible diseases as a result of their job, and hopefully with this motion passing today, that is a reality. So I'm happy to support the motion and amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Minister to respond. The Minister is up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the motion and to the amendment and to members' remarks. And I want to thank Mr Hilditch for bringing today's motion on what is a practical and political issue, but also for him a deeply personal one. And I do want to pay tribute to his son, Stuart, who was a part-time firefighter, because I know how much Stuart meant to David, but also how much Stuart also meant to the fire service and the commitment that he gave to it as well. So, David, please take that as a personal thanks back to your family as well. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, this Assembly will undoubtedly agree that firefighting is a dangerous occupation. We've heard it from many contributors. Firefighters put themselves in danger to help those most in need. Their bravery, their dedication and their commitment that is shown by our firefighters often goes unseen. Mr Deputy Speaker, for the past 20 months, our health and social care workers have been to the fore, and rightly so, but it's often been forgotten and often is overlooked that our firefighters here in Northern Ireland are part of our health family, and a key part to it. So it's been an honour and a privilege for me as Minister to have met many of them on many occasions since coming into office. And as Minister of Health, I want to assure members that I am committed to protecting our dedicated firefighters, furthermore supported by my department, Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. We are fully committed to safeguarding our employees. The fire service in Northern Ireland, like all employers, has a statutory duty to ensure the health, safety and welfare of their employees. The Health and Safety Executive in Northern Ireland is responsible for enforcing health and safety at work, and the control of substances hazardous to health regulations require employers to assess the risk of their employees in relation to substances that are hazardous and to prevent or adequately control those risks. The motion today states this Assembly recognises an urgent need to protect firefighters from cancer. Members will welcome assurances provided to me by the Chief Fire and Rescue Officer that Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, as an employer, is compliant with health and safety executive requirements. And furthermore, occupational risks that firefighters face are continually assessed by the service and action is taken to mitigate known risks. That includes risk associated with exposure to contaminants, as has been mentioned. Given the work that firefighters do, members will accept options to eliminate exposure to harmful substances are limited. And it's for that reason Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue, like most fire services in the United Kingdom, have focused efforts on adopting preventative measures to reduce exposure whilst on operational duties. And it's researchers in this area that have created a series of best practice guidance for fire and rescue services. They've put forward a number of recommendations to minimise firefighters' exposure of toxic fire effluents. And I want to advise the Assembly that Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service has a well-established contaminants working group, and they take forward these recommendations. The Contaminants Working Group is working to ensure the service is following national best practice to protect our firefighters against exposure to harmful substances. It's that group that works collaboratively to consider the wider sector position, and that's through the National Fire Chiefs Councils and with the Fire Brigade Union. The service is working in partnership with the Fire Brigade Union following the launch of their training and awareness package DCON, which Mr Hilditch spoke of in his opening comments. The purpose of the package is to prevent and protect firefighters from risks associated with exposure to contaminants. This campaign encourages firefighters to take those practical steps before, during and after every fire incident to help reduce exposure to contaminants. As has been mentioned, the Fire Brigade Union commissioned the University of Central Lancaster to research firefighters' occupational exposure to toxic fire effluents. That report in November 2020, which was entitled Minimising Firefighters' Exposure to Toxic Fire Effluents, detailed the dangers faced by firefighters from breathing and ingesting contaminants and how these toxic fire effluents can be absorbed by the skin. The report found 4.1% of survey respondents had already been diagnosed with cancer, and that's compared with less than 1% of the general population, and members have referenced this particular statistic in today's motion. But members should be aware, more recently in March 2021, actually responding to a request from the House of Commons Environmental Audit Committee, the Industrial Injuries Advisory Council published Position Paper 47. That report reviewed the evidence concerning the risk of cancer in firefighters, and it actually served as an update to earlier publications on cancer prevalence in firefighters. And that paper stated that concern about skin exposure to chemicals and contamination of equipment and clothing needs further scientific investigation and additional control measures. And it's the Council that has recognised increased risks associated with firefighters for specific cancer sites. However, the types of cancer and the magnitude of risk has varied considerably between studies, countries, study date and the length of employment of the firefighters. So the Council did not find consistent evidence that the risk of any type of cancer, besides one specifically connected with exposure to asbestos, was more than doubled as a result of firefighting. And in March this year, the Council again decided against recognising cancer as an occupational disease for firefighters. And members should also be aware that research in this area is still ongoing. The Council is committed to continue to monitor ongoing research and remains open to the possibility of reviewing its position as the research evidence base grows. A UK Firefighters Cancer and Disease Registry database has been established by researchers, and that's to collect information on firefighters' work routines, exposure to fire effluents, lifestyle and health. And members will agree that it is critical that any link between occupation and cancer is properly defined. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to advise the Assembly that as Health Minister I of course support this research. I remain vigilant for any new data that will enable scientists to identify cancers common in firefighters and establish if these diseases are linked to occupation, because I have no doubt that ongoing research will better inform future advice, guidance and procedures within the fire and rescue services. And in line with the direction from the Health and Safety Executive under COSH regulations, Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, like all employers, has an existing statutory duty to determine if health surveillance is required where workers remain exposed to health risks even after controls have been put in place. Mr Deputy Speaker, members should be aware that all operational fire service employees in Northern Ireland are required to undertake health surveillance screening. Firefighters are re-examined at 3-yearly intervals, and this screening is carried out in accordance with the National Fire Chiefs Council's requirements. But in addition, Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service carry out additional health screening for some operational staff due to risks associated with specific roles. For example, compartment fire behaviour instructors have additional screening every 6 months for the duration of the instructor's role, and specialist rescue teams attend annual health screening. The Contaminants Working Group within the service is continually reviewing information sources regarding exposure to toxic fire effluents, with a view to identifying relevant health surveillance requirements. I accept screening for cancer and many other conditions is clearly desirable in order to manage any health effect at the earliest stage. However, the practicalities of this approach needs to be risk assessed by the fire service as the employer. Members should be aware that the general population cancer screening policy across the UK is informed by the recommendations from the UK National Screening Committee. All recommendations are evidence-based, following a robust review against criteria for improving the viability, the effectiveness and the appropriateness of a screening programme. And the Assembly should be aware there are currently no population screening programmes which are targeted at a population group based on occupation. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to reassure you and this House that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service is constantly striving to improve the safety of our firefighters, utilising the evidence and knowledge it holds, and I am fully supportive of the ongoing studies of exposures and health effects among firefighters, and will continue to monitor the literature for future published reports. As such, I will maintain a low threshold for reviewing this topic at any time in the future. I have sympathy with the concerns being expressed by members. I have spoken many times on the significant impact the pandemic has had on our cancer services in Northern Ireland, and I have no doubt actions taken by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the associated surveillance are helping to protect firefighters in Northern Ireland. The Assembly will no doubt join me in acknowledging and thanking them all for the hard work that they have undertaken to date. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe I have clearly demonstrated that the issues raised by the members are being given very serious attention by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and my department. Work is ongoing in this area, and every effort will continue to be made to ensure the needs of firefighters are met. Before closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I join you and other members of this House in thanking Fran McCann for his service to this House. It was quite as a new MLA, I joined the Employment and Learning Committee with Fra, Sammy Douglas and Pat Ramsey, and on reflection I often feel sorry now for both ministers and officials that came in front of the three of those together, because their questioning was precise, it was specific, it was well informed, and it was always for the best intentions for the people of Northern Ireland, and that's how I've considered and worked with Fra during my time in this House, so thank you, Fra.
Agus nis éireamar ar líomh linn chun críoch a chuir leis an lasú agus tá suas le chuig wamajogad, and I call our líomh linn to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Gormiogat, Alas Concolia, and I'll just do a quick review here of some of the issues that the members have touched on. I've tried to keep it specific to, obviously, the content of our party amendment, which was around the best practice procedures, the PPE and the fair kit laundry, and how, in putting more effort into some of those issues, how you can try and prevent some of the contamination impacting on firefighters and their families. So just to start off, Mr Hilditch, delighted that he's happy to support our amendment, and he spoke about the importance of the Decon campaign, which the Minister also referred to, and the importance around challenging the old habits. I know it was said as well that there was sort of like a culture in the fire service that sometimes the dirtier your kit was, it was a good sign of, good job done. But obviously with, the health repercussions and with more evidence and research that's been taking place, just as David said, it is really, really important to try and challenge some of those old habits. He also pointed out then the reality that obviously the time limitations that's placed on firefighters, that is an issue in trying to be more careful when they're changing their PPE and their uniforms and stuff, because they are limited in relation to time to carry out that proper decontamination. And then just finally, and probably the most important point again, was just trying to raise the awareness among firefighters and their families themselves, just so you really are covering every aspect as to how you can try and prevent some of these health and social care staff from ending up with serious illnesses and passing that on to their families if they're carrying that contamination. So thanks to Mr Hilditch for that. Then Colin Gilrenew, the Chair of the Health Committee, obviously made one of the glaring obvious points that the risk doesn't end for a firefighter at the scene of the incident, and the importance of the appropriate PPE. It is critical for these firefighters, and the critical nature of PPE has been evidenced throughout, as we all know, the past 18 months with the recent COVID pandemic. So we do really need to work towards the best possible procedures possible, not just in terms of PPE for COVID-19, but also, of course, for our firefighters. Cara Hunter, again, delighted that there was strong support from the SDLP for the party's amendment, and I know that Cara then obviously raised the poignant example of the 9/11 experience and some of the awful outcomes that was faced by the firefighters that were attending the scenes that day. And obviously a lot of those outcomes would have been a result of, or could have been a result of, the PPE that they were wearing that day and some of the protections that they may or may not have had, even though that was a real extreme incident that they were dealing with. And there's no hierarchy, I suppose, as Robbie Butler had mentioned earlier, whether it's putting out a fire on a grass lawn, or it's not to prioritise or put a hierarchy in terms of incidents that firefighters are responding to. But the point is that the quality of the PPE needs to be of that high standard regardless of the incident. And then just to come on to Robbie's comments as well, he obviously raised then the mental health pressures that have been faced on firefighters as a result of the harmful exposure to different toxins. So I suppose the important thing coming out of that is, even if we do invest more into, enhancing the PPE and the uniforms and, the washing of the laundry kits, that could have then a knock-on positive effect in terms of the mental well-being of our firefighters. So that was very important. Paula Bradshaw, the Chair of the APG on Cancer, again focused on the prevention and made the point that thankfully this is being taken more seriously, and hopefully our amendment can help with also that issue of prevention, Paula. And Fra McCann, again, I could spend the next half hour devoting my time to Fra. Just big congratulations to all your years in service. Completely respect you. You inspire me every day. But to move on to the motion, because I'll go on and on and on. But Fra again spoke about the importance of the first-hand experience from firefighters. And this is what we tried to base our amendment on some of the feedback that firefighters have been giving us around their uniform and their PPE. Again, he was talking about reusing the contaminated kits shift after shift after shift, which is clearly very dangerous, and we need to do all we can to try and avoid that. Pam, the Vice Chair of the Health Committee, also, again, like similar to Pam, I want to acknowledge the personal and emotional attachments to this motion, which I wasn't aware of. So just completely commend Mr Hilditch for his work and all his energies in bringing this motion forward. Thanks very much for that. And I'm very, very sorry that I'm out of time. I did have notes for Alan, Jerry and the Minister, but thanks very much to everyone's input, and really happy to support today's motion.
And now I call Jonathan Buckley to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in rising, can I thank all members that have contributed to today's debate. I think it's fair to say that there is unanimity in this chamber in our appreciation and our recognition of the selfless effort made by the fire and rescue services in pursuit of protecting lives. These brave men and women are the first line of response during fires, road traffic collisions and specialist rescue incidents. And you know, we do call upon them in the most volatile and compromising scenarios imaginable. And you know, sometimes when you wind on emotion and you're trying to reflect members' thoughts and feelings right across different political parties, it can be difficult to summarise in full, but it's actually quite easy for me today because members are actually in unity as to the need to step up now and support our firefighters. But I want to also pay special tribute to my friend and colleague, Mr David Hilditch, for bringing this motion today. Many of you will know the very personal circumstances by which he does so. David has always, from the time that I have known him, been a vocal advocate for the firefighters across this country, and indeed we have all looked on in admiration in how he has conducted himself and carried himself following the very difficult and sad and tragic circumstances of the sad and tragic passing of Stuart. And you know, Stuart will be proudly and he diligently served in the fire and rescue service, and among many other firefighters, he unfortunately was diagnosed and lost his battle with cancer. And you know how many of us can tell a story where we know of that. I'm sure our colleague Robbie Butler can also testify to that in terms of some of the colleagues he has served with. So David, thank you for your dedication and your continuation in your fight to protect firefighters across this country. You know, whilst on duty and during the elements, firefighters can be exposed to chemicals that are currently classified, as members has mentioned, as either definite or probable human carcinogens. And first and foremost, it is essential that exposure to those harmful toxins is minimised and that the fire and rescue services carefully control risks to the health of their employees due to exposure to hazardous substances. This is currently minimised by provision and maintenance of suitable PPE, facilitation of storing and cleaning equipment, and provision of training for employees on all risks. To this end, the Health and Safety Executive continues to monitor the progress of all current research which seeks to improve the working environment for firefighters. Members talked right across the House of the challenges in which our firefighters face, and whether that can be time pressures, whether that's the danger in which they're going to face, whether that's the circumstances, the PPE, and indeed also their mental well-being. There's such a range of issues there that firefighters will encounter, and it's important that the appropriate steps and mechanisms are put in place to protect them. Whilst I welcome the steps taken to minimise exposure to harmful chemicals on duty and the ongoing research that is being taken at a national level to explore the health risks and effects from contaminated equipment, we must still acknowledge that there is a growing body of research in the last decade, as has been mentioned by Mr Hilditch himself, in relation to cancer occurrences in firefighters. In 2010, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health in the United States of America began a multi-year study of nearly 30,000 firefighters, and the resulting evidence found that cancer diagnosis and cancer-related deaths were notably higher than those amongst the general population, particularly forms of respiratory, digestive, urinary and oral cancers were reported. You know, with the data and evidence that has been complied, I do believe that we should not hesitate in providing the framework to manage and monitor the health status of firefighters. And members, I'm not going to prolong my comments, but what I will say is that, you know, we've all spoke boldly and proudly of our firefighters and fire services, but this motion is much more than words. And it's very clear, and the amendment which Mr Hilditch and our party do welcome because it strengthens the motion. It's got a very clear ask, and it's something that we as members must follow up on. Firstly, it acknowledges and recognises the urgent need to protect firefighters from cancer. All members have recognised that. It also recognises, as a result of their profession, that firefighters can be up to 4 times more likely to develop cancer. Members have acknowledged that. But further to that, and I know the Minister has responded, but it also calls upon the Health Minister to introduce annual cancer screenings for those within the profession. And while I recognise that more work will need to be done to see how that would be implemented, I think it is something that we must hold fast to, because I think this is the collective will of the House and something that we can all collectively push for. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, again, thanking Mr Hilditch for bringing this forward and thanking members for their support. In times of vulnerability and in times of helplessness, firefighters risk their lives to help us, and I believe it is time for us to help them. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment standing in the names of Colm Gildenew, Carol Nicullen and Orlia Flynn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion as amended is agreed. Thank you. If members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on an education catch-up strategy, and I'll ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly notes the severe impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education, schools and youth services, recognises the immense challenges facing young people, parents and school leaders as they seek to catch up on missed time and opportunities for learning, socialising and physical activity. Further recognises the specific impact this has had on children with special educational needs, regrets the mishandling of exam grading and test and trace by successive education ministers, which has contributed to the stress in school communities. Further notes analysis from the Education Policy Institute, which suggests Northern Ireland is spending less than other administrations on education catch-up policies, and calls on the Minister of Education to bring forward a resourced catch-up plan to address the challenges facing young people, parents and school communities.
Right. Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan to formally move the motion. Iramir Daniel McCrossan, Leishan Wallowach or Ardús.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As SDLP Education Spokesperson, I welcome the opportunity to propose and move this very important motion in the Chamber today. Throughout the entirety of the pandemic, it's clear that education has been hit hard. We have had school closures, exam cancellations, inadequate contact tracing, significant issues with distance learning and, importantly, the decimation of special needs education. While COVID infection rates are still significant within our schools, thankfully the successful rollout of vaccinations, and especially vaccinations amongst younger people, will help contain the virus in our communities and allow schools as far as possible to return to some form of normality. This has not been easy, and I would first like to thank our hard-working, dedicated and committed principals, teachers and non-teaching staff from right across our school estate who have all had to bear the brunt of this pandemic. I thank all of these school staff today for their resilience, for their determination and for putting children first in what really were unprecedented times. These staff need special mention today, and they need full recognition from everyone across this chamber for overcoming what were seemingly insurmountable challenges, especially as we faced lockdown after lockdown. Make no mistake about it, Mr Deputy Speaker, education was brought to its knees, and we have all been playing catch-up since. And it is this very catch-up that I want to focus on today. It is the SDLP's view, Mr Deputy Speaker, that not enough planning, funding and resources are going into catch-up initiatives within education. And if it is not rectified now, there will be significant issues for children as they progress through education and further into working life. Action needs to be taken now, and as noted, the impact of the pandemic has hit hard on all our student population, but it's becoming increasingly clear that some children have been more disadvantaged than others, whether that be children from socially deprived backgrounds, children from rural areas and children from special educational needs, special educational needs. Sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker. This disadvantage facing children has been difficult to quantify, given that there has been no attempt to conduct research locally into the real impact. Back in January this year, however, the Times Educational Supplement polled 6,000 teachers, where 3/4 of the teachers reported that their children are being left behind in their learning. Half the teachers reported their children were 3 months behind, and 1/3 of the teachers reported that their children were 6 months behind. As noted, the impact of the pandemic has hit hard on the entire student population, and most significant, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the EPI, which has informed us that Scotland is spending £200 per pupil on catch-up programmes, England £174, Wales £88, and surprisingly or unsurprisingly, Northern Ireland is spending only £82. This is a shocking figure. It indicates that we are spending 60% less than Scotland is spending per head of the student population in schools. It therefore beggars belief that the DUP attempted to amend this motion by highlighting all the great initiatives around Engage 1 and 2, around summer schemes, etc., when the reality is that children in the North have had the least spend per head of population than anywhere else in the UK. The Minister is spending a mere 44 pence per day per pupil. That would hardly even buy a pencil. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, this needs to be addressed, and the members across this House recognise from various correspondence from individual schools that this is a serious pressure on the operation of schools at this moment. To combine this issue even further, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and as revealed in the Children's Commissioner's recent report, Northern Ireland spends less per pupil on education than any other jurisdiction on these islands. That means that our school children are doubly disadvantaged compared to those in Scotland, for example, and there are no plans in place to properly and meaningfully catch up. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as articulated previously in my contribution, the SDLP has had severe concerns around data and informed decision-making when it comes to COVID in our schools. This has had a significant impact on the disruption in our schools. For example, 20 months into the pandemic, we're not monitoring the impact of COVID mitigations in the classroom. Rather, trends in Scotland and England are used as data for Northern Ireland has yet to be published. This was the words of the CMO as he attended the Education Committee, and further to that, we can't even give an indication as to the levels of infection within our schools, as indicated in a response to a question from the Minister this week. When we look at areas such as ventilation, which is strongly advised by experts, we are only purchasing our CO2 monitors now to measure air quality and have no idea if ventilation is as effective as it should be. This lack of data has the potential to only add to problems already facing schools and to add to the need for catch-up programmes. When considering today's debate, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I do think it's important that we look ahead and anticipate the long-term impact if no action is taken to bolster, fund and properly resource catch-up programmes here. The EPA chairperson, David Laws, has highlighted this exactly, stating that it is clear that current educational catch-up proposals offer only a fraction of the support that is needed to deal with the huge amounts of lost learning time. The costs of lost learning time are likely to be very large, both in terms of national output and social mobility. We now need a set of solutions that will match the magnitude of this momentous challenge. When it comes to these solutions for catch-up, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I do believe that the North, the Minister and the Department of Education have been found wanting. I have outlined my concerns around funding and around the lack of data. These need to be addressed immediately as a matter of urgency. But there is also a great need to look at the initiatives and strategies that could be deployed to improve education outcomes for children impacted by the pandemic. There are 4 specific suggestions which are recommended by experts, and I would like to run through these briefly. Firstly, we have summer schools, and while these have been used here, we simply do not have adequate resources or funding. Secondly, weekly tutoring sessions with small groups of children. Again, here there are massive limitations due to resources. And thirdly, and perhaps the most controversial, is extending the school day. Again, a lack of resources and funding. And finally, increasing well-being support. But again, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there are massive shortfalls in terms of resources and funding in that regard. Against this backdrop, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the SDLP believe that it is crucial that a catch-up programmes are re-examined and that the Minister brings forward a catch-up plan containing a number of key initiatives which are fully resourced, fully funded and led by data. If this does not happen, there will be a generation of children here in Northern Ireland who will be adversely impacted well into the future of their education, and we could stop this happening now with immediate action. The programmes to date are failing some of the most vulnerable children in our schools, those from disadvantaged backgrounds, those with SEN, those families who cannot afford private tutors or support and do not have access to reliable broadband or IT equipment. There is a massive need to go back to the drawing board, and that is why I am calling on the Minister to do just that today in this motion. I think widely we are all on the one page in relation to the challenges that we face. I think we all widely agree that there is no blueprint, or hasn't been, in how we respond to this pandemic or the impact it has had disproportionately on children and young people. But I also think that we are very aware that the insufficient spend or allocated budget to tackle these challenges needs to be addressed immediately as well. And whilst money is tight and limited, we should not and should never put a price on our children's education or on their futures. And we talk often about early intervention and the need to get in early. We can't allow this to go any further without meaningful intervention. I believe the Minister will take this seriously and will act and will listen to our concerns. And for that reason, I would urge the House to support the SDLP motion and look forward to the rest of the debate. Thank you, Mr Principal Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr Pat Sheehan.
Cion Corla. In March last year, our education system was dealt a crippling blow when the coronavirus arrived on our shores. The way our children were educated was one of the most significant changes we would have to come to terms with. And as someone who has 2 daughters in the primary sector, I can speak with first-hand experience. Both teachers and pupils had to adapt to new remote ways of learning. And in many cases, the quality of the remote learning was excellent, although no substitute for face-to-face learning. However, one of the things the pandemic succeeded in doing was to shine a spotlight on the fissures and inequalities that already existed in our education system. Families without access to devices or internet connection were left waiting months for support from the then Education Minister. And that dithering and delay seems to be a hallmark of the COVID response of DUP ministers. I've mentioned the difficulties with remote learning, but of course there were other issues: the fiasco with exams and transfer testing, schools restart, contact tracing, and the list goes on. At the moment, when we have a higher than average absentee rate among teachers as a result of the pandemic, new teachers can't get on the teachers' register because of the dysfunctionality in GTCNI. And this isn't a new problem. We've known about the dysfunctionality in this organisation for a long time, but we're still waiting on a DUP minister to sort it out. I've dealt with a number of complaints over recent days from principals who can't hire teachers who they've already offered jobs to, and others. I spoke to one principal who made 40 phone calls before he could get one substitute teacher. So that's an issue that needs to be resolved. Newly qualified teachers can't get work while our schools struggle with workforce absenteeism. Of course, it is our children who have borne the brunt of the disruption in schools, and the impact on them cannot be overstated. The motion does reference that the North is spending less than other administrations on education catch-up policies, but what we have to recognise is that children have lost much more during this pandemic. We need the Minister to develop an ambitious programme to support the educational, social and emotional needs of our children and young people. Prior to the pandemic, the North had the longest tail of underachievement in Europe, as it still does, by the way. But the impact of the pandemic risks making that even more acute. It has been stated time out of number in this chamber that it is those children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds or with special educational needs who will be left behind. Yet we are only weeks away from unregulated, unfair and cruel transfer tests which perpetuate disadvantage, inequality and underachievement. In combating the impact of the pandemic, we also need to see greater urgency from the Minister in investing in and implementing the action plan and recommendations from the Fair Start report. The action plan provides the long-term strategic basis for closing the attainment gap and helping our young people achieve better as they go through life. Key to that is shifting the focus to early years. Currently, we invest much more funding at post-primary level, when international evidence would suggest investment at the earlier stages of a child's life has much more impact. And I realise the way we fund schools is quite complex, but there needs to be a major undertaking by the Minister to redress that anomaly that exists. And the Minister should combine efforts to tackle educational underachievement with plans to invest in a catch-up programme. The two issues are inextricably linked.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Deputy Speaker, and can I start by paying tribute to all our teachers and indeed all our school staff, and regretfully speak against and opposing this motion, because in many ways the body of the motion could have been supported, I believe, right across the chamber, but indeed rather the SDLP decided that they wanted to change the motion into another attack on the DUP and DUP ministers, like previous motions that have come from the same source. And I want just to refer to some of the words within the motion, that the proposers of the motion regret the mishandling of exam grading and test and trace by successive education ministers, and Education Policy Institute, which suggests that Northern Ireland is spending less than other administrations. I'll come back to each of those three issues. But the DUP approach within the committee, the Education Committee, has always been to seek for increased investment in education, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Investment in our special needs schools and our special needs pupils, and investment and support for a SEN Principals Leadership Group. And indeed, we have sought to address, through a holistic approach, the issues that have come out of this pandemic. And I believe that myself and my colleagues in the committee have been leading the debate in the committee in terms of a holistic approach to addressing the problems. We have spoken on the issue of involving a need for support from the Finance Minister, involving the Communities Minister and encouraging the Communities Minister to involve the local councils in addressing the issues, involving the Health Minister in addressing the health issues and particularly the mental health issues, and indeed with the Education Minister taking the lead on the matter. But the facts of the matter are, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, the facts of the matter are, if you agree with a report in the Belfast Telegraph or indeed with the BBC on grades, the Belfast Telegraph says students in Northern Ireland have been celebrating another record-breaking set of results, with almost 40% of pupils being awarded A or A-star grades. In UK-wide terms, Northern Ireland ranks far and away the highest performing region. In terms of what the BBC has said, I will not give way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Principal, more than half of A-level entries in Northern Ireland have been awarded A-star and A grades. About 25,000 pupils received their A-level and AS results this morning. Almost 51% of the A-level entries were awarded A-star or A grades, a record rise in Northern Ireland terms. And let me turn to another aspect of the motion. In terms of the Education Policy Institute report, which indicated, and I accept, that Northern Ireland is not spending as much per pupil as other regions in the UK. And that is why we need the holistic approach from every department in this Assembly to address it. And whilst the EPI states that funding level was lower in Northern Ireland, it was also the best of the four regions, stating a larger share of programme funding was targeted at disadvantaged pupils in Wales and Northern Ireland, which they acknowledged and welcomed. Turn to just another aspect of Mr. McCrossan's concerns. Indeed, he makes much play about the track and trace. Indeed, the CMO, and I assume he's not going to disagree with the CMO. The CMO has stated publicly his opinion that schools are safe, and he has indeed repeated that several times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll finish just with this. Mr. Sheehan and Mr. McCrossan indicated they support the Fair Start report. And if we support the Fair Start report, we need the ministers collectively to ensure that the report estimates that the actions require 10 million, rising to 73 million.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I'm afraid your time is up. The Chair of the Education Committee, Mr. Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to consider the impact of COVID-19 on education and hopefully, perhaps most importantly, what action this Assembly and Executive can take in response. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed much, including and in particular the centrality of education and in particular schools and early education stroke childcare to our very way of life. It has exposed the inequalities of our education system and impacted greatly on teachers, children and young people with special educational needs in particular. Principal Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic turned principals and teachers into risk assessors and remote learning coordinators overnight. In response to this, they showed courage to make sure our schools remained open to key worker pupils. They established their own best practice blended learning networks, and all this despite, at times, grossly inadequate communications from the Education Minister and the Department of Education at key stages and phases of the pandemic, including the most recent change to the pupil testing, contact tracing and isolation policy. And I would ask the member prior to me to acknowledge that there have been difficulties with that change and that communication of that change to the pupil testing, contacting, tracing and isolation policy. We have also had a delayed provision of an air quality fund for teachers and pupils in our schools, despite the delivery of such interventions in other jurisdictions such as Wales. Principal Deputy Speaker, the extent of this was at times that it was conveyed to me that our health service staff felt like they had a health minister, but our teachers felt like they had no minister. And that's the reality that we have to acknowledge. Children and young people sacrifice so much to keep everyone in our community safe. The pandemic revealed the inequality to which many of them are subjected across the phases of our education system, and as has been mentioned in particular to the rigid, inflexible, unadaptable, flawed, unfair and unnecessary use of academic criteria for transfer of 11-year-olds to Key Stage 3 common post-primary curriculum. Children and young people with special educational needs experienced particular difficulty. We strongly advised the Education Minister at the start of the pandemic to include the Special School Principal Strategic Leadership Group in its consulted bodies, and regrettably it took so long to get on top of the disruption to special educational needs provision and indeed therapeutic provision that many families felt like they had been abandoned. Eventually a multidisciplinary panel was put in place which still needs enhanced cooperation between education and health to truly respond to the needs of our SEN pupils. Principal Deputy Speaker, educational reform and educational recovery, social, emotional and physical recovery for children and young people must be a priority for this Assembly and Executive. Alliance vision is for an integrated education system that delivers equality of opportunity for all children and young people to develop their own unique talent and ability together. We need direct investment in early education and the childcare strategy, timely assessment and support for SEN, delivery of the early years SEN framework, full-time preschool provision for all children, flexible school start age, food equality and widening of the eligibility for free school meals, physical education provision at the guideline amount for primary and post-primary children, as child physical and emotional health and well-being is absolutely vital for equal opportunity for all. We need digital equality, and we can look to Scotland, where there are local authority partnerships with tech companies such as Apple in the delivery of devices and internet connectivity to all pupils to help with educational recovery. And we can look to organisations in Northern Ireland such as BlendEd for best practice support for remote learning. We need proper area planning to identify, assess and meet parental preferences, for example for integrated education and post-primary reform, not least given the Fair Start panel has referred to that as a systemic inequality. That should be the priority for this Assembly. Principal Deputy Speaker, we support the motion.
Thank you. I call Mr Robbie Butler.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, and we will reluctantly be supporting the motion. I think the motion could have been worded much better. There are parts of the motion I think Mr Newton pointed to that could be supported, but there are elements of it could be worded much better. There were a couple of amendments which were unsuccessful, which I think could have added to it, but there can be no doubt, and has been covered by the Children's Commissioner and the Children's Law Centre and many of those advocates for children, that perhaps when we do the analysis of the COVID pandemic, that our children and young people perhaps will have been affected the most at that time, and certainly because they're younger than anybody else in this room, will have been affected for the longer and longest time. That's why debates like this are really important, because sometimes things can be teased out or things can be pushed over the line. This generation, I was having to look earlier to see what we might end up being called. I think they're going to be called Generation C, perhaps. There were the baby boomers, Generation X, the millennials, Generation Z. I think these will be Generation C. And because of discussions like this, perhaps we can change the direction of the trajectory of what we're on. We will rehearse many of the things that went on before, but I have to put it on record. I mean, I think at times, and in a time like this, we shouldn't politicise when people do their best. I do believe Peter Weir, the former minister, did do his best, but the advice he was given, I do believe Michelle will be doing the best. That's not to say that we can't help, we can't assist. We do have differences of opinion on many matters. I want to pay tribute, as many have, to our teachers and principals in particular, and I know, having communicated with some even now, Minister, that some of them are under incredible pressure with the changes, with regard to the changes of the contact tracing. I would just ask if you could, even in this instance, reach in again to give that confidence and to maybe, again, adjust trajectory with that system that is there. But this is more about our young people in schools, or in nursery schools, or in post-primary, and there can be no doubt that through a lot of the uncertainty, and some of that has been covered with regards to the examinations and the grades, and I know Mr Newton had said about the excellent grades that a lot of our children got and they deserved. However, what we're talking about here is the pain and misery that they envisaged up to that in the not knowing piece. Now, the Minister probably in a response will say that that was because of the cross-nation nature of exams, and I get that. But as I would say, we represent the children of Northern Ireland here. We need to ensure that we put them first and we communicate that to them and give them the hope that you are their Minister. And I think that is, if we're going to learn lessons from before. I suppose one of the things is I do agree with the motion in the context of the fiscal amount that has been given. And that is something, again, that the Minister could perhaps tackle with the Minister for Finance, given that I've said at the start of this speech that those young people perhaps would be those most affected in the longer term. But if there is a compliment to be made, it is this, that we do have those that are in areas of social deprivation, and that's where the money was targeted. So if there was something good about it, that is one of those things, because we talked often in this chamber about educational opportunity and those that it's affected most. And I suppose that's the formula that was used in this instance, and I don't think there's too many would kick out about that. One of the concerns that I do have is in around school attendance dropped to the lowest in the UK by October 2020. And that is something we need to be mindful of, just in terms of how we pick up the strategy for our recovery. So the part of this that we definitely can agree on, I think, is the last sentence, which is asking the Minister to bring forward a resourced catch-up plan to address the challenges facing young people. But I think we need to be ambitious when we talk about that, because I think, and I spoke at our conference, you might have heard a little bit about the Ulster Unionist conference at the weekend, hopefully, if you're on Twitter. And if not, I'm talking about the pre-birth, the early years, and post-education employment opportunities. I know Dan Dodds and me are collegiate in this, that this is not just the school piece, this is the before and the after if we're going to get it right for these people. There was a mention earlier on, I think it was Daniel in his initial movement of it, and he talked about that when we looked at the stats from across in England and Scotland with regard to where we are and how we adjust these things. And I suppose there's an element of that in terms of developing best practice, but I think we're at a position now where we need to become Northern Irish centric and to make sure that our pupils actually, we don't wait on anything else, we act first and we set the trend. And I think it goes back to the Minister in Wales and the Ministers in Scotland actually striking out and saying this is what we will be doing. And if I've one critique, perhaps of Peter, it was that he maybe waited too long to demonstrate that he was going to drive the agenda with regard to examinations and how they were going to be administered. I'm going to stop now, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and will be reluctantly supporting the motion.
I call Mr. Pádraig de Largy.
I noticed on social media yesterday that Michelle McElveen has introduced an art competition as a way, perhaps, of distracting from the crisis in education at the minute. It's a way of celebrating 100 years of partition. So, seeing as the Minister's feeling artistic, I would like to maybe paint her a picture of the reality in schools at the minute. Teachers are tired, principals are tired, classroom assistants are tired, parents are tired, and pupils are tired. They're tired of the UP dithering, they're tired of delay, and they're tired of incompetence. I want to take this opportunity to thank all our education staff for everything that they do, particularly over the past 18 months, when they have done their job without leadership. Peter Weir, I like to give credit where credit's due, and Peter Weir has acted as a unifying figure. I was contacted by people who I went through the PGC with, who I worked with, from Republican backgrounds, nationalist backgrounds, unionist backgrounds. Unfortunately for Peter, and I note his absence here today, they were unified in opposition to his incompetence. They were unified in opposition to the communication, which throughout was lacklustre, to say the least. Communication was often received on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, and on a Monday morning was expected to be implemented. Peter threw teachers and threw education to the wolves. So one of the things that surprises me in the DUP defence of this is that what they've always come back to is that they support everyone, particularly the most disadvantaged children and families within our communities and within our society. And I do find that baffling, because if they were serious about doing that, the easiest way and most beneficial way to do that would be to remove selective education, a system which is inherently classist and elitist. Michelle seems to have adopted this approach of standing back and saying, well, everything that went before my tenure, it's nothing to do with me. I'm different, I'm distinct. And again, I do find that quite baffling, that there actually is consistency between Peter's approach and between your approach. The position of Peter Weir was to make sure the principals and teachers took on all the responsibility. Overnight, teachers and principals became healthcare workers, they became social workers, they became IT technicians. And in all of this, teachers aren't looking for thanks, they're looking for respect. Michelle, you seem to have taken a different approach. You've, instead of handing everything over to teachers and the principals, you've loaded it all off on the PHA and washed your hands.
Could I ask the member just to briefly resume his seat?
Yep.
I know that the member is new, and but the rules on behaviour and courtesies of the House state that you should always address the House through the chair. You means me in this instance. So other members should not be addressed as you. They should be referred to by their title, in this case the Minister of Education, and surname, never by their first name only. If it is clear to whom you are referring, you may refer to the member for, in this case it would be the Strangford constituency. Ministers, chairpersons and deputy chairpersons can also be referred to by their office. I appreciate the member had no intent to cause offence, but it's just one of the courtesies of the House.
So I'll resume that point then. The Minister for Education has abdicated all responsibility, has handed over all responsibility to the PHA, and I asked 4 weeks ago, in actually one of my first sittings in the Chamber, if the Minister could explain to me what she was going to put in place to make sure the PHA were actually able to undertake contact tracing. I'm still waiting on a response. So again, another failure by the DUP. Schools and families have been placed in an even more dangerous position than they were in at March last year. The only thing that's been consistent in the DUP policy from Peter Weir and from Michelle McElveen has been failure. It's been incompetence and it's been arrogance. So I do understand that for the DUP, political leadership maybe isn't your forte, but I would ask that the Minister does what's best for teachers by listening to them. Listen to the professionals. Do what's best for teachers, do what's best for parents, and do what's best for our children.
Mrs Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And I suppose at the outset of my remarks, I really do have to say that one of the things that I find utterly depressing in some of these debates in education is the rush to politicise education and the amnesia around the needs of children and young people, and we've just had a very classic example of that. At the start of these remarks, I do want to pay tribute to those children and young people who have experienced so much over the last 2 academic years. Their lives have been impacted by the pandemic in ways probably that those of us of a certain age in this House cannot understand or even contemplate. And the school leaders and teachers who have been instrumental in ensuring that there is a continuity to their education and their experience. And I'm sure everyone will join with me in acknowledging the hard work and the flexible approach to teaching that we have seen. And there's no doubt that the pandemic has been instrumental in the experiences of children and young people over the last 2 years. And that is experience right from the very young to those who are sitting their GCSEs and A-levels, and those who are looking for employment or maybe continuing in education beyond. A child entering P4, and I confess a conflict of interest here, having one in my family, but a child entering P4 will only have had 1 year where education has been uninterrupted. That is their primary 1 year. That is pretty startling at a time when, in terms of their development, that education socially, physically, emotionally, their development is proceeding at pace. Young people who started their A-level courses in September have had 2 years of interruptions to their GCSE studies. But despite all this, as my colleague from East Belfast has said, Northern Ireland recorded record grades right across the United Kingdom, both at GCSE and at A-level last year. Surely we should celebrate and say well done. And it was achieved against the backdrop of a global pandemic, without which we would no idea how this would unfold and the impact that it would have. Over the last 2 years, our education ministers have secured an additional £409 million to support young people and teachers in education, a fact that has been largely absent from the debate so far. For those who received their qualifications in 2020 and 21, the learning from 2020 to 21 is absolutely clear. And for those who will do exams in 2022, a huge range of reductions in the assessments that they will have to make. Some people on the benches opposite have mentioned IT support. My understanding is that an additional £7 million has been put in to ensure that there is support in IT for those who live, and primarily in rural communities. But education is not just about exams. It's about the isolation, the loneliness that young people experienced, and it's also about helping young people, very young people, to learn again through play and interactions. And that is why the summer schemes were so important as well. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, when all is said and done at the end of this debate, the most important thing that we as politicians can do is to make sure that our children have the next academic year uninterrupted and that they have that safe, secure environment in which to have their education. And that's why I am grateful for the intervention and advice of the Chief Medical Officer. I also note that the motion talks about funding, and I'm sure that the Minister will be grateful for the support of this House as she engages with the Finance Minister on the spending review and pleads for an increase to the education budget. My understanding again is that the education budget's had a real term cut of 5%, yet we have an additional 6% of pupils actually attending school. That is an extremely difficult budget to manage. And I'm sure we all look forward to Fair Start being implemented, and we discussed it last week in the Education Committee, a report commissioned by a DUP minister, still waiting for finance from a Sinn Féin minister.
I'm afraid the members...
So perhaps, I will finish, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we can all remember that. We need to support the Minister in ensuring that she has the funds to make education available to all.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
First of all, I want to welcome the opportunity to debate this matter here this afternoon. I'll thank my committee colleagues for bringing it forward, and to Mr McGrath as well. I will, of course, support the motion because there's no doubt that the pandemic has had a massive effect on children and young people. And while everyone throughout society has suffered throughout the pandemic, our children and young people have had to shoulder an enormous burden from the very beginning. Their school lives and education were turned upside down in an instant when they were instructed to stay at home and begin at-home learning. And this in itself presented its own unique challenges for pupils, teachers and parents. And I'm sure all members here across the House have heard from families who were totally stressed out and really struggled to support their children throughout their time trying to perform at-home learning. In fact, as we've already heard, there's some members here have had first-hand experience of these challenges themselves, be it due to poor Wi-Fi connectivity, like so many rural areas like my own in West Tyrone, or the lack of IT devices, or both. Students, teachers and families did face major changes and challenges to their learning and lives. So today in this debate, I want to take the opportunity to focus on the impact that the pandemic has had on children and young people and their emotional health and well-being. The effect that the pandemic has had on their emotional health and well-being cannot be understated. Earlier in the year, the mental health champion, Professor Siobhan O'Neill, attended the Education Committee, and the Deputy Chair, my colleague Pat Sheehan, put it to asked Professor Siobhan O'Neill if she agreed with his assessment that there was a tsunami facing children and young people with mental health challenges as a consequence of the pandemic. She, of course, agreed with that there. She also, in her evidence to the committee, agreed that, or noted that there was a link between prolonged stress in childhood, mental illness and poor educational performance. So really it's quite simple that if our children aren't okay mentally, they'll not be able to maximise their learning potential. Also, on the 10th of March this year, the committee hosted a group of young people who were representing the Belfast Youth Forum, the Secondary Students' Union, Pure Mental, Crisis Cafe, the Children Commissioners Youth Panel and the NI Youth Forum. And this group of young people provided us with an insight into the challenges that they were facing because of COVID-19 and particularly due to the disruption to their education. So the main issues that they highlighted at the session were the increased anxiety and stress felt by the student population because of uncertainty around how exams were going to be carried out, the difficulties around remote learning, as I've already mentioned, loneliness and isolation from their peers, at that time uncertainty around return to school, and about the fear of bringing COVID home to their loved ones. In November and December last year as well, the Secondary Students' Union carried out a survey of over 2,000 students, and 76% of the respondents said they experienced mental health problems, so I think is a really startling statistic. And these people young people made it really clear to us that more needs to be done to help support them and their mental health. So I believe that because they've made such huge sacrifices throughout the pandemic, that they deserve now to have their efforts recognised and to be supported by all of us as we emerge from the latest COVID restrictions. I know others have referenced the dithering and delay of DUP education ministers throughout the pandemic, and it's important just to reiterate the consequences that this has had on the mental health and well-being of our children and young people. I know that there was an emotional health and wellbeing framework issued, and that was intended to address these issues, but it was developed prior to COVID. So given the new dimension that the pandemic has created, I would ask the Minister to urgently take another look at this here plan and update it to reflect the issues that have been created since the onset of the pandemic. Before I finish up, I just also want to recognise the particular challenges faced by children and young people with special educational needs and for their families over the course of the pandemic. In the aftermath of the first lockdown, the Education Committee received testimony from families of children with special educational needs and their support organisations. These families were essentially abandoned by the system. They had all support taken away from them and they were left in a truly difficult situation. I'm glad that after that the political parties did come together in support of keeping special schools open during subsequent lockdowns, and that the vital support and continued education did continue for our most vulnerable children. But that the impact of that first wave on that sector was severe, and so now they must really feature centrally in a wider education recovery strategy. So I am happy to support this motion today.
Mr. Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have all come through a very difficult period. Some have said the most difficult seen by our nation since the Second World War. From the 23rd of March last year, when the Prime Minister announced the first lockdown, our school communities, like general society, have had to adapt to an ever-fluid set of circumstances. I want to join other members who have made remarks thus far in publicly thanking our teachers and support our staff and every educational sector who have worked hard over the past year on behalf to provide consistency of educational delivery to our young people, but also to provide support and reassurance to them through this challenging time. It has also been highlighted on several occasions the resilience and determination that our children and young people have shown through the pandemic. It is only right that we acknowledge how well they have faced the challenges presented to them. As normality, or the new normality, returns, the COVID situation begins to settle, it will be incumbent upon each department, and more importantly, this House, to evaluate the performance and look to address areas for improvement moving forward. I believe that this piece of work will be of greatest benefit in terms of health, but also as we seek to work with the various sectors, unions and departments. In relation to the impact upon education and the lessons that we can learn for future, if that is the thrust of today's motion, then I welcome it. Some may wish to play politics with the topic of track and trace or exams and beat the current and successive education ministers with a big stick. That sort of approach will benefit no one. The education community wants delivery and stability moving forward and should be our focus. Yes?
Politics with track and trace, but I'm sure the member will agree that in his own constituency he would have been getting calls from principals and teachers under immense pressure trying to work an unworkable system and adding to an already very difficult workload. So would the member agree that it was the right move, in fact, to take that responsibility away from schools, but also that there still remains problems?
You have an additional minute, Mr. Harley.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. For my part, I want to work constructively as we seek to build for the future and ensure that our education sectors are as fully equipped as possible to face the challenges being presented to them in the classroom as a result of the pandemic. I know that the current and previous ministers have sought to provide as much support to schools, whilst at the same time ensuring that there was always flexibility built into the process. At times this has drawn criticism from some quarters who favoured a one-size-fits-all approach. I strongly believe that it is important to give schools the ability to manage their own conditions and effectively operate their schools. No one knows what works best within an individual school than its headmaster on their board. They must therefore be provided with the tools to get on with the job. The Minister knows that, and her actions prove that. There has been unprecedented levels of additional support provided to schools by the Department in recent months, running into millions of pounds. The Engage 1 and 2 programmes, the summer scheme provisions, the additional SEN support fund, the significant provision of additional digital services, and the rollout of the Wellbeing and Pastoral Support Recovery Programme all demonstrate significant practical efforts to meet specific needs head-on as they arise. I am surprised that the motion makes no reference to the breadth of work that is already ongoing and the significant funding that has already been committed to address the challenges facing young people, parents and school communities. Yes, there's always room to enhance such, but I think it is somewhat disingenuous of those moving today's motion that that has not been acknowledged in the text. I do agree, however, that it is important, as the motion references, that this work continues in the form of a longer-term catch-up programme. It is evident that the detrimental impact upon learning caused by the pandemic has significantly affected many children and young people who have fallen behind as a result. They will require additional support if they are to recoup the time lost and reach their academic potential. Whilst this will be most keenly felt in the deprived communities, it will unfortunately extend well beyond the traditional areas of need. As such, I would urge the Department to keep that in mind when it comes to funding allocations. Children who need additional help should be fit to access it, regardless of any socio-economic considerations. It goes without saying that special needs education needs provisions must remain a top priority. I think we are all aware that there is a clear indication that sufficient resources, training and support will have to be provided to allow for the full implementation of the new SEN framework, for example. There is definitely much to be progressed. However, it must be remembered that the Minister's budget is finite. There needs to be a focus in terms of financial realism as we look ahead. It is already evident that there will be significant pressure on the education budget for 22-23. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that the department could be subject to a budget decrease.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Okay, thank you.
Members, I had been due to call the Minister at 6:06 in this debate, but there's only one additional member to speak, and in accordance with Standing Order 17.4, Business Committee has agreed to allow some flexibility to go beyond the time agreed for the duration of time debates. When used, this is known as the grace period. So because I'm so gracious, I call Mr. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal, Deputy Speaker. And yes, I think we have heard lots about grace periods in this past year, and I think we should stay clear from them as best we can. But I'm glad that I get the opportunity to rise in support, because one of the key things, and actually maybe I'll begin by expressing an interest as a volunteer in the Patrician Youth Centre in Downpatrick that has worked during the COVID period with young people, is to get an opportunity to speak about youth services. We included it specifically in the motion because there has been an absolutely massive amount of work that has taken place right across all of our communities by the band of youth workers in the voluntary and statutory sector that have delivered a very specific set of needs of our young people. There has been an absolutely invaluable role that has been played by youth workers right across Northern Ireland in the youth centres and the different youth organisations and groups. The youth worker has a special relationship with young people. They get an opportunity to build that relationship and to use the opportunity that they have to try and positively influence the lives of the young people that they work with, but also to try and provide direction and provide support. And quite often the young people that engage within youth services are young people that don't necessarily engage fully at school. But there are also many, many young people that engage with youth workers and in the different organisations where that relationship is critical to them, critical to their mental health, critical to their participation within society. It helps them with their friendships, it helps them with their skills development, and it also helps them with their formal education. And that work has continued right throughout the pandemic. I know and have witnessed and have seen where group work has taken place via Zoom, where there has been young people that have done one-on-one work with youth workers also through various technological means. And I've also seen innovative opportunities where it's just been about participation, because many young people were totally isolated during the pandemic. And I have seen where youth organisations have sent home art and craft packs to young people, and then they would all come on via Zoom and follow the direction and support to be able to take part in activities. For many young people, it was the only opportunity that they got to engage with other young people at different stages in a week. And I think that we should be recognising that contribution that was made by the Youth Service. And I think that we should also be saying if there is any developments, if there's any support as a result of the COVID that is going to be provided to the formal education sector, that should also be given to the Youth Services to provide to the statutory and voluntary sector as well. When the figures are rolled out, there will be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of... Yes, of course. Yeah.
Member for taking an intervention. Would the member also agree that those who worked within youth services, whenever they were giving out their food parcels, were doing much more than that? They were actually checking on those children to see if they were safe. And very often, unfortunately, that was not the case, and they had to intervene in those circumstances. That was very difficult for those staff, very difficult circumstances to face, to go out and see homes where there were not bad parents, just parents who were having a very, very difficult time.
I thank the member for her intervention, and again I think it shows the critical importance within that youth work methodology, where you get a special access to young people in their lives and you get to see where there are problems, and what is really important is the fact that those youth workers are then able and capable of being able to source the right help and support that those young people need, and that may not have been picked up in other places. So a very valid point that is raised by the member, and I thank you for that. I don't wish to prolong the pain of talking about youth service. It's something that I like to do every time that I take to my feet in the educational debates here. But if the Minister is, as a result of today's debate and future work, providing support, I would ask for its extension to the youth services. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of young people are worked with right across the year in all of our communities. Often whenever we talk about education, we only reference the formal education sector, or in other occasions the special education sector. But there's nearly 35, 40, 50 million pounds of your budget every year to the Minister that is spent within youth services, and I hope it can get the recognition of the work that it has done as a result of COVID, and the continued need for it going forward into the future to support youth services and the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak. So I call the Minister for Education, Ms Michelle McElveen, to respond to the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker and Assembly colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity to address this important matter. COVID-19 has presented many significant issues for our society and our education system. I place on record today my sincere thanks to the education sector as a whole, which has responded professionally and positively to the unprecedented challenges of the past 18 months. I recognise fully the severe impact of the pandemic on our young people, parents and education staff. That's why my department has invested no less than £330 million of executive funding to support the education sector through COVID. Today, I will reflect on the challenges we have and continue to face, the many achievements of our education system and the significant investment in recovery by my department. At the outset, I also address our school leaders and teachers directly. My department knows we haven't always got it right. We too have faced unprecedented challenges and have been learning and adapting alongside you. However, I give you my assurance that I'm committed to listening carefully to your concerns, learning from recent events both locally and internationally, and working with you in the weeks and months ahead to continue to support recovery. Unlike the members who have brought forward this motion, I will not use the term catch-up. That narrative can place unnecessary pressure and anxiety on children, parents and teachers. Rather, the focus of my department and our school leaders is on supporting children to reconnect socially, build positive relationships and engage enthusiastically with learning. The aim is to ensure our pupils are motivated to learn through a curriculum that gives equal emphasis to knowledge, understanding and skills, rather than deeply negative catch-up rhetoric. Rather than catch-up, the focus must be on a smart recovery to build citizens of the future who are innovative, confident and empowered. Let me start with the pandemic itself. COVID-19 has brought truly unprecedented challenges. Never before has our education system witnessed such disruption. 2 periods of extended school closures, the cancellation of public exams, and the need to develop new ways of teaching our young people remotely. We must reflect that COVID has negatively impacted many children and young people's mental health and well-being. The crisis has particularly impacted children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Right across the globe, it's likely to have widened existing inequalities. However, we must also celebrate the positives. Our education professionals have worked tirelessly to reduce the pandemic's impact on children's education. Vulnerable children, including pupils with statements of special educational needs, were able to attend school throughout the lockdown earlier this year. This provided much-needed assistance for families. Our youth service provided weekly food parcels to 5,000 young people at risk of food poverty, and much more, as Ms Dillon referred. And I'd like to thank Mr McGrath for his emphasis on the youth sector, and I'm hugely supportive of the work of youth service, including the uniformed organisations who make an incredible contribution, and I've met them several times over the last couple of months and I intend to further engage with them. Investment of £33 million has provided over 100,000 children with direct payments in lieu of free school meals, both during school closures and throughout the school holidays. As the EPI report notes, Northern Ireland provided clear and early expectations for families, committing to fund holiday provision for the longest period of the 4 nations. The efforts of many of our schools to deliver remote learning has been excellent. They've been ably supported by COVID-19 link officers from EA, CCMS, ETI and other education support bodies. We are very fortunate in Northern Ireland that schools have access to a centrally provided IT system, C2K. This supported online access to school services from the beginning of the COVID-19 school closures. My department invested almost £7 million of funding to enhance remote learning. Almost 25,000 new digital devices and over 9,000 free Wi-Fi and mobile vouchers were provided to learners. A wide range of professional development opportunities, resources, guidance and case studies to support remote learning were produced by my department's Continuity of Learning project. Above all, when I reflect on the past 18 months, 3 things stand out: resilience, collaboration and innovation. Firstly, resilience. The way that teachers, parents and pupils adapted to the situation and with little notice moved to a wholly different way of teaching and learning has been a case study of resilience. Instead of focusing on loss, we should be praising our children and young people for adapting and working hard through a global pandemic. They need to be told how strong they are and that they can tackle any challenge life throws at them. Secondly, collaboration. Our teaching profession has learned from each other, sharing ideas and practice as never before. We've also seen enhanced partnerships between our schools and health professionals, parents and communities. Thirdly, innovation. The pace at which our schools have adapted and embraced new technologies has been impressive. The pandemic has changed teaching, creating new possibilities to do things differently and with greater flexibility. Our world-class curriculum has stood up well to the toughest of challenges. Its flexibility has allowed schools to tailor and adapt their teaching to support recovery and respond to the needs of individual learners. As a result of the excellent, innovative opportunities created by our schools, many thousands of children engaged positively with remote learning. Of course, this does not make up for the social connections and life skills that children develop at school, the fun experiences of everyday school life, music, drama, team sports and cookery that children have missed. Children also had a very different home experience. Some understandably struggled to engage with remote learning. And that is why my department has put in place a wide range of tailored evidence-based interventions which draw on international and local best practice to support effective learning and recovery. In the last academic year, over £17 million was invested in the Engage programme, which provided one-to-one or small group teaching support to thousands of pupils across every primary and post-primary school in Northern Ireland. The programme was widely welcomed by schools as it gave them flexibility to shape the programme to their pupils' needs. This year, the Engage 2 programme is continuing this important work with an increased budget of over £16 million for the period until March. I will bring forward proposals for further funding for the remainder of the school year. Unfortunately, at this stage, I'm not confident of support from all executive colleagues given the focus on other priorities. The Engage programmes have also been supplemented by a wide range of complementary interventions. £10 million of investment in summer schemes serving over 40,000 children, £500,000 to help Year 12 pupils taking GCSE Maths, and a new wellbeing and pastoral support programme for children with special and additional educational needs. I'm also delighted that £1.4 million of additional investment in teacher professional learning will support a new capacity building project delivered by the Education and Training Inspectorate. The Stepping Forward Together project will provide professional learning opportunities in the key area of self-evaluation leading to improvement. The Chief Inspector will be writing to all schools later this week inviting them to participate. I've also prioritised increased investment in early years interventions. Around £2 million of additional annual funding has been provided for Sure Start. A further £1 million of additional investment has been provided this year for the Pathway Fund to target young children at risk of not reaching their full potential. Having reflected on the support and investment provided by my department, I note the highly selective extract from the EPI report cited in the motion. A more balanced summary would note that EPI acknowledges the inherent difficulties in trying to draw comparisons in funding across the UK and internationally. The boundary between specific catch-up spend and other interventions is not always clear. The analysis compares different funding periods. Notably, it includes spending plans in England into the next financial year, whilst here it does not. Spending in Wales includes all investment to support 16 to 19-year-olds and vocational learners, whereas investment by the Department for the Economy here is not included in the report. Our programmes are also evidence-based and appropriately targeted. To quote directly from the EPI website, the programmes of Wales and Northern Ireland are far better targeted at their most disadvantaged pupils who have seen their education suffer the most over the course of the pandemic. In these two countries, around half of catch-up funding is allocated to poorer pupils. The proposers of the motion are, of course, entirely silent on these matters. They're also silent on the most recent EPI study, which compares the educational outcomes of pupils across the UK in reading, vocabulary, language and maths. It concludes, pupils in Northern Ireland lead the way among UK nations in most measures of pupil outcomes. The report notes particularly the high scores for children in Northern Ireland from low-income households. We have an education system of which we should rightly be proud, a system with significant strengths, which performs extremely well internationally and has many of the features of top-performing systems. Turning to qualifications. For the first time in over 70 years, public exams were cancelled in 2020, a unique and unprecedented situation for governments across the United Kingdom. Ultimately, teacher grades were awarded in every jurisdiction. In 2021, when exams were again cancelled, my department and SEA put in place the best possible arrangements in the circumstances. When I reflect, therefore, on summer 2021 awarding, a year with the lowest number of appeals on record, I struggle to recognise the picture painted by the proposers of this motion. Thousands of young people completed their qualifications and progressed to the next stage of education, employment or training despite the impact of the pandemic. So where is the mishandling? Again, I cannot praise enough our school leaders and teachers who stepped forward to provide centre-determined grades with fairness and consistency. It is due to their dedication and professionalism that our students were enabled to obtain these important qualifications. Here in Northern Ireland, SEA sampled evidence from every school and college, giving young people, parents, universities and employers confidence in the grades awarded. My department has also introduced a comprehensive package of reductions in assessment across SEA qualifications for 2022. We were the first jurisdiction in the United Kingdom to announce such measures. Our young people uniquely will have significantly fewer exams in 2022, and this reflects the significant disruption they have faced and will ensure that they are again supported to fulfil their potential and to progress successfully. In conclusion, over the past 18 months, our education system has overcome unprecedented difficulties. The continually negative rhetoric around loss, damage and catch-up in education set out by the proposers of this motion is singularly unhelpful. So is political point scoring around alleged mishandling when our education system has faced completely unprecedented and unknown challenges and a global pandemic has swept across the world. The current crisis has tested our ability to deal with large-scale disruption. It has upended the education landscape. However, we have endured and succeeded. We have made changes for the better. Our education system has shown its resilience, its ability to innovate and to work in partnership, and this we must celebrate. I do not underestimate, of course, the huge challenges facing our school leaders, teachers, parents, and most importantly, our children and young people. As we emerge into a new reality, there continues to be many unknowns and challenges ahead. As I've outlined today, my department is providing significant funding to support schools as they work to identify and limit the long-term impact of disruption. A high range of quality, well-evidenced interventions for our pupils. Yet, of course, more can be done. Today, I make the case to members of this Assembly to prioritise additional investment in education. This will support our young people not to catch up, but to develop the knowledge and skills that will equip them for whatever the future holds. The current pandemic has surely awakened and strengthened our commitment to education as a common good, a force for inclusion, equity, solidarity and individual and collective achievement. It is now up to us to build, as a legacy of this pandemic, a modern, fit-for-purpose education system that truly meets the needs of our society in the 21st century. I lay down the challenge to the proposers and supporters of this motion to commit to prioritising educational recovery, both in this Assembly and the Executive. The future of education in the months and years ahead is in all of our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. And to wind on the debate, I call Mr Justin McNulty.
Guramai Ugat Lashcam Corla and Guramai Ugav, teachers, principals, parents, pupils whose lives have been disrupted beyond belief since the arrival of this pandemic, and they deserve major credit. I know all members have shared with me in giving them credit for that, because it's been extraordinary what they've come through and how they are prevailing regardless for the most part. I also want to identify that every October is recognised as Dyslexia Awareness Month worldwide, a time to come together to raise awareness, share resources and tell stories about dyslexia successes. And one of those dyslexia successes is Danny, an organisation who through the Law Centre will be presenting at Education Committee tomorrow morning. And we must recognise that 1 in 10 children are impacted by dyslexia. And what is the impact of this pandemic going to be on those children and how they're able to navigate the education system, and the trauma experienced by children with dyslexia who haven't had the appropriate resources allocated to them to allow them to shine, to allow them to become the great students and the great leaders of the future that they potentially can become. I'm going to draw attention to some of the comments made through the debates today. Daniel McCrossan said that education has been hit hard. He thanked our principals and teachers and non-teaching staff for their efforts in overcoming the insurmountable challenges they have faced throughout the lockdown after lockdown. Said sufficient resources must be provided to allow children to catch up. Identified crucially that some children have been impacted more than others, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds and those with special educational needs. Mr McCrossan did highlight a worrying disparity between the spend per head of population here, per head of school children here in terms of catch-up compared to other regions on these islands, 60% less than Scotland. And we're not using the data to monitor the impact of COVID mitigations or the rate of infectiousness or contact tracing. And in relation to contact tracing, I must share with you that Suzanne Kenny, who's a teaching assistant in Newry, has started a petition to highlight the concerns that teachers, staff and parents have in relation to contact tracing, and that petition has 35,000 signatures. And I will be tabling that to the Speaker in the coming weeks. 35,000 people have signed a petition sharing their concerns around contact tracing and expressing a wish that it be reassessed. Danny McCrossan also said talked about going back to the drawing board in terms of some of the measures and allocations, so more allocations to be provided perhaps. Pat Sheehan talked about education being dealt a critical blow. Teachers and pupils have had to adapt to a new way of learning. Mr Sheehan identified the digital divide and how that has impacted pupils and families. And he talked about the exams and transfers and GCSE fiasco, which it was. Minister, nobody can deny it was a fiasco. Talked about the educational and special and needs children and the emotional needs of children as well being impacted by this pandemic. Pat recognised the crucial importance of early years, and I fully I have to declare an interest. And my son has just started early years with Sure Start in Newry, and what a provision that is. It's wonderful provision for the children and for the parents, but some parents don't have that access. That's just not fair. That's total inequality. Why should my child have that access and some other parents not? That's just inequality, not acceptable. Robin Newton recognised the teachers and school staff, the efforts they've made, called out the support from the Finance Minister. You know, it's good to batter the Education Minister. Well, if she doesn't have enough money to fulfil the task that she needs to fulfil, where does that come back to? You need money, you need the financing to support all you need to do. And there has to be a cross-departmental approach to this. You know, it's not just education, it's finance, it's communities, it's health, and of course education, all working together to help our kids be the best they can be. Robin also talked about the great exam results, and this is commendable, and that has to be recognised. That great exam results have been achieved in the midst of a pandemic. That has to be commended in terms of what children have come through. Chris Little talked about the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed much of the inequalities in the education system and impacted greatly on children, teachers, staff, and especially children with special needs, and that's a huge concern for us all. Teachers, principals became risk assessors and contact tracers overnight. What a burden that has been to place that on their shoulders and to ask them to try to keep up with their teaching responsibilities and duties on top of that, which they've done under extraordinary pressure. It's been that's an extremely wonderful achievement by teachers and school staff and principals. Robbie Butler suggested that this generation may be referred to as Generation C. I don't think they'll thank you for that, Robbie. I think you're talking about Generation COVID. Is that shortened to Generation C? But it's starting to think that the impact this pandemic has had on young people more so than any other generation, of course.
We could change that then to Generation Courageous.
I second that. Generation Courageous, because that's what they certainly are, and what the impact on young people has been extraordinary. And to place yourself in a young person's position, for your social life to be taken away, for education to be taken away, for your sport to be taken away for 2 years of your life almost, how they'll be able to pull through that, and the impact of that on young people will be extraordinary, may be extraordinary. But I do draw attention to the fact that young people are resilient and they're tough and they're able to pull through. Padraig Cargy pulled no punches whatsoever. Talked about the lack of leadership, communication, and tired of the incompetence of the education ministers one after the other. Talked about how overnight teachers became healthcare workers, IT consultants, and contact tracers. Highlight the consistent failure and incompetence from ministers Michelle McAfee and Mr Weir. Sorry, I repeat that. Deanne Dawes noted the amnesia in this House and the roles played by certain parties, particularly when it comes to failures in education. I think, reading between the lines, Ms Dawes was referring to the fact that Sinn Féin have been education ministers for 12 years in here. Does that incompetence failure from ministers apply to their ministers as well? I wonder. Ms Dawes did importantly identify the isolation and loneliness experienced as a consequence of the pandemic. And to address that is crucially important in terms of moving forward. And highlight the importance of the Finance Minister providing support, Ms Dawes did as well. Nicola Brogan talked about the tsunami of mental health challenges coming down the tracks as a consequence of the pandemic and highlighted the importance of more being done to support children and young people's mental health. Ms Brogan drew attention to the abandonment of children with special education needs in the first lockdown. And the impact of that, we don't know what the impact of that has been, but it was a horrendous situation for those children and for parents alike who were literally in crisis stations every day because of that experience. Harry Harvey highlighted the resilience and determination of young people. And Harry, Harvey, that is so important. We mustn't forget our young people are resilient, they are determined, and they can overcome the challenges that they're placed before them. And we mustn't talk them into a hole. Young people are resilient, they're strong and determined, and they can pull through. Identified the unprecedented levels of supports given to schools to address the pandemic, and that is true. There has been a huge level of supports, but some people feel there hasn't been enough supports given to certain areas. But there has been. It's important to recognise there have been unprecedented levels of support. Colin McGrath spoke of the volunteering work in youth services and what an extraordinarily important role they have played, and my God, they have. Colin, it's been wonderful to observe, and only for them, where would children be? Only for youth services, where would the mental health of so many of our young people be? Thank you to our youth services, to our youth workers, to our volunteers. Extraordinary the impact that they've had throughout this pandemic. I pay a major tribute to sporting organisations as well, such as the GAA, who played an enormously important role. Minister McAveen talked about the pandemic and highlighted the many steps that the department took and about how well the department have done. But I have to challenge that, Minister, because the SLP did have an educational survey which had over 700 respondents. 87% of parents feel their child has significantly missed out on learning. 77% of parents believe that this has impacted their life chances. That's a really worrying statistic, Minister. 86% of parents said they believed their children should be given the opportunity to catch up on missed learning. 72% of parents believe their child's mental health has deteriorated during this pandemic. That's a really worrying statistic. 95% of parents say that the department has handled the pandemic badly or could have handled it better. These statistics are concerning, but I know you're going to fight and do your best, Minister, to address them and to help every child have the opportunity to grow. The Minister did also mention that children are strong and children are able to bounce back and have resilience, and we must place our focus there, because children are strong and are resilient. I want to place on record the Minister was the only person to mention this, in fact, but nobody else has mentioned sport. Nobody else has mentioned physical activity. What's the impact been of no access to our children for over a year to organised sports, to physical activity? It's not just a physical issue, it's an emotional issue, it's a mental well-being issue. Sport is a tool to help children grow, a tool to help children shine, and not just, I'm talking about children of all abilities, and that's the withdrawal of that for so long in children has to be identified and addressed, and hopefully more support provided to allow every child to grow and shine in a sporting perspective, and then into their education perspective and into their lives. So thank you very much. I support the motion.
Brilliant. Okay. Thank you, members. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I'll try again. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. As I move on, the next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Plenary Programme Sound. This is